on Yemen. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continues to insist it was not classified.
It's not war plans. There's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
Security contributor Sam Vinograd has had a look at the transcript.
There's information in there about when a strike is going to occur, what military assets are going to be used, and that's happening well before the strikes are launched. The reason that information is normally classified is because if it's provided in an unclassified setting in advance of the strike, that means that bad actors could get access to it and could disrupt the actual operation.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Jamaica has just said clearly someone made a mistake and deferred to the Pentagon and the White House on the Signal chat. Analyst Jeff McCausland.
I cannot believe that they used Signal for this one discussion and had not been using it routinely, which could have compromised all kinds of sources and methods of intelligence, might not have had a direct impact on a single mission, but certainly could have compromised and barely damaged U.S. national security policy.
Some senators want an inspector general investigation into the use of the app. 4 American soldiers who went missing while training in Lithuania have died. The NATO Secretary General announced the deaths, but he said he didn't have many details. A U.S. official would only say the 4 were involved in a training accident. Russia and Ukraine are accusing each other of violating the terms of the U.S. brokered deal to stop the fighting, and it's not technically underway yet, as the BBC's James Landau reports from Kyiv.
Not much clarity about when the ceasefire may start, and a big question for the Americans about whether or not this may be the moment to put some pressure back on Moscow.
Health officials have been worried about the measles outbreak in Texas and New Mexico spreading. Here's Stacey Lynn.
D.C. Health confirms its first case of the measles. The person took an Amtrak train from New York to Washington on March 19th.
It's definitely concerning.
Dr. Amy Winter with Johns Hopkins University says it is extremely contagious.
A single measles case is thought to cause on average 12 to 18 secondary cases.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
Copper surged to an all-time high on reports the Trump administration will accelerate a 25% tariff on copper imports. On Wall Street, the Dow is off 228 points. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
Stormy weather headed our way, the story coming up. But first, from the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, a crash on southbound I-5 near JBLM has you slow from almost the Stillicum DuPont Road southwest to nearly State Route 512 in the Lakewood area. Travel time Tacoma to Olympia is 1 hour, half an hour longer than usual. WashDOT just now indicating the crash has been moved, so hoping that will clear up shortly. Out on the peninsula, the police activity is over on State Route 302 eastbound near State Route 3. Traffic brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Spring into savings with double your discount, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Heather Bosch. A storm that's expected to bring hail, high winds, lightning, and the small risk of a tornado is taking aim at western Washington. KIRO 7 TV meteorologist Nick Allard says it'll hit this evening.
Some of the computer models are indicating that like east of I-5 might get the brunt of the more consolidated rain and consolidated lightning, but everybody could see all that tonight. Just looks really active. Cancel your plans. Do not go outside. Do not have practices tonight. Do not have games. It's just one of those nights to stay in. After about 5 or 6 o'clock, you're going to want to stay in.
A convicted triple killer is not getting out of prison. Governor Bob Ferguson has canceled the parole granted by former Governor Jay Inslee to Timothy Pauley. Pauley is serving a life sentence for killing 3 people at a SeaTac diner during an armed robbery in 1980. Seattle police say they arrested 3 adults and a teenager who were dealing drugs to homeless folks downtown. More from KIRO News Radio's Sam Campbell.
Police say the group was hanging out near 2nd and Bell Street on Monday night. That's when police say they saw them exchanging bags of white powdery substance. 3 of the 4 guys took off running, police say, but ultimately all were arrested. On them, police say was crack and powdered cocaine, fentanyl, meth, and over $1,000 cash. Sam Campbell, KIRO News Radio.
3 girls in Kent have been recognized by the FBI for saving a 6-year-old from a would-be kidnapper in Kent last year. Kylie Bentley and Esme, just 11 and 13 years old, were getting ice cream when they noticed a man pulling a 6-year-old by the wrist. They recorded it on their phones.
Hey.
Yes.
Is she related to you?
No.
Are you related to him?
Yeah.
No, you're not. She just said no. Stop. Walk away.
Why?
You're not related to her.
In December, the 40-year-old suspect pleaded guilty to attempted luring. A big dump of money for the big dumper.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
ESPN reporting Cal Raleigh is signing a 6-year, $105 million deal to stay with the Seattle Mariners. Raleigh coming off his best year behind the plate, where he earned a platinum glove for the best defender in the American League. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Showers today with highs around 70. Thunderstorms starting this evening and into the night. It's 55 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. It's the all-new Jake and Spike Show on KIRO News Radio.
Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. I'm Jake Skorheim, your host, sitting next to Spike O'Neill. Spike, welcome to the show.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, good show today.
Boom, I know. It's chock full of goodness.
Is it only halfway through the week? I guess we're over the hump now, technically.
We're on the downhill slope.
Yep. Very exciting.
Nothing but the clubhouse left in front of us, my friend.
It's going to be fun. A lot of stuff to talk about. If you guys want to get in on the conversation, 888-973-5476. That's the text line. We read as many of those as we possibly can. We respond to many, many of them, but not all. And we will read very few, but they have to be very, very good.
A lot of them we just laugh at. Why don't we just laugh at some of you people?
Giggle.
You know, I know you mean well.
Than's for the giggle.
Yeah,
that's what we say.
We appreciate it. Makes our day go faster.
A lot of fun. We love reading those. Please stop sending inappropriate pictures. Spike's a happily married man.
Yes. How many times do I have to say no?
You got to say no. You got to be strong. All right. We have a lot to talk about today. My son is actually in studio today. I was going to try to force him to get on the microphone and chat, but he does not want to. So he's just going to hang out quietly, which would be nice. First time ever that he's hung out quietly.
I don't believe that. But look, you can see the intelligence in this man's eyes.
You can see it.
Yeah.
You can see it. He's a man today.
He is.
10 years old.
Boom, buddy.
10 years old, double digits. It's a big one. All right. A lot of stuff to get to. First and foremost, everybody's talking about this. You know, I have kind of a problem with meteorologists blowing things out of proportion.
Yeah.
I will say, and that pun not intended, but I will say that last time that they told us there was a big cyclone or a big hurricane, what do they say? It was bomb cyclone.
Bomb cyclone. Atmospheric river bomb cyclone, boom, boom, boom.
I'm a big enough man to admit when I get things wrong. I got that one wrong. There was a big bomb cyclone that came through, broke a giant tree in my yard, almost smashed my house. Thank the Lord it missed it by probably 15 feet. So what are we going to expect this evening? We're supposed to get, because yesterday was insane nice weather. Did you get out and enjoy some of that weather?
Oh, my gosh, dude. I was out till the sun had fallen, almost 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
In my backyard, just having a nice afternoon. Got some stuff done for the missus.
Of course.
And then just kicked my shoes off, put a chair out, boom.
My neighbor did a bonfire outside.
Oh, beautiful. I love the smell of burning wood.
It was fantastic. I think he was burning some trash too, but it's okay.
Love the smell of burning trash.
Any burning is fun.
That's it.
So we had, and it was just beautiful weather, and I was sitting there like, this is unbelievable. Because it's a what do they call it? This is like this trough of hot weather has come up from California, because California's getting some hot weather as well. The downside of that, though, is that we don't usually get this warm of weather. It's unseasonably warm. And when you mix hot and cold,
you get the magic coming.
They do stuff. Yeah. And so joining us to tell us what's going to happen, because it could get bad or it could be fine. We don't know.
And he's often more accurate than any meteorologist in the area.
That's what I've heard.
This guy knows his stuff.
Well, Luke Ducey, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for having me. So if I am accurate, you're right, 100% of the time. So let me kick things off with this. So I'm glad you enjoyed the sun yesterday, because this tonight is the end of the world as we know it.
That's what I've heard. Over. I heard that we're all going to perish under giant balls of ice. What's going to happen there?
I've been doing this all morning long, reporting this all morning long. It feels like we're hyping this. I'll be honest with you, but better to be safe than sorry, though. I mean, because this This is ripe for the conditions, and one of the things that everyone is thinking about is tennis ball size hail.
Oh, it's been upgraded from golf to tennis?
Yes.
Okay. When it gets to bowling ball size
Here's what
hail.
KIRO TV meteorologist Nick Aller is telling us about that potential for hail. Listen to this.
To have a severe thunderstorm, that's hail in excess of an inch. But like I said, you might find hail in excess of 2.5 inches, and it could be anywhere. It's going to be really dangerous.
Yeah, that's bad if that happens. So, and the reason that could happen is because of this system, high altitude clouds. So it usually doesn't happen. The clouds stay at like a certain altitude here in our area, but higher altitude, so you get these larger hail balls like floating around up there, and they could fly to the earth. And the latest models show that this is all going to kick off during your afternoon commute. We're going to see thunderstorms start to move into Olympia around 4 to 5 p.m. and then move north, literally along I-5 north. We're talking about lightning, much more than usual, torrential rain. Look out for urban flash flooding. Wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour. We could see downed trees. We're talking about potential power outages across the region as well. I mentioned the hail. We've also been talking about, everyone's been talking about this one, tornadoes. Will a tornado touch down somewhere in western Washington? The conditions, according to the National Weather Service, they're telling us they're ripe for that to possibly happen. But Cliff Mass tells us, look, there's only really a 2% chance of that happening.
Tornadoes, I wouldn't bet on it. I mean, there have been tornadoes here, but they're very rare.
So,
but you're saying there's a chance.
2% chances.
2% chance. But the hail is the big one.
So explain.
What are you going to do?
Explain this to me. Tennis ball size hail.
That's what you're saying.
Possibly.
Do you guys ever go on YouTube and watch hailstorms like in the Midwest, or you watch them out in like Oklahoma? Did you guys ever do that?
I didn't have to. I was in Florida, and I could.
Oh, you experienced
that took down. You know how people build the screen houses outside their outdoor pools in Florida? You've seen those pictures, right? You have to because of the bugs.
Yeah.
It was my sister's house, my sister's pool, screen house, and the hail took down the enclosure over her pool. And we're talking about, like, we called them pool ball size hail at that point. Because that's what they hit like. Tennis balls would be nice. They'd bounce, it'd be cute, it'd be wonderful. These are cue balls from the sky.
Oh, I mean,
from an angry lord.
They could kill you.
They could.
And if you watch them on YouTube, I do this with the kids sometimes just to scare them about weather. No, it's just like fun to watch natural disaster stuff.
You come in the house.
This is going to happen. But when it's like it's smashing into cars, breaking windows, it's like going into the pools. The pools look like they're boiling water because the hail is hitting it so hard. It's just unbelievable. So the idea that we could get some of that here. So what are you supposed to do if you park outside?
Well, it's crazy. Then this morning we were asking the text line, what do you do from people from the Midwest? Blankets over the car, and you can lock them in by closing them, kind of and drape them over, and then lock them into your doors.
So they have
any kind of padding, cardboard. Because I don't have a garage, but the city of Bellevue is actually tweeting out today, or Xing out, or whatever you call it now. Go find a parking garage, city parking garage, and park there. What about people who are unhoused as well? Because we have seen during the bomb cyclone, at least one person was killed when a tree fell down on their tent. The Salvation Army has got an emergency shelter going tonight. Operation Sack Lunch is going to be feeding people as well. So people are taking precautions. This is a serious thing. Let's hope it doesn't happen. But and check your insurance. That's the other thing we have to talk about here. I think we'll get into it tomorrow as well. I had to check my insurance today. I don't know that all insurance covers these coverage.
I'm pretty sure "Act of God" is a clause most people have in their insurance that eliminates coverage.
Could.
"Act of God" is a big disqualifier for insurance.
I would check into that for sure. You should check into that. See if you can get some hail insurance.
We got FEMA money on the bomb cyclone.
Yeah,
for the trees that went down in my backyard.
They actually gave you money.
Yeah, got a little FEMA money.
Did you have to apply for it?
Yeah, of course.
That's amazing.
Well, if you don't have insurance, I guess you have a few hours here to call your try to get a rider or something, or try to update your policy.
That's hail coverage going for these days.
That can be expensive.
I appreciate the tips about the blankets over the cars, though.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
That's pretty smart.
As soon as I get home, I'm doing that.
Smart idea. I'm just going to park it in one of my extra garages. No big deal. I'm just kidding. I don't have extra garages. All right. Luke, thank you so much for the update.
Good luck.
We'll check in with you tomorrow. Good luck to you too, my friend. Stay safe out there. Watch your head. And when is this all supposed to happen to, by the way?
So Olympia around 4 to 5. Seattle, Tacoma, Kitsap Peninsula around between 5 and 7-ish, somewhere around there. But, 5 o'clock. if you've got
Get
especially
inside.
kids practices and stuff, think about canceling all those. Go inside.
I have a baseball. One of my sons has a baseball game tonight.
Yeah.
My big guy here, who I brought in, he's 10. He has a football practice tonight, of which I'm coaching.
Bummer.
Yeah. So I'm gonna probably be calling that practice because they also say a lot of lightning strikes. They're expecting a lot of lightning strikes tonight.
More than
right?
usual. Yeah, more than we are used to. Which yeah.
Baseball's
Yes.
aluminum bats. You don't do that.
You gotta stop
Don't
that.
want to do that.
Got to get these kids back using wood bats. I know. No, that's
I hate the ping of aluminum bats.
but it makes the game a lot more enjoyable for them. Wood bats are tough. You spent much time hitting with a wood bat?
Sure. It's raised with wood bat.
Well, have you used an aluminum bat?
Only in softballs. It doesn't count.
Isn't the experience so much more gratifying?
With the
satisfying with the aluminum bat?
I don't know. I've never fast pitched. I've never hit baseballs with aluminum bat. Just
Really?
Softball. Yeah, just softballs.
I'm freaking out over here because I thought you guys were still talking about lightning. I'm like, what are you doing?
No,
You're
no,
like
no,
holding
no,
up
no.
wood bats,
No, no.
the aluminum bats up in the.
Exactly.
Yeah,
If you don't have a rake or a golf club,
we have a key flying kite club that we do every Wednesday night. Are you telling
It's
me that's
Ben
going to have to get
Franklin
shut
days.
down?
Yeah.
All right, Luke Ducey, thanks so much for coming in, man.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much. You bet.
I want to give an update on this story. This is a really cool story. It was a really scary situation that happened, but they got recognized. Do you remember those girls who stopped a attempted child
abduction?
Abduction.
Yes, I do. I mean, and Heather just featured it in the news, but I saw this story about the FBI.
Yes.
And this is wonderful news.
Okay, so when was this? This was like last year, at some point last year. These girls, I'm going to play you some audio. These three girls, noticed that there was something going on. There was a very suspicious man, 40-year-old man, I believe was he 44?
40 years old.
40 years old,
Yeah.
who was holding the arm of a little girl who was 6.
Yep.
And they could see something in her eyes. They could see that it didn't look like those two matched up and that she was fearful. And so, God bless these girls. They went over and they got in the middle of it. Do we have audio? This is the audio of them confronting the guy. And because kids are so smart these days, these teenage girls walked up and they have their cell phones running. So not only are they getting him, but they're also people get scared when they see that they're being filmed.
Yes, they do.
Because this is going to be used as evidence. And so, but God bless them. They walked up and they confronted this guy to find out what was going on.
Hey.
Yeah.
Is she related to you? Are you related to him?
Yeah.
No, you're not. She just said no. Walk away.
Why?
You're not related to her.
Can you imagine?
That's amazing.
Just amazing.
Oh.
You remember being that age?
Sure.
Would you have had the
stones,
the fortitude to tell
no,
somebody?
I can't. No way. These girls knew what to do. That's great parenting.
Their instinct was so strong.
There's nothing scarier than 3 middle school girls.
That's
it
true.
does not surprise me
No,
that they
you're-
had the confidence to
Together,
confront
yeah.
this guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great point. Yeah. No, they're like
raptors.
They're like
They're
raptors.
like raptors.
You're totally right.
They're totally like raptors. They hunt
They're like,
backs.
we're gonna skin this guy alive.
And they had their phones out, and they knew exactly
what to do. And she has the tone, everything is perfect in this. He's a weird creep. They approach him, and the tone is like she's in charge. This 13-year-old girl is the boss, and she's like, "Who is this? No, it's not. Get out of here." I mean, like that's something. I honestly, I feel like God was putting that on her at the moment, like giving her what she needed to figure that situation out. They spoke to KIRO 7 about the event at the time.
The ice cream truck was coming that way. He was going over there.
Yeah, he was walking the opposite way.
So then me and Esme, we were like, wait, what the skibbity?
And then when we asked,
That was the best part. What the skibbity?
Wait,
you know what skibbity means? You know what skibbity? No, he doesn't know what skibbity. Yeah, he does.
That's good parenting.
her little brother, he said that he was going to give her candy, give them candy, but he only wanted the little girl to come with him. And then he grabbed her right here is when he picked her up and he started speed walking or running, whatever you call it.
We just knew that wasn't right, because if you were related to her, why would you be holding her wrist that tight? Because you could obviously see that her wrist was red, and that's not natural.
And she was being being kind of dragged, she was left behind him.
I've never seen her with him before.
So they did everything right, which is fantastic. The FBI has now come out to acknowledge what these girls did and to give them a special award. And in just a second, Spike, I asked you not to read the details of what ended up happening to this guy.
Right.
Because I wanted to get your reaction, your genuine reaction live on the air.
Great.
But I'll tell you, you're going to be surprised. All right, so the FBI came to the girls' middle school. So cool. I saw the pictures of these were up on one of the news stations here, and these 3 young girls just standing there with an FBI agent being recognized. Very, very cool. This is them at the girls' school.
Their bravery and selflessness bring honor to each of them, to their families, and to their community.
And the girls said that it meant a lot to them.
We get praised at school, like literally, like all the time, especially by the teachers, you know. So I feel very special. I feel
recognized.
Oh,
that cool.
That gives me such good faith.
It's such a horrible story, but it had such a wonderful ending.
Yeah, thanks to these 3 girls.
And who knows what horrors would have happened if they had not interceded in that situation.
Pulling on a 6-year-old.
Let me read you what happened to this guy. He's a 40-year-old guy.
Yeah.
This is crazy to me. I can't even believe this. 40-year-old suspect's name was Haider Hassan Albu Muhammad. He pled guilty to an attempted luring charge. You heard him when he was approached in the video. He claimed that they were related. Obviously, they're not.
Yeah.
What do you think would happen to somebody? They plead guilty to trying to abduct a 6-year-old girl, and you can only imagine what he was thinking he's going to do if he was successful. These 13-year-old girls didn't save this girl.
I'm thinking 3 to 5 years in prison.
He was released and put on unsupervised probation for 24 months.
No.
That was the response. And the judge ordered that he have no contact with a minor without supervision. He's also no longer allowed to live at that Kent apartment complex where he was arrested. That's it.
He'd be walking the desert for 40 years if it was me.
Can you imagine?
I can't imagine that.
What are they thinking? Honestly.
This is pled guilty to an attempted abduction of a child.
An attempted abduction of a child, attempted luring charge. He's on camera, scared little girl, scared for her life. Could have been her life if those 3 girls.
I can't imagine what other end that would result in. That's a parent's worst nightmare.
Parent's worst nightmare. Doesn't make any sense. Unsupervised probation for 2 years.
That guy would be wearing a body monitor. Is it the chastity belt where you lock things away? Right?
How do you make somebody a eunuch?
That's it. That's how you lock it away. You put a steel plate around this guy.
I don't even think you lock it away.
Hips. He can hose out his waist at the end of the day. That's just the price you pay.
Unsupervised, unsupervised probation, 24 months. Released, and he can't have any obviously shouldn't have no contact with minors. This guy's sick.
Ever.
And if he wants to, he has to have supervision there, so he can have contact. He just has to have supervision. And he's no longer allowed to live at that Kent apartment complex.
Because it's proximity to children?
Because he's tried to abduct the child.
So why is he not available at this particular place?
Well,
he's dangerous. It doesn't matter where you put him.
You're right. His proximity to kids.
You know what doesn't have a lot of kids? Antarctica.
Yeah.
Send him there.
You know
can
where
hang
else?
out with penguins.
You know where else?
Where?
Prison.
There you go. That's that more practical. You're a practical man.
Here's the thing.
I'd have given him like a tent and a sleeping bag.
This is not the first time. This is not the first time this guy has had this urge. I almost guarantee it. He got to a point where he decided he was going to do something about it.
No, you're right.
And in broad daylight, he goes out and he decides to try to grab someone.
Yeah. I can't fathom what circumstances led to unsupervised probation.
What does that even do? That does nothing. Obviously, this guy has stuff going on in his head that needs to be observed closely.
Yeah.
Why is he unsupervised? This makes no sense to me.
That's horrible.
And now these girls are saying that their guards are going to be up no matter what, which they should be. They said when we play volleyball outside and we'll see somebody kind of sketchy, I'll be like, hey guys, look. This is one of the girls quoted. They said it's kind of changed our perspective for me. It's like, oh, what's that? Who's that hanging out with that little girl? Are they related?
I didn't thought that's forever. Alters their perspective forever.
And in a way, this is what we all go through at some point. We don't have to go through it in such a trial by fire like these girls did. Most of us get there with just age. We start to see the world a little more cynically. We start to read stories, and we have to prepare ourselves and be
loss of innocence.
Exactly. You got to be vigilant.
Yeah.
But the fact that this guy gets unsupervised probation is seems like an injustice to me.
I'd be putting up flyers all over the neighborhood.
All over the neighborhood.
Nonstop.
Yep. Haider Hassan Albu Muhammad.
Walking my Rottweilers by
unsupervised
his
probation.
house.
Crazy.
Jeez.
Oh, that drives me nuts.
Thank goodness for these girls. And
thank goodness for these girls.
Kudos to the FBI for recognizing their heroic behavior and actions.
And you know what? It's also a testament. If you see something suspicious out there, don't be afraid to stand up.
Stand up.
And say something. Yep. These girls saved a life. So good for them. God
And,
bless them.
and Laura's right, man. There's nothing scarier than 3 middle school girls.
Scarier,
together, man.
We just need packs of teenage girls
that's it.
wandering around, making
Boom.
sure everything stays in line. All right, we got a lot more coming up. Next, we're going to be joined by one of our producers here, Paul Holden.
Yep.
He does the morning news. He's a massive Denver Broncos fan, and he's got a really interesting insight. Russell Wilson just got traded again. Not traded, I guess.
He's signed.
He got signed by somebody
again.
else.
Yep.
He's going to a new team. But what he went through in Denver, is that going to repeat itself in New York? Are we rooting for Russell Wilson? Are we done rooting for Russell Wilson? We'll explain all of that to you next. It's going to be an interesting conversation. We'll be right back.
This hour is brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino.
KIRO News Radio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
Over 1/3 of couples cannot correctly say what their partner's salary is within $25,000.
I mean, make sure your partner knows ish. ISH, around-ish.
What would be the incentive to keep your partner in the dark about all your income sources? You know, he sees what I make, I see what he makes, and it's all in there.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with 0 interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com pnw.com.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
Let's talk insulation rebates. Hi, Dave Ross for American Crawl Space and Pest Services. Last year, I told you that they had given out over $1 million in PSE rebates on insulation. A few months later, the American Crawl team hit the $2 million mark, and in the final days of December of 2024, the American Crawl Space and Pest Services team gave out over $3 million in PSE rebates on insulation. I'll tell you again. American Crawl is the team to call. Find out more about continued PSE insulation rebate opportunities on their website, americancrawl.com.
Catch 9-time Grammy winner Christian McBride with Ursa Major, March 27th through 30th, live at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, with rising stars Nicole Glover, Michael King, Eli Pearlman, and Savannah Harris. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Heather Bosch.
This is the kind of weather pattern you would normally see in the Midwest or the Plain States.
KIRO News Radio meteorologist Ed Beener says this type of storm can generate tornadoes, although the risk here is low. Wind gusts of up to 60 miles an hour are more likely, as well as 1-inch wide hail. All of that could lead to power outages. Puget Sound Energy's Gerald Tracy says utility crews are standing by.
Make sure our social team knows what they need to be putting out there to let the customers keep the customers updated on outages. We have our meteorologist, we have our operations, we have gas, electric. It's a crazy amount of people you'll see in these teams meetings.
You'll start seeing the storm first in the South Sound around 4 this afternoon, and then it will make its way up the I-5 corridor. Downed trees and debris from Hurricane Helene last fall are fueling wildfires that are raging through the Carolinas. Megan Miller, her husband and children just evacuated.
It's scary because it's one thing knowing that you're about to lose something and you have a time crunch and what's the most important thing versus we just need to get up and go.
Dozens of wildfires burning across the dry southeast. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is telling the Associated Press 4 U.S. soldiers who were reported missing in Lithuania, they've been killed. They were conducting training at the time. No other details just yet. The U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is defending the use of an app where officials chatted about airstrikes in Yemen.
Ideally, these conversations occur in person. However, at times, fast-moving coordination of an unclassified nature is necessary.
But the White House insists it was unclassified. The journalist who was accidentally included in the chat published the discussion. CBS contributor and former Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Samantha Vinograd took a look.
There's information in there about when a strike is going to occur, what military assets are going to be used, and that's happening well before the strikes are launched. The reason that information is normally classified is because if it's provided in an unclassified setting in advance of the strike, that means that bad actors could get access to it and could disrupt the actual operation.
And put men and women in the U.S. military at risk. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 76 points, NASDAQ off 417. From the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, the crash has been cleared from southbound I-5 near JBLM. You're back up. Still, you are slow off and on from almost the Stillicum-DuPont Road southwest to State Route 512. Travel time to Tacoma to Olympia, from Tacoma to Olympia is still about an hour. That's half an hour longer than usual. Traffic brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino, the best place to watch all your favorite sports, featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. EmeraldQueen.com. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Showers today with highs around 70. Remember, thunderstorms starting this evening and overnight. It's 55 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Welcome back to the show. I'm excited to talk about this Russell Wilson news. Russell Wilson has been signed by the New York Giants for a deal reportedly worth $10.5 million guaranteed. He could make as much as $21 million depending on how the season goes. He will be playing alongside Jameis Winston. I don't understand all these quarterbacks are picking up. The Giants also got Winston, which they signed him to a 2-year contract just last week. There's been also conversations about Aaron Rodgers, but he's kind of floating around everywhere. I don't know where he's going to
the last viable option standing for a lot of teams.
Has Aaron Rodgers become what the Sonics are as a leverage point to other teams? Like, he just kind of floats around. His name is thrown into the mix when they're trying to find somebody else, and they say, well, we could always do Aaron Rodgers, and then somebody goes, all right, I'll take the deal.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Russell probably wanted more, or Jameson Winston wanted more. And they said, well, Aaron Rodgers still an option for us, and they take the deal.
Yeah, which is what basketball, which is what the Seattle has become ever since the Sonics left.
Yep.
Like, we're a very viable threat for teams who are threatening to leave.
You need a new arena? Tell them they're coming. Tell them you're going to Seattle.
I guess we could go to Seattle. Fine, here's your money. All right, so the thing I want to talk about this segment, Russell Wilson, you were making this point before the show. He has a lot of NFL jerseys on his wall now with Wilson on the back.
He's got quite a collection going, man. The Seattle, the Denver, the Pittsburgh, and now the red and blue of the New York Giants.
The Giants. And, I mean, how's it going to go for him? We don't know yet. But I wanted to look back at history to see what we might expect into the future, which is always a good thing to do. Paul Holden, who produces the morning news here.
Hello.
Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. You're so excited to be here.
I'm glad you're here. Paul, you have a Broncos jersey on right now.
Yep.
You are a massive Denver Broncos fan.
Mm-hmm.
Are you from Denver?
Yeah, born and raised in Denver. Absolutely.
Born and raised. They've been your team forever.
Yeah. Well, I was brainwashed for a little bit. I have East Coast parents, so when the Patriots were really good, my mom was very much, hey, Red Sox, Patriots. And then when I was like, wait a minute, what am I doing here? I got to be rooting for my hometown.
I don't have to love Tom Brady.
Right, exactly.
You can't make me love Tom Brady.
Right, exactly.
I want to ask you about your experience when Russell, because were you living in Seattle when Russell went to Denver?
Yes, I was here, and my first reaction when Russell Wilson was traded was I thought the Broncos were going to win the Super Bowl. I'm not even kidding.
Because why'd you think that?
Well, because at the time where the team was at, the Broncos, after they won the Super Bowl with Peyton Manning, they have been in a weird quarterback thing. They went Brock Osweiler, Trevor Siemian, Paxton Lynch, all these guys. They've missed, with John Elway at the helm, by the way, a very famous quarterback, making these calls.
GM can't find a good quarterback.
Basically, since Peyton Manning, the Broncos have not had a successful quarterback. So when you're bringing Russell Wilson in, and at the time I was still new to Seattle, I hadn't kind of picked up on a lot of the warning signs until really being in this building. People were telling me about the issues and concerns they had with Russell Wilson.
You were surprised by Seattle's reaction when Wilson left. You were like, you thought we were all going to be bummed out.
Totally. And then to sit here and see it, people are like, all right, we're excited, we're eager, we're ready to go. I'm like, guys, you're about to start Drew Lock or Geno Smith. Like, what are we doing here?
And we're all like, good riddance, Russell.
Right. A lot of people, and then I've talked a lot with G. I fill in on the G and Ursula show from time to time, so I've talked with G a lot, of course, and he's telling me, and I'm just kind of getting the Seattle scoop on Russell Wilson, and then my feeling, I'm like, oh boy, am I supposed to be this excited? And then they lose to the Seahawks in the first one, which was a close game and first game in the season for both teams. But then as the season goes on, all of the stuff people were telling me about his cheesiness, him kind of being intense in the wrong ways. I like that he's big on leadership, and I thought that was going to be great for a young Broncos team, especially that offense.
Yeah.
But, man, he really just did not seem, whether it be how enabled he was from the head coach with Hackett, because they were the combo deal and all that stuff. It just seemed like I was caught blindsided by a lot of stuff, because I thought Russell Wilson was like one of the biggest Seattle athletes ever. I thought like he was.
No, you're not wrong about that.
He was at the right time.
Brought us a Super Bowl win.
And mind you, I watched Russell Wilson, be a part. It wasn't the defense. Obviously, was the big story of the Super Bowl win for the Seahawks.
You watched him do that to your Broncos,
exactly.
And you're like, all right, I want this guy.
Right. It was the peripheral circus around Russell Wilson that because when the Broncos changed head coaches to Sean Payton, he's like, no, you're not going to have your own office, independent of the rest of your team at the Broncos complex. The guy didn't just have a locker next to
He
the
had his own
lineman.
office. What do you mean he had his own office?
He had upstairs, he had an office that was Russell Wilson's office. He had his own recuperation team, his own physical training team, independent of the other
Different from
players.
the fantastic
Different from
people that the NFL team already hires?
Yeah. So he was, he's like, I'm your leader, but I'm so much better and above you with the way I conduct the business of being Russell Wilson.
And that's what I didn't know. I didn't know he kind of felt that he really did seem like a big team guy, at least from the outside. Again, I didn't pay a lot of attention to the Hawks until moving here to Seattle. It seemed like you got the quarterback, he's mobile, he does everything you want, and no real big stuff off the field other than, a public family.
Can you tell me a little bit about because there was a lot of stuff. Like Russell Wilson, if you're not winning, if you're winning, it doesn't really matter. You can do no wrong.
That's exactly
right.
Do anything.
But he obviously was not winning in Denver, and there was a time in Seattle where he was not winning, and then he wasn't in Seattle anymore. But it was the off-the-field stuff that I think people started to do. Like Russell Wilson, I imagine he sees a lot of eye rolls in his life.
Right.
Like I think people see Russell Wilson and kind of go, oh, boy. And there was a lot of stuff that he did off the field, like you just mentioned a second ago, with the offices and the extra staff and the people outside of the teams, where you just kind of go, why is this guy going out of his way to make himself unappealing? It's like, if you're not going to do it on the football field, if you're not going to win, then try to ingratiate yourself with people. But he chose not to do that for some reason. And tell me about this. They had doesn't he have a clothing line as well?
Yeah, he had a whole. When they went to Denver, they were really buying in. Got into an expensive neighborhood, put a big storefront up in the mall. I mean, it seemed like Russell Wilson. I mean, with the contract,
a storefront of what? What were they selling?
It was their show. Their clothes. It was
3 brand.
Yes,
it was called.
yeah.
Remember the 3 that had an R built into the logo?
Oh, because his number's 3.
Number 3,
Right.
Russell. Danger Russ. I mean, he had a food line.
Yeah,
that was in grocery stores.
I don't listen. I have a Foreman grill. Right. I don't fault athletes who want to capitalize on their stuff.
You're right. The guy's trying to branch into other avenues of revenue and become a brand.
But
they
what
wanted
is
a
it?
TV. Is it Sierra?
Yeah,
right?
mm-hmm.
Sierra.
Is that what it is? Yeah, I think it is. They wanted the reality show.
Yeah, of course.
They wanted to become a commodity, an entity.
Yeah, for sure. The thing that I can tell you when it changed for me, I think he was in Denver at the time. And I wasn't actively rooting against him. I'm not rooting for him like I was when he was playing in Seattle, obviously, because I don't have the same interest in it. And sports is great because you can root against people hard and you can wish them, bad luck, and you're still not a bad person, which is fun to scratch that itch a little bit because it's sports.
Yeah.
But I saw a video that he posted one time on his Instagram page or something, which was kind of insufferable. And it was a video of him walking in. Like everybody kind of dresses to the nines when they walk into these games.
It's become a bigger thing of late, yeah.
He walks into the game and he's wearing total GQ, which is, again, for us here in Seattle who got him right as a rookie, that was a totally different thing. He was like a gym rat. He was just a guy who was coming to play and he just wanted to be playing football all the time. If anything, when he first started in his early days with the Seahawks, he was annoying at how much he was just only football. And then unfortunately, he took some advice and started being outside of football stuff. It got kind of crazy. But he posted a video of a slow-mo walk, almost like a Reservoir Dogs walk. And he's got these big shades on and it's dark. And he's got a cool suit on and everything. And I was just like, is this guy joking? Is this a joke thing? And I don't think it was. I think it was meant to be look how cool I look. But he posted it himself.
Yeah.
And somebody from his team took the video. So I was just like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
It's the marketing thing that he got caught up in.
Yeah.
And do you guys, has he pulled away from that a little bit? Is he not doing that as much anymore?
I would say after he took his money and ran to Pittsburgh last year, had a decent season, got himself another contract. I think he took the advice of let's take a step back.
Well, they closed the store in the mall.
Oh yeah, they closed everything.
They pulled the food from the markets.
Smart.
Like you said though, if you're winning, everything goes. When you don't win, you can't push anything through the pipe.
Yeah.
People don't want to hear about it.
The last straw for me was when he was doing the high knees on the international flight, and everyone was like, "What are you doing? You just sit down and watch the tape."
He's walking down the aisle of an international flight, and he's doing leg stretch, the high knee leg stretch. And here, to his credit,
and there's a video of this?
No, it was just a lot of. I don't think it was video, but a lot of people were saying he's just doing this. He's just she's like, hey, chill out. We're good. Calm down.
I mean, he did all this to be the best he could on the field.
Yeah.
Not to be bad. I mean, he's got his own personal trainer and hyperbolic chamber at the compound.
Sure.
And the nutrition-based meals because he wants to last as long as he can in the NFL.
Tom Brady did a bunch of weird stuff too, but he also won a ton of Super Bowls.
Exactly. That's the difference.
All right. Well, I wish him well in New York.
Yeah.
I guess. And good luck to him.
He's getting paid $10 million plus to do the same thing I'm doing, watching football on Sundays.
You don't think he's going to play?
Oh, no way. He's there to compete with Jameis Winston.
Sure.
He's there to move that quarterback room along.
And maybe Grandpa Rodgers.
Maybe, if they say, somebody wrote, if they get Aaron Rodgers too, their quarterback room will be the island of misfit toys.
What a funny.
Right?
That's a reality show I'd watch. The three of them just hanging out. All right, Paul, thanks for coming in, man. We appreciate it.
Always happy to be here. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, we got a lot more coming up. Next, we're going to tell you about. This is a reality show. Laura, this is up your alley for sure. This is a new reality show about the Real Housewife. My wife's going to love this
Unfortunately, this is exactly up my alley.
Yeah, she's going to.
I will be watching this absolutely terrible looking show.
Okay.
Can't wait to tell everyone about it.
The trailer made me want to hurl.
Well, we'll play it for them next. Hopefully they don't hurl, but we'll play it for them next. All right, we'll be right back.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Cold is leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Hi, it's John Curley. You know, I've been a patient of Longevity Medical Clinic since 2009, and Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. You know what's amazing, Doctor? The feelings that you have after just a couple of months. You sleep better. Your strength and vitality, it is evident that it works. It's really a mindset, though, Dr. Mixon, because a lot of people, well, this is what's supposed to happen.
Let us help you be stronger, faster, leaner, smarter, sexier, but most important, happier. I'm less impressed by how many years I might live, but how much I live during my years. You know, the option is here. Nobody's going to make you go to longevity. But the opportunity is there, and all you have to do is take advantage of it. I don't know why anybody would not want to do what we do.
And that's where Longevity Medical Clinic comes in. So get your free health analysis. Go to LongevityMedicalClinic.com. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
DayandNight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave, keep your house cool and save.
DayandNight.net.
Save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Don't sweat it out this summer. Stay cool with Day and Night.
DayandNight.net.
Considering selling your home or downsizing? Visit themadronagroup.com for no obligation counsel. The Madrona Group's team of John L. Scott experts makes it easy, guiding you to best pricing and timing, maximizing your profit with smart technology and unparalleled integrity. 5-star reviews and industry best according to Zillow, Google, Yelp, Facebook, and Redfin. This Saturday, hear the Madrona Group's Jason Fox on KIRO Newsradio's Home Matters. Maximize your home sale. Visit themadronagroup.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
At Carter Subaru, get slam dunk savings all month long. Carter Subaru has exactly what you're looking for with over 300 new vehicles in stock. Ursula Reutin here. I bought my Subaru Outback from Carter Subaru, and right now you can get the 2025 Outback with 1.9% APR for 48 months on approved credit. Shop now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event. Carter Subaru, Shoreline, and Ballard.
On approved credit, subject to vehicle insurance and availability. A documentary service fee may be added to the sale price or capitalized cost. See dealer for details. Valid through 3/31/25.
Welcome back to the show. All right, there's a new reality show, if you are interested, that we want to tell you about. We watch a lot. Do you watch a lot of reality in your house?
I don't. We don't at home. Nope.
No.
Don't have the time. I'm sure it's wonderfully.
It's addicting. I don't know if it's wonderfully addicting.
Well, no, I
but
was going to say it's wonderfully produced. They know how to tell a story in reality TV.
Yeah, they know how to hook you.
They know how to create a villain, give you an underdog. They know how to build up suspense. They know how to run a tease. It's good television.
Yeah.
It's not my cup of tea.
Not for you. Not for you. Laura, I know you watch it. You're a fan.
It's like 80% of what I watch
Yeah.
is Bravo, Real Housewives. Because when I go home from work, I just want to turn my brain off.
Yeah.
I don't want to think
Just
about
detach.
stuff. I just want to,
It does sound smart. Because I don't do that, and I should do that.
You should do that. Well, I have a recommendation for you. Actually, this is a recommendation from Laura. This is a new show. Tell us about this new show. This is from Bravo.
It's from Bravo. It's their version, I think, of The Golden Bachelor, Bachelorette, which was obviously hugely successful.
Huge hit.
Incredibly adorable. But they're doing a raunchier spin on it. So they're putting 4 housewives into a beachfront hotel.
Real Housewives.
Real Housewives.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you say Real Housewives, you mean
From the
like
franchise.
the TV? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not
They
like
have,
not
they
like
have
real.
how many franchises do they have? How many Real
Oh,
Housewives?
God.
There are like 12 of them, right?
So many.
There's a lot.
Yeah, they just keep adding more. But we've got Shannon Bedore from Orange County, Countess Luann from Rhone, and then 2 from Potomac, Giselle and Ashley.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Say Countess Luann.
Countess Luann. Well, she lost the Countess title years ago, but still plays on it. Yeah.
Let me play you a short clip from the trailer of Bravo's Real Housewives. This is called Love Hotel.
I can get a date? Multiple people? This isn't some sex hotel. Is it? Welcome to the Love Hotel. I will be your love concierge, and I'm checking in 4 Real Housewives whose love lives are more disaster movie than rom-com.
Nobody deserves to be cheated on.
But that's all about to change.
Please, Lord, give us somebody.
Gentlemen, come and meet the short lady.
Let me ask you a quick question. So these women are all going to be staying at this beachside something. Is this like it's kind of like Bachelor in Paradise?
Yeah, but it's got more of a resort feel. Bachelor in Paradise, they kind of, you have the sense they're like living in huts on the beach. And this is like a resort style
Full on
hotel.
nice resort.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're at a resort. All these women are going to have like rooms. Guys will be introduced. Old men? Are these old men who are going to be introduced?
Age
or young men?
appropriate. Let's say that. Yeah.
No, I mean, like for some of these old ladies, like maybe they're cougars.
Well, there's a lot of handicap parking at this hotel. That's all I'm saying.
They look like they're in their 50s, 60s.
Okay. It says the women, the thing I have here, it says the women will decide who will check in and who will check out, and what is done with the coveted key to the Love Hotel. At the end of their time in paradise, the women must decide if they want to check out of the Love Hotel coupled up or check out solo the way they arrived, sad and lonely. Do you think this is going to be a hit?
I don't think it's going to be a hit.
Why not?
To be honest, Bravo's done a lot of spin-off shows, and none of them have really, gotten their teeth in quite the way of storyline that you would want them to. I do think that this is kind of a cheap but raunchier imitation of The Golden Bachelor.
But that was such a hit.
I think it was a hit because it was really heartwarming. Everyone was friends.
Yeah.
You have all this hope for people to find love again later in life. This has none of that. None of it.
Yeah,
it's the opposite of that.
It's a very cynical.
It's going to be massive.
And I will be watching it.
Yeah, I'll check. My wife will definitely be watching it, so I'll see it. We'll
have to start a little group chat for these episodes.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. I think the other show has the old, what was it, The Bachelor, Golden Bachelor.
Golden Bachelor, yeah.
Those people are they seemed really genuine.
Yeah.
Even if in the end the guy ended up being kind of a creep, but
that even made it better.
But that
it's
made
like,
it
wow,
pretty
you
good.
fooled us a whole season.
Yeah.
They never change.
Well, all these shows are very entertaining. So Love Hotel, check that out on Bravo. Coming to you soon. All right, we got a lot more coming up. We have more Constantine news we're waiting on and his potential new job as the CEO of Sound Transit. Just a ton of stuff to get to. More stuff on that Signal app thing that we were talking about yesterday. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Steve works in biotech, and so when he was diagnosed with osteoarthritis, he knew exactly who to ask about treatment.
I asked a lot of colleagues and have worked in cell therapy and decided that was an actual option.
Steve went to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And quite frankly, I'll do anything I can to not go to surgery.
And so your research and your experience have shown you that stem cell therapy would be a viable option for other people.
As an example, there are institutions around the country and the world, Stanford is one of them, that would not be putting the amount of time and research and dollars into stem cell therapy if it didn't work.
And you'd recommend it?
For a busy lifestyle, this is the choice.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's been a real joy to be able to have this type of outcome and normalize the things that I'm able to do again.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. And for a limited time, qualified patients can get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication. Again, that's 206-529-1111. Terms and conditions apply. Must medically qualify.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news.
A minimum wage increase proposal is moving forward in unincorporated King County.
KIRO Newsradio.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. It's happening. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I had lost my identity. Thankfully, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment turned it all around. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's your own natural hair guaranteed to grow for life. It's why Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. AdvancedHair.com.
From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Trump administration continues to defend using an app to chat about airstrikes in Yemen. As The Atlantic published the transcript in Jamaica, Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Obviously, someone made a mistake. Someone made a big mistake and added a journalist. Nothing against journalists, but you ain't supposed to be on that thing. So they got on there and this happened.
Linda Kenyon at the White House.
The group chat occurred just hours before the U.S. attacked Houthi rebels in Yemen. A leak could have compromised that operation, but White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that didn't happen.
The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action.
A journalist was inadvertently added to the messaging thread. Secretary Leavitt blames Democrats and the media for focusing on that.
We are not going to bend in the face of this insincere outrage.
But members of Congress are calling for an inspector general to investigate the use of the Signal app.
Editor-in-Chief Jeffrey Goldberg was the journalist in question. He spoke to CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
That's actually extremely dangerous to say that American warplanes are launching in 30 minutes to attack Houthi targets in Yemen.
Security contributor Sam Vinograd on the CIA director's testimony to Congress today.
Director Ratcliffe just said that the information wasn't classified, which we can talk about, but that it was sensitive. So again, sharing sensitive, non-public government information on an unclassified app is not something that has ever been advised by the U.S. government.
4 American service members have been killed in Lithuania. Matt Piper reports.
A U.S. official will only say the soldiers were involved in a training accident. The U.S. Embassy said in a social media post that the troops went missing from a training area near Lithuania's far eastern border with Belarus, a nation closely allied with Russia. The embassy did not say when the soldiers went missing.
Wildfires continue to burn across the southeast. Matt Rogers lost his home in western North Carolina, but offered his thanks to firefighters.
I said, I know you guys did, and when you had to, you saved other homes. We can only control one thing, our attitude.
Jim Kursula reports Florida lawmakers are considering loosening the state's child labor laws amid immigration crackdowns.
The move comes after Republican Governor Ron DeSantis suggested that young workers could help replace, quote, dirt cheap labor performed by undocumented workers in the state. A bill in the Florida State Senate would allow teenagers as young as 14 to work overnight shifts and remove time limitations and required meal breaks for 16 and 17-year-old workers.
On Wall Street, the Dow was off 132 points. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Stormy weather taking aim at western Washington. The story coming up. But first, from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, just when a crash was cleared from I-5 southbound near JBLM, you get a disabled semi-truck near Thorn Lake. You're backed up on I-5 from Tillicum to State Route 512. Travel time Tacoma to Olympia, 50 minutes, 23 more than typical. Traffic brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Heather Bosch. A storm packing high winds, large hail, and the rare possibility of a tornado is forecast to hit western Washington. It'll start showing up in the South Sound around Lacey and Olympia around 4 this afternoon and work its way up I-5. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey with how people are preparing.
For a lot of people like Thomas, he's most concerned about protecting his car from possible tennis ball-sized hail.
Best I can do is parking inside, avoid the hail and everything else.
Others tell me they canceled their outdoor plans and they'll watch from inside the house.
Be safe and just, prepare.
Yeah, I'll stay home.
And for the unhoused, the Salvation Army is deploying their severe weather shelter tonight. Operation Sack Lunch will provide food. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Deputies in Clallam County have arrested 2 people accused of scamming a 71-year-old woman out of $125,000. Clallam County Chief Deputy Amy Bundy says the woman was given very specific instructions.
Going to Walmart to purchase a specific metal lockbox, duct taping the money inside of the lockbox, and then meeting up with an individual to give them the money.
Investigators say the woman did that 3 times before she figured out something was wrong, and then she called police. The federal government is recognizing 3 Kent middle schoolers for stopping the kidnapping of a 6-year-old last summer. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibow reports.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation praising Esme, Bentley, and Kylie for their quick thinking.
We saved the little girl's life, but we didn't think it would come this far, But I'm glad it did.
I talked to the girls back in July when they spotted a 40-year-old man pulling a 6-year-old girl by her wrist and even caught it on camera.
Hey.
Yes.
Is she related to you?
No.
Are you related to him?
Yeah.
No, you're not. She just said no. Stop. Walk away.
8 months later, they tell me it was just about doing the right thing when something felt wrong.
Seattle's payroll tax missed the mark by $47 million last year. That tax targets big companies like Amazon and Expedia. Mayor Bruce Harrell is acknowledging that this may be evidence companies are moving out of the city. Harrell says he'll look at new taxes or spending cuts to fix it in next year's budget. It was 25 years ago today this happened. The Kingdome was imploded in Seattle, built in 1976. The Dome Sports Center fell out of favor with major league teams in the 90s. It was replaced by what are now Lumen Field and T-Mobile Park. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Showers today with highs around 70. Thunderstorms starting this evening and overnight. It's 58 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. It's the all-new Jake and Spike Show on KIRO News Radio.
Welcome back to the show. A lot of stuff to get to. A lot of juicy stuff to get to. We are eagerly waiting in anticipation of a projected storm tonight. Could be a tornado. Or is it a tornado or hurricane?
Tornado warnings. So
2.5% chance.
Yeah, something like
Yeah. If you're a betting man,
it's
a long shot.
You're better to bet the Giants in the Super Bowl than tornado here.
Did you see that meme I just showed you?
I loved it, man. That was great.
I just posted something on my X page at Jake Skorheim. It's not nice. It is about Russell Wilson. I'm reposting it, so it didn't even originate with me. But
it's a joke.
It's very funny. It's very funny. Anyway, check it out if you want to.
You missed. I think maybe the news image of the year so far.
Yeah, I was out. My 10-year-old son is visiting today for his birthday, so he's sitting in all day. How sweet is this as a parent? It just melts my heart. He said, "Dad, can I come with you to do your show today? I'm 10. Awesome. This is my birthday present. I want to come with." We obviously got him other stuff, but he said, "I want to come with you today." And in reality, I think he just wanted to take a day off school, which is fine.
Sure.
But I still have him here with me.
It's wonderful. He's awesome.
And so he asked last break, he goes, "Dad, can I go sit at your computer and do anything else?" Because this is not a show. This is not a show for 10-year-olds, obviously. Anyway, okay, so tell me what I missed over the break while I was setting him up.
We have KIRO News on, Channel 7 KIRO, sure. KIRO TV. So I'd stay updated on not just national but local elements as well. Mm-hmm. And of course, with the big storm coming through and the threat of hail the size of tennis balls is being projected. Nick Allard, who's a hyperologist, is that the term when you're a meteorologist, you just can't get enough of a big story? I like hyperologist. But Paul Holm was in saying, like, well, this is their Super Bowl. A day like this. So I'm looking up the screen, and Nick Allard has a range of ball sizes. I swear, I kid you not, from marble to
Is this on TV?
Yes, on TV.
Oh, we're gonna find
and we went, golf ball, ping pong ball, golf ball, tennis ball, baseball. So he's got this array like the planets leaving the sun.
That's funny.
And it's like, and he's pointing to the tennis ball size of hail projected for this storm tonight.
Can you find that, Laura? Can you find
it?
This
was just magic. I mean, what a day. This guy's having the day of all days.
Paul's totally right. This is their Super Bowl. And I want to say real fast, as we make fun of him, Nick's a nice guy.
Great guy.
I know him. He's a great guy. That's hilarious. He's literally pointing at balls.
Yeah, and he's saying, folks, because the last one is a softball. I'm like, wow.
Just in case you don't know what a tennis ball looks like.
Is. Yeah, if you've not really seen tennis balls in the wild, falling from the sky.
It's about the size of a tennis ball.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I said, that is just the greatest. But I appreciate Luke's story, and Heather had it again in the news. Protect your stuff today. If you can park under a cover, you can. Parking garages are available.
You have a garage.
I do.
Are you going to? Is it too full of stuff? Or are you going to be able to get stuff in there?
I don't have 3 hours to empty my garage to put one of the 3 cars I got in my driveway in that garage.
Oh, you're a driveway because your garage is full.
Well, we've got 1 car in our garage. We've got 3 motorcycles on the other side of our garage, but we've got stuff packed every square inch of that garage.
That's what a garage is.
That's what a garage is.
So if you're using your garage correctly, you've got no room for cars.
You've got to weave through stuff to get to it. Yes.
100%.
So that being said, I'll be throwing blankets over my cars, which is a great tip. Thank you, Luke. Some cardboard, some kind of padding.
Nice.
Because, I've seen pictures today. People have been posting hail damage to cars. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned back in the Midwest, there's all these videos of
my gosh. Into the pool. Looks like the pool is boiling.
It's unbelievable. And windshields can go. The metal can be dented. It's ugly.
We have one of our cars in our garage, and then the rest of our garage is filled with stuff. We can't. There's no way I'm getting another car in there. There's not going to be a chance. But what I was thinking I might do, I feel like I'm coming up with this on the fly, and I feel like this is genius. I might drive over. My folks have some property. I was showing you pictures of the party we had there the other day. And they got woods. I might take my car over and just drive it into the woods.
Trees.
Park it deep in the trees.
Yep.
That's going to give them the protection that it needs.
At least more than being out in the open. Absolutely. You can look under a tree when it's raining. Under the tree is dry. What's that tell you?
There you go.
Genius. Stuff don't get through.
Genius. That's what I'm going to do. All right. In just a little bit, we're going to talk to this guy. I'm really interested. King County Assessor's got a guy by the name of John Wilson. He has responded negatively to the selection of King County Executive Dow Constantine. I believe he's actually making a speech right now, or is giving a talk in the next few minutes here. And we have sent a reporter over there to ask him about his potential role if he's confirmed. Do you call it a confirmation by the Seattle Sound Transit Board?
Yeah, I think so. They're having a vote.
And I guess he's been
nominated.
He's been nominated.
Yeah.
Anyway, if they vote him in, which they're obviously likely to do because they all said how great he would be, that's tomorrow. And so we would like some more information on that. We're still waiting to find out how much he's going to be paid. That's one thing that we're hoping to get some more information on. The range was going to be somewhere between $450 to the highest number I saw was $675.
Right.
In the Times article from yesterday, it at least hinted at the fact, or at the idea that he was going to be on the lower paid spectrum of that range.
Yeah.
At $450, which would still be a big jump up from him. He's currently making about $290,000 and change as King County executive. So, more than a 50% pay raise, I think would be fine for somebody who has no experience running Sound Transit. But we will find that out when we get that information. We'll bring that to you, and then we can chat about it a little bit more then. But hoping to have some more information on that.
And isn't John Wilson up for Dow's job?
John Wilson is running for Dow's job.
A King County exec.
King County executive. He put out this statement. I want to read this statement because he's going to come on the show here in just a little bit. He said this. It's kind of a scathing statement. He says, I want to congratulate Dow Constantine on his nomination as the next CEO of Sound Transit. I have worked closely with Dow for years and consider him a friend. However, this is a glaring example of why the public is so skeptical of government and too many insiders taking care of each other instead of the public. As King County exec, Dow has appointed more than half of the Sound Transit board, including both of my opponents. Now my opponents have backed out for a new job with a salary of up to $650,000 a year. I've heard $675,000. And you wonder why the public has so many questions about Sound Transit. We need more public transit options, Sounder Link, but also bus rapid transits like Rapid Blue, and to explore how our transportation needs are changing. The status quo doesn't cut it. Sound Transit is millions and millions of over budget and years behind schedule. We need fresh eyes to look clearly into the future, not in the rearview mirror of what we've always done. We need a county executive who would tell the public the truth, yada, yada, yada. Obviously, he's not a fan. So we said, hey.
They said they're friends and they respect him, but man, then he just drives, no pun, he drives a bus over him. Ironically enough.
He backed the bus right
totally
over him.
Packed it over him.
He would have taken a Link light rail, but it's probably not running.
It'd be years before I could back that over now.
And it would cost $3 billion more than it should. So he's going to come on with us at the start of next hour. He will be interesting. His perspective is very interesting as somebody who knows Dow. And obviously, he says he has a friendship, but still thinks this
is the wrong guy for the job.
Conflict of interest.
Pretty boldly, yeah.
Bad deal. All right. A couple other things to talk about. We're kind of a little shorter on time. We didn't plan on talking about that for that long. But do you want to jump into this Signal stuff from yesterday?
You bet.
All right.
I think it's getting uglier, not better.
It's getting uglier. Tell me why you think it's getting uglier. We've had a lot more updates on this since. Let me ask you this.
Sure.
When we talked about it yesterday, do we have this clip of Spike from yesterday? No, we don't.
When I said that they should all be fired?
When you said that they should be fired.
I'll say it again now if you don't want to dig up the clip from yesterday. This is gross level of incompetence.
Let me ask you about that.
And they should all be fired.
Does it bother you that Signal was something that was inherited from the Biden administration?
Not at all. There are moments, I'm sure, where Signal is an appropriate tool for use in the government because it does have some encryption, right? It's relatively safe. Although I will say that the day before this chain was instigated, there was a note from the Trump administration to all of its employees saying stop using Signal because we have strong evidence that Russia is trying to infiltrate Signal. That being said, I know
let me
CEI
tell
Director Radcliffe.
Go ahead, real fast.
Sorry,
Signal is let me read this. It says Signal is an encrypted messaging app that operates similar to texting or making phone calls, but with the additional security measures to help ensure communications are kept private to those included in the correspondence, unless you accidentally include somebody who's a journalist. That would be a mistake. So that's what Signal is. Under the Biden administration, a memo went out where they said that it is actually a best practice for highly targeted individuals to use Signal when discussing various things because of its protections against being hacked and things like that. So the Biden administration said this is a good thing to use. The Trump administration, when they get into office, inherit these devices and these computers from their the predecessors in the job, and they already had this Signal thing on there.
Right.
And so it's not like the Trump administration stepped in and said, hey, let's start using WhatsApp for this conversation.
I agree completely. That's very valid.
Yeah.
It's a very valid defense of this decision by members of the national security team.
Sure.
Some of the highest level of national security personnel in the Trump administration. I mean, Signals are fine when you're talking about where you're going to meet or what. I'm sure there are government decisions and conversations that Signal would be appropriate for. When I say it's getting worse today than it was yesterday,
what do you mean by that?
Well, because I think the Trump's administration's understandable response to this has been deflect and spin. They've been trying to downplay the severity of the leak itself. They've been trying to downplay the seriousness of the conversation, whether or not it merits national security worth protection. Because the accusations are they leaked classified information. They were discussing war plans, and the Trump administration. And again, that's everybody defends they circle the wagons. Biden administration does it. Obama administration does it. Trump administration does it. You always circle the wagons whenever there's something that makes you look bad.
Sure.
Whatever ends up bearing out to be the final result of the facts. But these guys are talking about things that shouldn't be on Signal. These guys are talking about, potential battle plans. They're talking about troops. They're talking about deployment of aircraft and dropping bombs on specific targets at specific times, using specific defense or attack protocols and mechanisms and procedures on an app that you and I can download, and it's been targeted to be hacked.
Well, you and I couldn't get into their secret messenger.
But I'm saying we can download
Good.
Signal. It's not a secure platform. It's not a classified information. And here's the other problem, and I'm sorry I start talking so fast when I get worked up. Their defense is that none of this is classified information.
Okay.
That seems to be a losing argument. When you're talking about the deployment of U.S. forces to take on actions against a hostile enemy and drop bombs on specific people at specific places, that right there, I don't think should be. That's something that should be on the highest level of classified, protected, secure communications.
Does it change your mind at all? Some of the, I don't know if you've had a chance to dig through and read, because the Atlantic has now put out the texts. They have put out the various texts.
Read the whole thing. Yeah.
There's references to, hey, we need to switch over to the higher security platform, whatever it is, to discuss the higher security stuff. So they were aware that some of the stuff they were discussing would be better discussed on a higher security platform. So it's not like they were just saying, hey, everything on Signal is just, open range. We can say anything we want here.
They're not saying that, but
they obviously they were not aware that they had a journalist from the Atlantic inside the conversation.
See, that there is the part of their argument, their defense.
A mistake.
That's the least of my concerns. The fact that there was a journalist, and by the way, when 8 people are on this chain, 8 people like the National Security Advisor, the head of National Intelligence, the CIA director, the FBI, I don't think Patel was there, but the Secretary of Defense, when all 8 people, nobody notices that somebody's not supposed to be there, is there, that's a real lack of attention to detail.
Well, as I understand it, Mike Waltz, who's one of the assistant guys, he sets it up, right? Yeah. It's his job to include people on the thing. And then the rest of them are assuming, as you would, that the correct people are on and maybe not checking the text chain.
That's a defense. I don't know if it covers the egregiousness of the irresponsibility of this communication chain.
Let me play you. This was Trump's response to this, talking about the Signal chat group.
It was, we believe, is somebody that was on the line with permission, somebody that was with Mike Waltz, worked for Mike Waltz at a lower level, had, I guess, Goldberg's number or called through the app, and somehow this guy ended up on the call. Now, it wasn't classified, as I understand it. There was no classified information. There was no problem, and the attack was a tremendous success. So I can only go by what I've been told. I wasn't involved in it, but I was told by, and the other people weren't involved at all. But I feel very comfortable.
Do you think people can make mistakes? Is there room for people to make mistakes? Obviously, this was a huge mistake.
Yeah, of course it was. But
and thank goodness that the plan still was carried out and that it was successful.
I don't think that has any bearing on the decision to have this conversation on this platform.
For you, it's the Signal thing. For me, it's the line drawn in the sand.
It's a decision to be unsecure. Well,
you said they should be fired.
Yeah, maybe not all of them, but some of them. People need the
what about Hegseth? You think Hegseth should be fired?
Absolutely. He's on there saying we've got OPSEC, which means operational security. But they didn't.
They're talking about weather and things like that. Yeah. Do you think that, is it because of his position it's so important? He needs to be fully in the know at all time and to make sure that everybody is, all his ducks are in a row. I mean, he's a SecDef.
Yeah, I think everybody who decided to have this kind of a conversation on this platform is liable, I don't know if liable is the right word I'm looking for, responsible for this was a bad decision.
Sure.
This wasn't just a mistake. And what drives me nuts is the mistake that there was a journalist on the platform. That is secondary.
Okay.
Having the conversation on that platform is the problem for me. And you can say that it wasn't a war plan because we didn't, and I saw Caroline Levitt say it wasn't a war plan because we haven't officially declared war on Yemen and Houthis. You're talking about where to send troops, what to drop, and when, on whom.
Bombs, yeah.
That's a war. That's a hostile. That's putting U.S. troops at risk, because this was out there hours before these troops were deployed. That this was out there in a platform that could easily be hacked. That's been targeted for hacking by foreign adversaries. You are putting these people at risk. The fact that nobody was injured or died is a miracle. That's divine intervention. You still put them at risk.
You're saying because Pete Hegseth, under his authority,
needs to know better.
He needs to know better, and he also needs to be accountable for everything that's happening at all times.
Buck stops here. He's the head of the department.
Can I ask you just a comparison, because I am interested in your take on this?
Of course.
Lloyd Austin, the previous Secretary of Defense, when he checked out and the White House was unaware of where he was for 3 days, and this is in the middle of Ukraine and Israel war, there's a shipping thing happening in the Red Sea, there's bases being attacked in Syria. These are all things happening as Lloyd Austin goes to the hospital and fails to tell the President of the United States that the Secretary of Defense, whose job it is to be in charge of all these things, nobody knows where he's at.
Well,
Is that
no, that's not true either. His deputy secretary was aware that he was going to be off.
President, I don't care what the deputy knew. The president didn't know. The president didn't know.
President didn't know these guys were talking about dropping bombs on Yemen.
No, I'm asking you for the comparison here. Lloyd Austin, do you think he should have stepped down as well?
No.
Why?
Because he was talking about taking a medical procedure and passing the reins.
No, we didn't know what happened to him.
Hold on.
No, I asked you a question, and I'm continuing to ask the question. We didn't know where he was for 3 days. He even said they held a whole big thing about it.
Should he be fired because the president didn't know where he was?
The president didn't know where he was.
That's what you're asking.
During all of these things that were happening.
Yeah.
And he didn't convey that to the president. Or, because I'm not saying he should have been fired.
Okay.
I'm saying that they learned a lesson. Mr. Austin told the committee when he was asked about this, he says there's been a review of the chain of command process. He says the system must be postured better so this doesn't happen again, which I think is a correct response. Obviously, the guy went for a medical procedure. I would have preferred that the SecDef, that the President of the United States was aware of where the Secretary of Defense was.
Did the fact that he passed off command?
The President didn't know that.
He passed it off to his secretary, his second in command.
Okay.
I'm going to get a medical procedure.
Sure.
This office is going to be run by my second in command while I am under the anesthesia or whatever the procedure was. President was unaware. You're right. They saw that and corrected that.
So it's okay to make mistakes and correct things from time to time.
Absolutely.
Well, I kind of think that's what I'm saying. I feel like
being off the clock for 2 days is a lot different than who we're going to bomb and making that information accessible to possible.
No, but it's not.
It
is. But it's not, Spike.
No, I disagree.
Because he was off the clock for 3 days.
Okay.
He was undergoing procedures that we didn't know if he was going to survive. What happened if he died in the middle of his procedures?
Then the second in command would have ascended to the throne, and there was never a.
But you don't think that's important information for the President of the United States to know that his Secretary of Defense is out of commission and they don't even know about it?
Sure, I agree.
So it is important.
Yeah, it's very important. Sure.
But my point here is that mistakes can be made. It's not the end of the world. Thank goodness that the stuff with Signal worked itself out. They're going to fix that problem, and they probably, going forward, will not use what the Biden administration was also using. And I think also with Secretary Austin, he said, listen, we've made corrections back when he was SecDef. We've made corrections. We're not going to do this anymore. Next time I decide to take a 3-day whatever, I'm going to let the president know.
Yeah.
Future people will learn from these are all lessons to learn.
Yeah, but Secretary Austin didn't put anybody's life at risk.
There was a Ukraine war happening at the time. There was attacks in Syria at the time. That's his job. It's under his purview.
And someone was in command when he did that. His second in command, whether the president knew about that or not, his second in command was in charge of the ship. No one's life was put at risk because Lord didn't tell the president.
I'll let you have the last word on that.
I appreciate that, buddy. I appreciate the conversation.
All right, we got a lot more coming up. What are we doing next? Oh, we have our disagreement.
I know, boy.
All right, we will be right back.
This hour is brought to you by Insulation Northwest.
If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a hero. We're giving free consultations via phone and Zoom. Go to DUIHeroes.com or call 1-800-DUI-HERO.
We're human and we make mistakes. If you need someone by your side during a challenging time, DUI Heroes is there for you 24/7. They're excellent at what they do. DUI Heroes averages 90% of all DUI offenses they take on being reduced or completely dismissed. Your DUI defense specialist, DUIHeroes.com.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution guaranteed to work. A world-class team with modern technology. That's exactly what you get with Dr. Perungo at Advanced Hair. Their quick one-day treatment begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Myself and tens of thousands of others have trusted Advanced Hair, recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go: shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms: irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Spike O'Neill for Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens. And let me tell you, everything is my eyes, everything. The vision is everything in your life. But when your eyes start to go, it affects everything you do. And I had lost quality of vision over the years, began to need readers, began to lose readers faster than I could buy them. I knew it was time to get my eyes looked at. So I went to the offices over in Bellevue, Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens. They gave me a comprehensive eye exam, told me exactly what my situation was, the beginning of cataract in my eye, and I was a perfect candidate for RLE, refractive lens exchange. They answered all my questions. I had the same care team from the start of my simple procedure in half an afternoon, and I was cared for. My anxieties were eased. The procedure went smooth as glass. And I got to tell you, I've got better eyes than I've ever had in my life. I've got 20/10 vision. I see brighter colors. I see sharper images. And I will never need readers, and I will never develop cataract. They are the future of RLE surgeries. Over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. Give them a call at 425-451-2020. That's 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com, sharp with an e-vision.com, official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, REVIBE, menshealth.com.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Sam Campbell. A rare band of thunderstorms is headed our way. KIRO 7 TV meteorologist Nick Allard says don't be fooled by the sunshine you see now.
You know, you might be walking around thinking, I thought we were supposed to have storms all day. No. Just tonight. That's the key. So watch from 4 until, say, about 6. Things really ramp up in Olympia, Chehalis, and Hoquiam. And you can see at 6 o'clock there are pockets of very heavy rain.
But you should plan for power outages, so tie down or move any outdoor furniture inside. Puget Sound Energy says they're already working on that possibility. Spokesperson Gerald Tracy tells us it's all hands on deck.
It's a crazy amount of people you'll see in these Teams meetings at 7, 8 p.m. at night while we're trying to work to get that power restored for our customers.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey hit the streets this morning to see how listeners are preparing for the extreme weather.
For most people, it's the threat of the tennis ball-sized hail.
I'll stay home. Always take precaution. You never can take too much precaution.
Others tell me they've canceled their outdoor plans. The city of Bellevue is recommending people park cars in city parking garages. The Salvation Army is deploying their severe weather shelter tonight. Operation Sack Lunch, providing the food. And if the meteorologists get it wrong,
one of the few jobs you can be 50% wrong and still keep your job. So, hey.
Still better to be safe than sorry. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
There's an effort at Seattle City Hall to make after-hours bars safer. A new proposal would require establishments that stay open after 2 a.m. to maintain up-to-date city permits and licenses, hire 2 security guards, and use video surveillance. This is Councilmember Rob Saka at a hearing this week.
Our city has seen a troubling rise in violence and lawlessness associated with unpermitted, unregulated after-hours nightlife establishments.
A vote to refer the bill to the full council could happen as soon as April 8th. And with that, let's get a check on the roads from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Your Linwood to Seattle drive is running about 30 minutes right now. Seattle to Federal Way, about a half hour more. Tacoma to Olympia is sitting at 40 minutes. Bellevue to Renton, under half an hour, 25 minutes there. And if you're headed from Seattle or Bellevue up to Everett, looks like smooth sailing you got right now, only a half hour. Your Lake bridges look clear. This traffic report is brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial on 97.3 HD2. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Severe thunderstorms expected tonight and a chance of some large hail across much of the region. So park in the garage if you can. Right now it's about 58 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Sam Campbell, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Jake and Spike have a gentleman's disagreement.
Bum, 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 bum. Welcome back to the show. All right, this is a fun part of the day. We get a lot of feedback on this segment. People like hearing us disagree. Yeah. They like hearing us express ourselves, and then we come back together, and we're all friends by the end.
Hell yeah.
It's good stuff.
Heck yeah. Pardon me.
We could say hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's fine. I think so. It's not an FCC violation. Heck yeah. Allegedly. All right. Our gentleman's disagreement today has to do with something that I loathe. And I understand. I understand why they can be valuable, but I do loathe them, and I would rather they not exist. And that is speed cams. Traffic cameras that take pictures of you to penalize you in the absence of a police officer who can't be there to catch every little traffic infraction. Jason Rantz spoke recently with a guy in Edgewood who had gotten a ticket, and he looked into what was happening in Edgewood. And Edmonds is introducing some new speed cams as well.
We're just getting more. Yeah.
We're getting more.
Thank you, Edmonds.
Good job, Edmonds. I've gotten hit by the Edmonds ones before. Those ones sting. So his name is Michael Stenzel. He's an Edgewood resident, and he was talking about getting a ticket. He was going 22 miles an hour in, I think, a 20 zone, which is
That's a school zone, buddy.
Anyone who drives a car knows it's almost impossible to keep your speed at 20 miles an hour. It is so slow. It feels like you could crawl faster. I know you couldn't. You'd actually be a very fast human being if you could go 20.
That'd be records. Yeah.
But it's very, very slow in a car. I understand why.
It's almost impossible. No, you're right, man.
It's very difficult.
Yep.
So he was talking about it. So he looked into it. He goes, where's my money being used? This money that came out of my pocket. Where's it actually being used? And he found that maybe it wasn't being used as advertised.
It was promised originally that it wasn't even considered to be revenue, that it was going to be for safety programs, and they never really used it for safety programs. They did actually put it back into the general fund, which they claimed they weren't doing.
General fund, let's see here. He says that they have not made a huge difference in safety.
Since 2014 to 2019, there was never an incident, not one incident, in an Edgewood school zone that was reported. And so then I ran a report from 2019. That's when the very first cameras went up, to last year, and there was never an incident. So they've accomplished nothing, and as long as they, other than collect revenue, as long as they don't have that report saying, look, Mike, you need to shut up because this is what we're trying to fix, but they can't. They never had a study, so the only thing they can show is that they collected revenue. They haven't accomplished anything else.
So they've collected, City of Edgewood has collected $500,000.
About annually, yeah.
Annually on these cams. Yeah. What's your feelings on these, Spike? I loathe them.
I feel bad for Mike.
What do you think about these?
I feel bad for Mike. I mean, because
he got swept up in it?
No, clearly Mike doesn't understand the value of this program.
What is the value of this program?
To get people to stop speeding in school zones, to get people to stop speeding in general. The monetary penalty isn't to, to put money. It's to put money in the city's coffers. But it's a deterrent. It's to teach people that if you keep doing this illegal thing, it's going to keep costing you, and eventually you can't afford to drive anymore. And Mike said there hasn't been a single incident in schools. Doesn't that mean it's working? Doesn't that mean people aren't speeding through school zones?
But there wasn't. His point is, it's an interesting question, and his point is that there wasn't previous incidents in these school zones for years leading up to. So it's not as if it's not like they had 20 incidents and they stepped in and said, we got to get cameras in here because we can't monitor these school zones all the time. We got to make sure these kids are safe.
Well,
and then it stopped it. It's like they've continued to not have accidents.
Well, but clearly there were people speeding through those zones. They've collected $500,000 a year. Clearly people were committing this very, very dangerous crime. Otherwise, tickets wouldn't be getting issued, correct?
20 is no ticket, 22 is a ticket. Is that very dangerous?
Yeah. I have
2 miles an hour over?
Well, that's an example. You're right. That's an example that a live cop would let that go. I'm with you.
Yeah, I think they
and
would.
trust me when I tell you, the truly unpleasant Mrs. O'Neill has gotten your mind and our share of tickets through a school zone.
What's your reaction when she gets those? Do you go, see, honey, this is what you got to do?
I'm like,
God
honey,
bless you.
No, I'm like, honey, you got to learn. They're trying to teach you here. And they're trying to teach us here because my money's going away.
How does that go over with your wife?
It doesn't go well. I guess sometimes you got to take the tough lesson. You know what I'm saying? I obviously I don't like to pay fines, but that's on me. It's not the city's fault. I can't keep my foot out of the gas pedal.
Does it bother you that these were sold as a way to keep school zones safe, but the money's not being spent to keep school zones safe? It's going into the general fund. Does that bother you?
I am never crazy about the idea that when we're told something is being allocated from us, collected from us, extracted from my pocket.
Yeah.
And this is what we're going to do, and it never seems to go where the intent and the sale was. I never liked that.
We did the story the other day, and I know that you were outraged about it as well, but the Climate Commitment Act dollars that are being collected in our state, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
0.1% was actually being spent on climate change related things. That's not much.
That's not much. It's not, and
not even like
I
a
get
10th of a percent.
Yeah.
It's not much.
It's hard to blame the city. I'm with you. It does infuriate me when it's a bait and switch. That's a classic bait and switch.
Doesn't it feel like a bait and switch?
We voted for it because we want safer in school zones. But also, here comes all the money to the general fund. And it's hard to knock a city that's billions in the from putting everything they can into a general fund that can go to help alleviate that debt. I understand the thinking behind it. Doesn't make the fact that I was misled on why you went into this.
Yeah.
Be school safety. I'm all for kids not getting run over by schools. It does. It kind of stings a little bit.
Use it for school safety. If you sell people on the idea that it's for school safety, that's my problem with these cameras. I've gotten picked up by them.
We all have. Yeah.
I lived up in the Edmonds area, and I thought I was taking a genius shortcut through an area. I told you about this.
Yeah, you've told me about this, yeah.
And so every day for a week, I'm like, these dum-dums don't understand what a sweet shortcut this was.
How does nobody not know about this?
Yeah, and I'm going like arterial speeds. I'm going 30 or 35, whatever the thing is.
Yeah.
And I'm driving through, and then a couple weeks later, the tickets start rolling in. And I go, oh, no. Yeah. And I realize that there's a traffic cam there that I was unaware of because I was new to town. And so every single day for like 7 days, I got tickets, which is no fun.
It wasn't a school zone, though, right?
It was a school zone.
Was there a yellow flashing light?
Maybe it wasn't a school zone.
Yeah, because
maybe it was a stop.
Because that's the thing about the 20. I know the 22 seems like that's ridiculous. 22 and a 20 gets a ticket. That sucks.
Yeah.
But they got these bright yellow flashing lights. It's only when school is in session.
Yeah, they got
it during the summer.
It's like till 4 o'clock usually.
Yeah.
When there could be kids around.
Right.
I'm not arguing against keeping kids safe.
No, I know you're not, buddy. I know. Come on.
I'm totally for keeping kids safe. I hate being lied to.
Yeah?
I feel like they're trying to pull a fast one over you. When they tell you that the money's going to go to keeping kids safe and then they use it for something else that's not keeping kids safe, I have a problem with that.
What could they be spending? I mean, Mike makes a great point. Mike Stanzel, thanks so much, Mike, for reaching out to Jason and getting this story in front of everybody. What could they do with the money that would make it better for you to a school city? I mean, what do you want them to do around schools to make them safer? You want more speed bumps?
I want them to hire cops. Hire cops.
Yeah, okay.
Give cops jobs. During school day, they're monitoring those roads. They can use their discretion to decide who's going to get a ticket.
I'm all for that.
And if they don't think that a 22-mile-an-hour person deserves a ticket, then you give the guy kind of a whoop whoop, and you give him a light, and you let him go, and he learns his lesson.
You know, there was a story we had earlier about 3 young middle school girls who saved a life.
Sure.
And Laura brought up the fact that nothing is scarier than a gaggle of middle school girls.
Hire a bunch of middle school
Safety
girls.
patrol. Remember Safety Patrol?
Sure.
Orange vests. With the flags in their hands?
Yeah, crossing guards.
Yes.
No, it's a big deal. Laura was a crossing guard.
I sure was. I was also like kindergarten hand holder.
Okay.
You walk when you're in 5th grade.
Across,
You walk the kindergartners out to their bus.
That's adorable.
That's a lot safer than a camera. Just mailing people a bill.
I don't like that the cameras are watching you all the time, racking up tickets.
That
indiscriminately, any person that drives over 20, like this guy, 22, over 20. That just, that to me is, no cop would ever write that ticket.
Nope,
ever.
I'm with you.
And so that to me is where I think it crosses the line. I have no problem with them trying to discourage people from speeding in school zones.
Of course.
My kids are in school
I
zones.
knew that was an easy argument to make. That's low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. All right. Good discussion. Very good discussion.
Let's keep those kids safe.
Let's keep the kids safe. But let's not screw over the citizens either. If you're going to tell them you're spending their tax dollars somewhere,
Amen, brother.
Do what you tell them you're going to do. Don't lie about
Right.
it. They're not idiots. You're idiots. All right. Disney apparently hired a social media guru to step in.
Damage control.
That Snow White movie was recently released after a lot of trial and tribulation. And, man, I'm surprised that not every movie studio does this already. We're going to talk about that a little bit more when we come back. We'll be right back.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest, same as cash 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Drs. Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, what is K2 Vision RLE? How is refractive lens exchange different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Who's a good candidate for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered Thursday, April 3rd at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. So don't miss this free live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, We help. You save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed a musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Are you concerned with AMD? Now protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or NewNordicUSA.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Welcome back to the show. Spike, have you seen Snow White? Is it called Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs? It's not, is it?
It's just, no, we weren't allowed to call them that. It's just called Snow White.
That was the original, though. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Seven Dwarfs was the original, yes. Okay. You bet.
A lot of controvery surrounding that film, a bunch of stuff with little people actors and stuff that's not really, right. There's a lot of moving parts. A lot of stuff didn't go well for this Snow White movie. It has now come out to not a great box office. I think worldwide it made $87 million, which is not great when you spend like $250 million on a movie.
Yeah.
So that's going to be tough for them. They're probably going to lose some money on it. But there's a really interesting piece in Variety talking about what Disney was trying to do to manage a star in Rachel Ziegler, who plays the main character, Snow White.
Is that called titular?
Titular character.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
My big brain.
She kept stepping in it during the course of the publicity part of a film. And if you ever hear from actors, they always say, like, you get paid all the money that you get paid as an actor, not for doing the acting, but for the publicity
schlep
part.
Around to sell this movie.
To sell the movie. That's the thing. That's where the work comes in. That's where you have to do those horrible, and you've gone to these
movie junkets
where you do 50 interviews.
The late night tours. You got to go on The View and push Snow White.
Yeah.
It's relentless.
It's relentless, but that's why they pay you millions and millions and millions of dollars. I think most people would say, hey, I'll take that job. So anyway, Disney, this Variety piece kind of details all the different stuff that Disney tried to do, including hiring a social media guru who had to step in right after Trump was elected. Rachel Ziegler posted, F Donald Trump, may Trump supporters never know peace. And again, this is like a good chunk of the country. The idea that they might also want to see a Disney movie is something that Disney would like. Mm-hmm. And so when you're alienating a huge part of the crowd, so they hire this... Yeah. They hired this social media person to step in and had to okay everything that she put on social media.
A little watchdog for her.
Well,
this
is what movie studios used to do. They used to have contracts with people. They used to have all of these morality clauses.
You bet.
If you were ever caught doing anything...
Someone had to go knock the pills out of Judy Garland's hand every day at 5.
Or put them in.
Sorry, that's a horrible joke. I apologize.
No, but you know what I mean?
You're right. You're right.
Depending on what they wanted that star to do. And I'm not saying
they manage their assets. The talent for a studio is an asset.
Yes.
It's just one more piece of property that Disney owns. And this young actress, who's brilliantly talented, has to understand that she works for a company and she's an employee. And while she may have personal and political views, we're all entitled to our personal and political views, but they come with consequence when you're the face of a multi-billion-dollar organization. When they put, you are Snow White, doll.
Snow White. And then this was poor Disney. I mean, it's tough to feel bad for Disney because you'd never feel bad for rich people, but like especially a giant company that's so successful. This was how she promoted the movie. This is how she promoted the movie that she was starring in. Oh, audio here. Here we go. This is how she promoted it.
I mean, you know, the original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Yeah. Weird.
Woke, weird.
I was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again. Like, I'm being so serious. I watched it once and then I went on the ride in Disney World, which was called Snow White's Scary Adventures. Doesn't sound like something a little kid would like. Was terrified of it. Never revisited Snow White again. So I watched it for the first time in probably 16, 17 years when I was doing this film.
Stalker. Creepy stalker.
I mean, they tried to murder her in the woods.
This
right?
is well,
the huntsman tried to. His job was to take her out and cut her heart out, bring it in the box.
Well, but the prince. She's talking about the prince.
The prince was a stalker. He was a true. That's stalker. Come on, that's a harsh word to throw around. That's a loaded word.
This is a nightmare for Disney.
This poor girl doesn't. She has no media chops. That's the thing. You got to understand your role. We talk about it, jokingly, but. You're a performer. You're an employee. You got to understand your role.
You have to advertise.
Yeah, and you can have these opinions about the antiquated social structures of the original story.
It's a beloved story. That's the thing.
It is.
The only reason they're remaking is because people loved it so much. Yeah. So the idea that you're coming out, you're just like, oh, it's so horrible. It's a stalker.
Keep it to yourself.
Gives me the ick.
Yeah, you want to ever work for Disney again? You got to learn how to.
Oh, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way. She's not working for Disney again.
Oh, I don't know. They own everything.
They do own everything.
She makes a slasher film. She's working for Disney.
No, you're right. You're right. There will be some side project that she's in.
The girl's turning letters on Wheel of Fortune someday. She's probably working for Disney.
Well, that's an ABC who owns Disney.
Right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
She called Vanna White in the Seven Dwarfs. She know how to act.
That I would pay to see. That I would see.
After losing her gig, decades-old gig on a game show, Vanna's forced to find different accommodations with 7 little guys who know how to have fun.
Desperate to be young again.
Try the apple. I'd like to solve the puzzle.
All right, we got a lot more coming up. Stick around. Cow farts in space? What? How is California going to track this?
I swear.
This
my
is an
side
interesting idea.
has lost their mind.
This is a good way to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. We'll tell you about it next. Stick around.
Choke points on Seattle's morning news.
Stanwood has indeed installed 14 new cameras. They are on the main roads in and out of the city, but they are not speed cameras or red light cameras. They are part of what's called the flock safety system. And this flock system reads every license plate of every car that passes under them. Stanwood installed the cameras to make up for having a small department. It's a way to use technology to make the community safer.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, presented by Carter Subaru.
Hey, Spike O'Neill for Sharp Vision, Modern, LASIK, and Lens. About 2 months ago, I finally given up to the fact that I wasn't as young as I used to be, and my eyeballs were not as young as they used to be. It didn't work as well as supposed to be. I always had perfect vision in my life, but I noticed deterioration, so I went to the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern, LASIK, and Lens, had a full eye exam. They do amazing work, and it was determined that by their very excellent staff, I had the beginnings of cataract, and I was a perfect candidate for refractive lens exchange, RLE surgery. Now, the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern, LASIK, and Lens have done over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. So I was in great hands. My care team from start to finish put me at ease, answered all my questions. The procedure was easy. I was in and out in less than an hour. And within a couple of weeks, my recovery was complete. I've got 20/10 vision. Colors are brighter, more focused. I'll never need readers again, and I will never develop a cataract. They are the future of vision over 45. Give the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern, LASIK, and Lens a call. 425-451-2020. That's 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharp with an E-vision.com. Official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
There are 5 things money can do for you: growth, liquidity, cash flow, protection, and tax advantages. Don't miss an opportunity because your current retirement plan only focuses on 2 or 3 of them. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
We were the Humane Society of the United States. 70 years of fighting for animals. Today, we are called Humane World for Animals, a name that reflects our unstoppable commitment to end animal cruelty globally. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83, or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope. Included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
$83, or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
83, or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
83, or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continues to defend the use of a chat app to discuss airstrikes in Yemen with other Trump officials.
There's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio was also on the chat.
There was no war plans on there. This was a sort of description of what we could inform our counterparts around the world when the time came to do so.
CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
This is about 30 minutes before launch. This would give an adversary enough time to prepare for the arrival of U.S. service members, pilots, fighter aircraft. It would give them time to prepare. Now, whether or not the Houthis had the capability, in some cases they do. They've certainly shot down high-flying drones. It would have given them an opportunity to prepare.
The Atlantic released screenshots of the chat. Editor-in-Chief Jeffrey Goldberg was inadvertently invited to the chat by President Trump's national security advisor.
Even as a reporter who wants to know everything, I recognize that there are some things for operational reasons should not be discussed lightly. But what you have here is the Secretary of Defense discussing in a signal chat, doesn't even know that the editor of the Atlantic is in the signal chat, and is giving out precise timings.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill expressed more concerns. Congressman Jim Himes.
A lot of this suggests sort of a lack of sobriety. When there's punch emojis and fire emojis, it's a lack of sobriety. I don't mean that literally.
Some are calling for an inspector general investigation into the use of the app. A federal appeals court says it will not lift an order barring the Trump administration from deporting Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador. The Supreme Court has upheld Biden administration regulations on so-called ghost guns, which are so hard to trace. CBS's Jan Crawford.
If it looks like a gun, it fires like a gun, it acts like a gun,
They're going to treat it like a gun, and you've got to get those serial numbers on it to sell it and background checks as well.
Christopher Cruz reports on efforts to cancel funding for NPR and PBS.
At a House hearing, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene accused the radio and television networks of bias against conservatives.
NPR and PBS have increasingly become radical, left-wing echo chambers.
Democratic Congressman Stephen Lynch mocked Greene.
To hold a hearing to go after the likes of Elmo and Cookie Monster and Arthur the Aardvark, all for the unforgivable sin of teaching the alphabet.
On Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrials finished the day 132 points lower. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Thunderstorms, hail, and maybe even a funnel cloud possible today. That's one of the stories coming up. But first, let's check on the roads from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Linwood to Seattle, that'll run you about 35 minutes, and both directions there, you're looking pretty good. Seattle or Bellevue up to Everett only run you about half an hour. Tacoma to Olympia, 37 minutes there. Bellevue down to Renton, 25 minutes, and Renton to Puyallup, you're inching closer toward an hour there, but your lake bridges are looking clear. This traffic report is brought to you by Kia of Everett. At Kia of Everett, they make the process of buying a new Kia as exciting as it is driving it home. The best drive you'll ever make is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Sam Campbell. Clallam County authorities have arrested a man and a woman who they say swindled a 71-year-old swimwoman out of $125,000. Chief Deputy Amy Bundy says the man claimed he was with the Federal Trade Commission,
advising her that she was a suspect in an Amazon fraud and that in order to make it right, quote unquote, she needed to pay this money back.
She gave them money 3 times before calling police. Now the suspects face charges of theft and extortion. Republican lawmakers are denouncing a conservative protest that took place in front of a liberal state representative's home. KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich has the details.
Matthew Adams posted on YouTube the Saturday protest in front of Representative Tara Simmons' Bremerton home.
We're not out on the corner. We're not up at Albertsons. We're not up at Fred Meyer. We're bringing it right here, right to her doorstep.
Now Republican leaders in the House and Senate, like Representative Drew Stokesbury, say they don't want any of their allies to protest, peaceful or otherwise, in front of any lawmaker's house, even if the First Amendment allows it.
But by protesting at her house, you lose the very good message, which is that Tara Simmons wants to let criminals out of jail early. Instead, how the protest was conducted was the story.
About 14 people held signs. No arrests were made. Matt Markovich, KIRO News Radio.
We are tracking a band of storms expected to bring lightning, rain, and even some heavy hail to the region this evening. If it follows through, KIRO News Radio meteorologist Ted Beener says the last time we got a system like this was in May 2017.
I haven't seen a weather pattern like this now in 8 years.
And he tells us, yes, a tornado is possible.
This particular weather pattern does have what is called a twist. So when you go vertically from the ground on up, it will have a spin. So it has the possibility. It's pretty remote, but nevertheless, you can't rule out the possibility of a tornado or even a water spout.
School districts across the region are taking steps right now. The Seattle Public Schools just canceled all evening events, district buildings closing at 5. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Things are supposed to pick up here in about 2 to 3 hours starting in Chehalis. You can find the latest on power outages and school closures on mynorthwest.com. It's about 58 degrees and sunny here in Seattle. I'm Sam Campbell, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. It's the all-new Jake and Spike Show on KIRO News Radio.
Welcome back to the show. I'm excited. Next segment, we're going to be talking with a guy. He's the King County assessor. He's running for Dow Constantine's seat as King County executive. And he did not parse words when he gave his opinion on Dow being basically handed the job over there at Sound Transit, as CEO of Sound Transit. He says it's a bad idea. He doesn't like it. He explains why. He says Dow's a friend, but he explains why he thinks it's really bad optics. So we're going to talk with him at 2:30. Stick around for that. That's going to be good. Right now, Spike, should we talk a little bit about this gas tax possibility? How does this sound to you? Do you like this idea? You love this idea.
I love this idea. You know me, buddy. I want to give me taxes.
You're
give me more. I've never
kidding.
been a tax I didn't
You
like.
don't love this idea.
This is a no way out situation for the state of Washington.
Yeah.
Give them the details.
All right, here's the details. There's a $1 billion shortfall in Washington transportation budget, blah, blah, blah. It's all boring speak. Basically, they have two ways out. They can cut back on projects that desperately need to be done, or they can tax you more, or they can do both, which is what I think they're going to end up doing. They're going to try to cut back what they can, and they're going to try to take more of your money. So here's some of the details on it. One of the first things that they can do, this was from King 5. We have all these details. And I think we have a story on this up at My Northwest. You should check that out too. The first thing they're going to do, and this is good, I'm happy they're going to do this, they're going to cut $941 million from the capital project budget and $156 million from state agency operating costs. I don't care how they do it. Cutting things I'm happy with from government.
Well, that means people losing jobs and projects aren't going to be taken on.
Totally fine with that.
You got to.
Do it all day.
That's what tightening your belt looks like.
That's what tightening your belt. All of us have to do that. Every business has to do that. Boeing does it. Starbucks does it. Amazon does it. The government needs to do it as well. Let's see. Construction delays is what they're saying. It would mean construction delays, infrastructure projects that wouldn't get done, including hybrid electric ferries, which I'm totally fine with them not getting those, according to State Transportation Committee Chair Marco Elias.
Marco Elias, yeah.
Elias. All right. The second thing that they're going to do to generate billions of extra dollars over 6 years is they want to raise the gas tax by 6 cents. They want to also raise car registration by $50 for electric cars, $25 for hybrid cars, and then continue to increase this 2% annually until 2031. So
did you notice in there, by the way, that they're talking about an increase in registration fees on electric and hybrid?
Yep.
But not on gas burning, because they're getting that from you at the pump.
Yeah.
And
they're getting way more than $50.
Yeah.
Way more.
Way more. Yeah.
The thing I don't like about this article, and I found this, I'm not going to say it's disingenuous, but it feels disingenuous to me. They say Washington's, last time Washington increased its gas tax was in 2016, a 4.9% hike. A 4.9% hike in 2016. What has happened in between 2016 and now?
You picked up on that, didn't you?
King 5. I don't know.
I'm thinking 9 years. That's been
amazing.
a long time since this. Okay,
we should definitely do this.
6 cents is nothing after 9 years.
But King 5, there's something about King 5. I don't know why they would choose to omit this. It could. I don't know. I don't know what King 5's politics are. I don't know why they want to sell this in such a way that they're selling the tax like it's a long time coming and just we should eat this.
It's accurate. It's accurate. They haven't raised the gas tax since 2010. It's accurate.
What would you call the Climate Commitment Act?
I'd call it a gas tax.
Why doesn't King 5 call the gas tax?
Yeah, because they're being
pay an extra 40 cents a gallon since that thing went into effect.
I know.
And they don't even talk about it.
I know. But that's the thing. You can call it what you want. You can play word salad and semantics all you want. But when you've raised the cost of my gasoline 40-some cents a gallon because of the climate control issues, that's an additional cost to travelers.
That's
to gas
a massive
buyers.
tax.
Yes.
It's a massive tax.
Yes. A pig in any other form smells like a pig.
Still a pig. You can put lipstick on it, but it's still a pig.
That's what I was looking for.
So Washington, listen how much we already pay tax. This is going to make your blood boil, and it makes my blood boil. And it's not like this is only Democrats doing this. This is Democrats, and who is this? This is Senator Curtis King, Republican Yakima, who says we either made cuts to meet that, or we either made cuts to find that $1 billion, or we looked at what we could do to find new revenue. And I believe he supports this gas tax because he says we chose the latter, which is to find new revenue.
They had bipartisan support on passing this tax. That shocked me.
Dumb.
But doesn't that, in a sense, when you've got support from both sides of the aisle, ideological differences, that this was the only way forward?
No.
You're cutting and you're raising revenue.
No. That doesn't mean this is the only way forward. It's dumb.
Okay. Well, what would you have else would you have cut?
I would just cut
more and not raise the 6 cents?
I'd cut more. I would apologize to people for raising taxes on them all the time. It happens all the time. Listen to the breakdown of how much extra you're paying. This is on top of what you're paying for gas normally. This is how much money every time you buy a gallon of gas. Do you drive electric cars?
No.
You drive gas guzzling cars just like I do.
The environment.
I know you do.
I
Spike.
take my car out of tune as much often as I
can. Sometimes I just buy gas at the pump and just spray it all over because I just hate the environment. So no, that's not true. Here's how much you're already paying for gas. Washington State's gas tax is currently 49.4 cents per gallon. So every time you buy gas, like let's say you have a 20-gallon tank.
I do got a 20-gallon tank.
You're already paying $10 per fill-up for that 20-gallon tank. Am I doing that math correctly?
That's perfect. 20 gallons, 50 cents a pop, boom.
Okay.
$49.9.
Add this up for me. 49 cents per gallon. You got let's say you got a 17-gallon tank or whatever. The math is too hard on that. Let's call it
20. I can work with
Let's call it 20.
Thank you.
All right.
Am I making this harder for me? I'm the one
50
doing
cents
math.
a gallon right now. Additionally, you have a federal tax, which is 18.4 cents a gallon. So let's round that up to 20.
Yeah.
So let's say that now you're at 70 cents per gallon.
That's 360. Rhythm 10. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Now you want to add on top of that an additional 9 cents. And on top of that, you already have the CCA gas increase, which is another 40 cents. You're up over $1. What is that? What does all those numbers add up to?
Total on the 20-gallon gas tanks, I'm paying $23 and
in taxes
on my 20-gallon tank.
taxes.
$23.40
On your gas every single time you fill up your tank.
That's a mess.
That is a massive tax every single time you fill up.
Just for the gov.
He's
not getting himself.
No, he's not taking. I mean, I hope he's not.
He's one smiling about it though.
I just don't understand why this is the only thing that they can ever come up with. It's just let's take more of your money. They're just taking all the money. And I know this is a stupid complaint because I understand. If you look back 50 years, we pay more in taxes now. That's the way of it.
Sure.
It seems to be the way.
Yeah.
But it bugs me. Am I wrong to be so annoyed by this?
No, because we are one of the most heavily taxed states in the nation. We're the third highest cost of living in the state because of the number of taxes. I've heard the commercials.
How does Oregon do it? How does Oregon do it? Can we say, here's what.
Most of Oregon.
Great idea.
Okay.
Great idea, Spike. How about, and I'm willing to tax dollars for this, because it's eventually money back into our pocket. Why don't we invest in sending some sort of a fact-finding mission from our state? Let's take some of our brightest politicians and let's send them to Idaho and let's send them to Oregon and let's find out what genius thing that these people figure out how to do so they can still run their states and they're not being taxed through the roof every time you want to fill up your gas tank. What are they doing? Because Oregon would not be considered a state that doesn't care about the environment. I could understand from Washington's perspective, from their crazy perspective, I can understand how they would say, well, east of the mountains, they have different values than we do, and we don't want to do what they do. But Washington often follows what Oregon does. So how is Oregon able to do it so successfully and we are not able to do it here?
If I had to guess, top of my head, it's that we have a higher income revenue stream than Oregon does or Idaho does. Our livelihoods are better.
Okay.
So the state feels like we can afford to pay a little more in taxes than Oregon can or Idaho can. Plus the fact that a large portion of Oregon, I would venture to guess that Portland, maybe Eugene, are the only eco-friendly strongholds, liberal strongholds of Oregon.
Yeah.
Whereas we have the entire corridor from Tacoma north.
Unfortunately, yes.
We got a lot of blue-minded, air suckers.
I don't know if I'd say it about Tacoma. That feels like a slight. But I would definitely say it about King County.
I don't want to besmirch my fine friends.
Don't besmirch our friends in Pierce County.
Yeah, that's fair.
Don't you dare say it about Snohomish County.
But the massive amount of revenue that is generated from Western Washington, has a lot of liberal-minded people who don't mind investing in whether it be energy policies or social policies. So
here's my question about that, though, because you raise an interesting point. Your response, which is correct, raises an interesting point. We have all this money that we spend. We're very, very taxed. We're the most taxed.
Yeah.
We're one of the highest taxed in the nation.
Yeah.
So why don't we have money for anything? They're saying we literally have no money to do any of the projects that we want to do. We're one of the heaviest taxed.
I think I can tell you.
Why?
Because the disparity in wealth has not been reflected by the contributions of the taxpaying base.
No, but we already are paying a ton of taxes. We pay one of the highest gas taxes in the nation.
Which regressively affects the lower income the lesser income portion of our state more than the multiple millionaire owners.
You could add up every single millionaire and billionaire in Washington State, and you could tax them to high heaven, and it wouldn't fix the problem.
It actually would fix the problem.
No, it wouldn't. Number one, because it's not moral. You can't do that. You can't just steal people's livelihoods. And number two,
it's not stealing; it's taxing. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. That was funny even to me.
Agree to disagree on that one. No, but the problem is they have a spending problem. They haven't gotten that under control.
Agreed.
And until they get the spending problem under control, why do I have to give them more of my money to solve that problem? You have kids, you understand. Like, if your kids are not budgeting correctly and they keep coming to you and asking for more money, what do? Do you just like shower them with more money? Or do you say, hey, you know what? Why don't we figure out some of the stuff we cut back on first before I just give you more and more and more?
Well, when you're looking at a $12 billion deficit and your solution is $1.8 billion in cuts, and I'm making your point. Yeah. $1.8 billion in cuts, $10.2 million in generating revenues, billions. Yeah, that's a little disparaging.
It's throwing good money after bad.
Yeah,
they're bad at this. They're bad at spending money. So why give them more of our money? Let's starve them out. That's what I want. Let's starve them out.
Well, here's the problem, though. When you starve them out, the people that suffer are you and me, right? The services that they cut.
We're already suffering. They're already telling me that our roads are unsafe. Yeah. They're already telling me that we don't have money to do any of this stuff. And now on top of that, they're telling me, and I want more of your money.
Well, they're not fixing potholes, but they are fixing bridges. I mean, they're doing the stuff that really puts public safety in jeopardy.
I really do think the fact-finding thing is the key. I do think we need to send people.
Should we send them down there undercover so they can get the real story?
Yeah.
Put them in tie-dye?
Yes.
Right?
I think that's a great idea.
Right?
Like, dress them up like people from Oregon.
Maybe come down as a Grateful Dead cover band.
Get some Birkenstocks.
Right?
Send them down.
Yeah.
They can just look like they're interested.
That's right.
We just want to see how you guys are doing it.
Well, you guys always seem to have enough money.
Well, it's like Kramer going into watching people shower. Like, how are you doing this? I just can't figure it out. That is the same thing that our state needs to do.
I think you're on to something.
I think we need to send our public officials down to Oregon.
It's a common sense solution.
And watch them shower.
I think you're going to see that in Oregon with the dead government.
Probably not. All right. Speaking of smart people, did you see the story out of California?
I did.
California is going to be tracking cow flatulence and burping. Methane. Cows release methane.
Yeah.
And they want to see where that methane's going. Apparently, it's floating up into the atmosphere and it's escaping into the vacuum of space. And so they're going to send a satellite up there to...
A giant nose.
A giant nose.
Solar powered. Will float above the earth.
This feels like a Spaceballs thing.
Really
it's like a giant vacuum.
Yeah,
like,
right.
They're going to send a satellite up. Gavin Newsom talked about it.
Solar-powered in vans, vacuums will suck up the methane.
I don't even understand. Do you even understand this? Like, how does this work?
Sure,
Explain this to me. A satellite, a cow fart satellite?
They're having, they've got high-tech sensors that are being put on satellites to float above the atmosphere above California.
Yeah.
And they're going to pick up methane escaping the planet and measure how strong it is.
Is this like a he who smelt it dealt it situation? Like, are they going to follow your nose and then tax them? Like, what are they going to do?
Well, that's exactly what it is. It's about how much can we charge farmers. That's what this is about.
Crazy.
Right? They say, look, we know that agricultural businesses contribute to, and we had this conversation about a month or so ago.
Yep.
When they talked about monitoring the level of methane produced by agriculture.
Well, in our state, they want
California realizes that. Look, we're taxing the coal industries, we're taxing the factories for their contribution to greenhouse gases and global warming. Let's take a look at agri, which is a huge part of the business communities in California as well as Washington. Mm-hmm. Let's hold these guys accountable. They've been getting kind of a free pass.
Well, they're not getting a free pass. It's a vital public thing that they're doing.
No,
providing food and agriculture for everybody to eat.
I'm saying, and
those bastards,
those heartless bastards making food. How
what
dare
are they doing? Those farmers.
No, but
those farmers living high on the hog.
Well, if their industry contributes to the greenhouse gas effects, then their industry probably should take a hand in helping to compensate and mitigate the impacts of those.
The greenhouse gas effects as determined by a super far left board living in Santa Monica, penalizing farmers out in Ojai.
That may be the case. That may be the case that you don't have a level, an even-handed monitoring system.
Let's hear Gavin Newsom describe it. Let's hear about these cow fart satellites.
Hold on,
Trump's EPA is taking aim at the endangerment finding. It's the basis for all federal action to curb planet warming emissions, including methane, a planet warming gas 80 times.
Why does this guy sound like he's literally smoking as he's talking?
More potent than carbon dioxide. We just launched a new satellite project to detect and track methane in real time. One satellite is already in the sky, ready to provide us data we need to take action on those leaks. The future, well, it happens here first. Increasingly, our planet depends upon it.
Our planet depends upon it. Did you see how much they're going to spend on this program? You want to take a guess?
I'm going to guess it's probably in the neighborhood of $3 to $4 billion.
Oh no! Well, it's way less than that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, but it's shaped like a giant nose.
$100 million.
Okay, well, that's not bad. That's not bad.
They're going to send one satellite for $100 million.
Okay.
Eventually, they want to send 7 more. Eventually, to sniff around up there and figure out where to get more people's money. It's interesting. Is it going to be worth the amount of money they're going to spend on it? I guess they're going to justify anything is worth it for the environment, which is always the argument.
Yeah. I'm a believer in that, so I'm for that. I'm for investing.
I can't believe
our
that's
kids'
true.
future.
No, I don't believe that you believe any amount is.
By the
good
way,
to
I
invest.
did some quick research. He sounds like that because he's been breathing California air.
Oh, he has.
His entire
He's
life.
been sniffing cows
Yeah,
for too
and
long.
it really has a bad effect on his voice.
Yeah, you're right. He's been spending a lot of time in fire zones lately, so that he's just like, yeah, his voice is crazy. $100 million, cow sniffer. I don't know what you guys think about it. Let us know. 888-973-5476. Really fast before we get to the break here, because we have a good guest coming up next, which we're excited about, but really fast. Did you see this guy in London who was laid to rest in a coffin designed to resemble a massive Snickers bar? He's apparently a huge fan of Snickers.
I saw this picture. What a sweet story.
What a
nutty nougaty story.
What a delicious story.
Yeah.
It's exactly as it sounds. It looks like a giant Snickers bar, and
it's a really great piece of artwork.
Yeah, it looks great.
I mean, it's the wrapper for 2/3 of the coffin, and the bottom third is the chocolate itself. It's not the wrapper. Yeah,
he's the nougaty center.
Yeah, where his feet are. It's like the wrapper's been peeled back.
Here's a question for you, and we'll say it at the same time. I'm interested in what candy bar would you be buried in? Well, on the count of 3.
Okay.
I know what my answer is.
Okay.
Do you know what your answer is?
Sure, I do.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Almond
Payday.
Joy. I love paydays. And I thought about this when I saw the story. I thought about I would want a Twix bar.
A Twix?
Yeah, so my wife and I would go together because neither one of us.
Oh, that's sweet.
Neither one of us want to be here without the other.
Good
yeah,
Lord, that's really, really
right?
sweet. Yeah,
Thanks.
no, that's like as sweet as
yeah,
it gets.
it's a lot of love in my house.
You should sell that to the idea. See what your wife says about it.
For the couples.
Yeah, a Twix bar for the couples.
Or Kit Kat, we can snap you in half before we put you to the ground. It'd be great.
It's just like the sweetest thing I've ever heard. All right, we got King County Assessor John Wilson, who's coming on with us next. He thinks this Dow Constantine, Sound Transit CEO proclamation, naming or whatever this thing is a bad idea. And he's going to tell us why next. We'll be right back.
This hour is brought to you by Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for Seattle's morning news with Charlie Harger.
Boeing appears to be trying to withdraw its guilty plea agreement with the Department of Justice surrounding those 2 deadly crashes.
Yeah, and Charlie, we're already hearing strong reaction from victims' families over this. Attorney Mark Lindquist.
There will be outrage from the victim families and their lawyers if Boeing even attempts to withdraw their guilty plea.
Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger.
Weekday mornings 6 to 9.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 for kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Plumbing emergency? Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
During Lent, treat yourself to a teriyaki salmon meal at Ivar's Seafood Bar. Ivar's starts with a grilled wild Alaskan salmon fillet, bastes it with a teriyaki glaze, and serves it with coconut pineapple rice and sesame ginger coleslaw. A meal for $15.99. And if you're in a sandwich mood, don't forget Ivar's Fish Sandwich, named the best fish sandwich in America by Eat This, Not That. Ivar's Fish Sandwich features wild Alaska true cod, coated in classic panko, and topped with lettuce, tomato, and Ivar's favorite tartar sauce on a fresh King's Hawaiian bun. Stop at Ivar's and get the country's #1 best fish sandwich for only $13.99. Available in all Ivar's seafood bars from Marysville to Tacoma and throughout Seattle, but not in Ivar's fish bars nor the Salmon House, Pier 54, or Mukilteo Landing. For more information, go to ivers.com. That's ivers.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go: shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms: irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Catch 9-time Grammy winner Christian McBride with Ursa Major, March 27th through 30th, live at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, with rising stars Nicole Glover, Michael King, Eli Pearlman, and Savannah Harris. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Sam Campbell. King County Executive Dow Constantine just wrapped up the State of the County address. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch was there and joins us live. James. Okay, and it appears we do not have James. We will get back with him later. For now, we are tracking a band of thunderstorms with the potential for hail and a small chance of a tornado. KIRO News Radio's meteorologist Ted Beener has more.
Centralia, Olympia, Shelton, that's going to be in that 4, 5, 6 o'clock time frame up here in the Seattle area. In the latter part of the commute hours, that 5, 6, 7 o'clock time frame, and continuing to move north along the I-5 corridor up into Snohomish County and beyond by the time we get into 7, 8, 9 o'clock. Should be tapering off as we get closer towards midnight.
And we are hearing from listeners preparing for the extreme weather. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey hit the streets.
For a lot of people like Thomas, he's most concerned about protecting his car from possible tennis ball-sized hail.
Best I can do is
parking inside, avoid the hail and everything else.
Others tell me they canceled their outdoor plans and they'll watch from inside the house.
Be safe and just, prepare.
Yeah, I'll stay home.
And for the unhoused, the Salvation Army is deploying their severe weather shelter tonight. Operation Sack Lunch will provide food. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
School districts across the region preparing. Seattle Public Schools says it's canceling all evening events, including sports. The school buildings are closing at 5 tonight. Other districts are taking similar steps. We have the full list for you at mynorthwest.com. With that, let's check traffic from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. These times are climbing across the board, so if you're trying to get home before that storm while you are joining your fellow colleagues across the region. Linwood to Seattle, 43 minutes. It is getting heavy getting into Seattle. That's starting around Northgate. Seattle down to Federal Way, almost an hour on I-5 South. Tacoma to Olympia, 40 minutes, and Renton to Puyallup, that'll run you just 5 minutes shy of an hour there. If you're going to Everett from Seattle or Bellevue, that was just 30 minutes about 15 minutes ago. Now it's 47. Your lake bridges look clear. This traffic report is brought to you by us here in the newsroom at KIRO News Radio. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. We are expecting to see the first thunderstorm reports here in about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, starting in Chehalis. We'll be monitoring that. For now, it is 61 degrees in Seattle and mostly sunny. I'm Sam Campbell, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Welcome back to the show. We have been talking now for a few days about this Sound Transit new CEO who's going to get hired. For a long time, there was some speculation about who that might be. A bunch of people applied for the job. I think there was something around, what was the spike, like 60 people applied for the job?
I believe that's correct. 60 applicants, 5 finalists.
5 finalists.
Yep.
Bunch of applicants, apparently, according to one of the stories I read, had experience running a major city's transit system.
Yeah.
And so we were waiting to figure out, and they didn't tell us for a long time. They said, hey, we've zeroed in on a candidate. Candidate C is who we've zeroed in on. We're now negotiating a contract. We'll let you know when we finish negotiating the contract who that person is. And then we'll obviously have the public response available on Thursday when they vote on it. And, miracle of all miracles, they somehow hit it in candidate C. But that does mean Dow Constantine, who has been selected for the job. And a lot of people said, hey, is there a conflict of interest here? Is he the right man for the job? One of the critics of this guy, and I find this really interesting, and I'm happy to welcome him on the show, is King County Assessor John Wilson. John, welcome to the show.
Hi, guys.
So, John, welcome to the show. And can you, I was interested, I was reading this piece in Como News, and I think they had a statement of yours where you were discussing and basically expressing why you think the nomination of Dow Constantine is not necessarily a great idea. Can you give us a little bit of that and what your thoughts on him are?
Sure. It's disappointing. I mean, this is just a glaring example of insiders taking care of insiders. The Dallas County executive appointed the majority of the Sound Transit Board, and now the majority of the Sound Transit Board is going to give him the plum job of being CEO. And we know, as you mentioned in your intro, there were other people that were actually experienced in running large metropolitan transit districts that they passed over to pick Dow. Yeah, it just smacks of, let's just keep it all amongst us kids in the clubhouse and not open it up to somebody else who might bring in a critical eye and ask, why is Sound Transit always millions of dollars over budget, years behind schedule, and the cost estimates they've got to complete ST3 are just ballooning faster than a hot air balloon at a helium festival.
and I want to correct you on something you just said. Not just millions, but like billions. We had a story the other day about the West Seattle extension.
Yeah.
$3 billion over budget, and they haven't even put down an inch of track yet. So there's major problems inside Sound Transit that they need to deal with. And just like you said, is Dow the guy to fix those problems? And what I found interesting about your criticism is you're not coming at this from the standpoint of not liking Dow. You guys are friendly, is that right?
Yeah. I mean, we've worked together. We've known each other a long time. We've got a good relationship. But
have you talked to him since the article came out, John? Jessica, I'm just kidding.
You know, and I'm looking for my Easter card right now,
Yeah.
and I haven't seen it yet.
You might be waiting.
Can I ask you something, John? You said it was a plum gig. Is it? This is going to be a thankless job where no one's happy with how things turn.
He's paid a ton of money.
Well, no, there's a lot there's a lot of jobs in the private sector I think Dow Constantine would qualify for and could get with his name recognition that may pay him an equal salary. This is a job, maybe they don't like Dow, and this is a job that's going to end his professional career, and they know it.
I don't think that's probably it. But look, I don't disagree with you. I think it is a thankless job. But I also think it's going to take a different leadership style than what Dow has exhibited as county executive. And you're going to need somebody that's a change agent and not a keeper of the status quo. And while, Dow deserves a lot of credit for how he ran the county while he was executive, the problem is we've got lots of problems that are really going to require somebody to come in. And like you mentioned, the West Seattle leg is ballooned by billions, almost double of what it was. And then when you add to that a lot of that is all predicated on the notion that there's going to be some, money coming from Washington, D.C. Man, I've been listening to you guys and listening to the news. You think you'd want to bet on money coming from this federal government to help this region? Ain't going to happen.
That's fair.
You know what? And just to go back to what you guys said a second ago, this is not a thankless job. He wants the job because it's a sweet job.
I was kind of being facetious.
If he ends up getting paid what the higher end of the pay scale is, he'll be making $55,000 a month. That's good money.
That's good money.
That's real good money. So it's that's a big thank you. And right now he's making $293. Even at the very low end, he's getting more than a 50% pay raise for a job that a lot of people are questioning if he's even qualified to do.
Well, John, let me ask you this, because when this story first broke that he was candidate C, I'm trying to find, a good justification for giving him the job. Is there any benefit to him being so familiar with the region, being so familiar with the other members of the board?
Well, the problem is that, maybe, but is it worth what you really, agencies change over time, and frankly, Sound Transit is going through an evolution where it is starting to move from building, although certainly to a complete ST3, it's a multi-billion-dollar project, but they're also having to improve operations. How many times have you tried to take the escalator down to the Sound Transit station and found it doesn't work? The elevators don't work. They had a bad concrete. I mean, I don't know that familiarity has brought us first-rate management of a huge capital project as it is.
That's a good point.
Does he know people? Yeah, right. If he knew enough people, why wasn't he governor now?
Well, that's a good question, and that's also the problem. He knows people, which is why would he even be considered for this job if he had not put 10 of the 18 people on the board? Do you think, John?
No.
I don't either. Do you think so, Spike?
No, I can't imagine, because he doesn't have experience in running a transit organization.
And and like you said, he's already been connected with these people. He has the familiarity. He's already been part of that board for years, and they find themselves in a very bad position right now. So he's not the guy to fix it.
Hey, John, let me ask you this. He's getting the gig. They're going to vote him in tomorrow. It seems like a foregone conclusion that he's going to get voted in by the board. And I know you yourself are seeking the King County Executive Office. Am I right about that, right?
Yep.
So let's say things all go according to plan, and you are the King County Executive and Dow Constantine running Sound Transit. How are you going to get that board to serve King County to the best of their abilities? How are you going to get what you need out of the board?
Well, let's remember that the next county executive will also, at least under the present way it's structured, appoint the majority of the members of the board. That will come to me to appoint, and I'll appoint a different kind of person to the board. Like one of the things they desperately need on the board that they haven't had, they have transportation expertise in that they have the WashDOT director, but the WashDOT director largely stands back and says, yeah, whatever. What you really need is somebody experienced with running or knowing a large metropolitan transit system who could figure out what works and what doesn't. Now, he's long since retired, but there's an ideal candidate right here in the region, Chuck Collins, who used to run Metro, was hired for a while or considered to run BART in the Bay Area. Chuck's a friend of mine. Chuck knows transit like the back of my proverbial hand. But that's the kind of mindset you need. is somebody that's got the kind of intellectual rigor and integrity to say, hang on a second, guys. Yes, we need transportation. We need lots of it. But are we on the right path? And what do we need to do to right-size this project and right-size this agency?
And Bart,
and right now, it's a mess.
Bart has, I've ridden Bart for years. I have a lot of family down that area. That's a system that works. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to have somebody come from a system that works.
Yeah.
And last, I know we're running out of time here real fast, Mr. Wilson, but what do you think of the two board members, Balducci and Zahaley, who are both running to replace Constantine as King County executive, and they are also, in their capacity as board members, appointing him as the new CEO? Does that feel like there's any quid pro quo there?
Sure. I mean, do you think he appointed two people that he knew were going to oppose him? Come on, really? No, I mean, absolutely. And you've got Council Member Balducci in particular, budget busting Balducci, that, hasn't met a Sound Transit dollar she didn't want to spend twice. And, the fact is that you need people that are actually going to ask some tough questions. I've got a record already doing that as assessor, and I've done it in my professional career as an investigative and senior reporter in both broadcast and in print.
Well, that's King County Assessor John Wilson. He is running for Dow Constantine's King County executive seat. Thank you so much for coming on and making the time. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks much, guys. Take care.
All right, and we will update you all later as we know more about the contract
involved.
details.
Yeah.
The money
By the way, I love John Wilson's work. I get that little tax assessment card in the mail every year. It's like
Sure.
Easter at my house. It's
Isn't that
wonderful.
nice?
It's so nice. All those big numbers.
Isn't that
It's
nice?
so nice of him to keep remembering to charge me more.
Never met a dollar shouldn't want to spend twice.
Great.
That's pretty funny. All right, we got a lot more coming up. Your text messages. I can't believe we're already at the end of the show. I'm going to miss you guys so much. But let's read the text next. We'll be right back.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
Here's where the coyotes work. I learned this from my neighbor. They come down, one comes and plays with the dog, starts to run, wants the other dogs to chase him, and that's where his friends are waiting. They eat him. So my dogs were out there, and they're playing along with the coyote.
Did your dog make it?
Yeah, I bought a Walther PPK, James Bond gun, fired shots at it. How James Bond hits anything, I have no idea.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic is your best plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. Dr. Mixon, let me ask you a question. How long have some of your patients been working with you?
We've got patients now that have been with us for over 20 years that are in their 90s who came to us in their 60s. The grandparents now in their 90s are living independently. They're not on walkers. They're not on canes. They're not headed for nursing homes.
I meet people and they ask about, wow, you're in great shape. You have 12% body fat and stuff. What's the secret? I said, it's not a secret. Longevity Medical Clinic has been there for 25 years. There is no secret to the fact that if you make those small changes, you avoid the big, bad, horrible stuff that most of us just think, well, this is what's supposed to happen to me.
And if you're heading downhill and you don't change your direction, you're going to continue going downhill. And what we do at Longevity is we redirect you and we take you back up the hill.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. And for a limited time, qualified patients can get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication. Again, that's 206-529-1111. Terms and conditions apply. Must medically qualify.
Hey, I want to tell you a sellwithwes.com success story. Wes Jones knows how important your home sale can be for your future plans. So when he got a call from Susan in Federal Way, he was eager to step up and help her sell her home of 25 years.
Her house was her biggest asset, and this home sale was super meaningful for her. So she's like, I know that I'm leaving money on the table in the condition that it's in. Like, what can we do?
I told him up front that I did not have the time or finances to do what needed to be done, and he immediately jumped in with, well, I do.
He told her about their Listing Boost concierge service.
We identified probably 4 or 5 major things.
It just was all so fast. They did everything.
I'm a son of a builder, and I've done a lot of flips over the years. So this is work that we actually like to do. We are seeking this out.
And I would just tell anybody, here's his phone number, give him a call. He'll take care of it.
So if you're in the market to sell your home, do what Susan did. Check out Wes Jones and his team at sellwithwes.com. Sell with Wes, a better way to sell your home.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hi, I'm Jim Singletary, owner of RoofSmart. Let me ask you this. Would you rather replace your roof with a company owned by a big, impersonal, profit-hungry private equity firm, or with a local, customer-focused company right here in the Seattle area? Almost every other roofer on the radio is now owned by private equity Wall Street guys. They think they can make a lot of money by doing it differently, but using the same name. And for you, this means higher prices, cut corners, and non-existent customer service. Zero. Zilch. To those Wall Street companies, it's all about the numbers. We're here to help, to deliver great service, and to prioritize you, not squeeze you for every dollar. To us, it's all about you, our customer. And we've been owned by the same person since day one. Me, Jim Singletary. For better value and a better roofing experience, call RoofSmart at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
With Amazon Business, smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months same as cash financing and up to 15% off through March. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
We know choosing the right team to upgrade your windows and doors is a big decision. That's why we deliver a service that treats your home like ours and offer top quality products. Our windows are up to 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards, reduce noise by up to 50%, and have low-maintenance clean glass technology. Our industry-leading leak armor installation and lifetime warranties mean peace of mind and enjoyment for life. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Welcome back to the show. We're going to read a bunch of your text messages now. Laura, why don't you start us off here?
Yeah, your son is in the studio with us today.
He is.
Moondog A says, I used to call myself a 10-ager when I was 10 years old.
Nice.
Like a teenager.
Are you a teenager? A teenager? It's like a teenager, but you're 10?
It's a teenager, but cooler.
Teenager.
Yes? Yeah. Yes, no? Maybe so? He doesn't know. Maybe
You'll find out. I mean, it's day one.
Yeah.
On the big storm heading our way, Todd Burian says, what the hell? Oh, thanks, Todd. I get it now.
I get
That's
it.
funny.
Joey says, get your tennis rackets out.
Defend your car. Okay.
Sue in Woodinville says, Boeing has a guy that makes hail balls and has a wind tunnel to test their impact on airplanes.
Sweet.
On protecting our cars, which Luke Ducey said that a blanket over your car, some padding of some type over your car is the best way to go. Mike at Edmonds says, I'm not sure if Jake's idea of parking his car in the woods is a good idea. Deadfall is possible, and that's limbs, I believe, falling. when there are lightning strikes, a whole tree could come down in your car.
That is true. That's a good thing to be aware of.
Yeah.
But the odds of a tree falling on my car versus hail, which almost will certainly hit my car.
Hit your car, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, it's a risk.
It might
We'll
be a
see.
better insurance excuse too.
If it's parked in the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A tree falls on your car.
Yeah,
and
they're
nobody's
gonna
there to see it.
You still get covered.
Rachel says, I just spent an hour throwing everything to the side in my 2-car garage so I could squeeze my car inside. My husband thinks the storm is all hype, so his car is still in the driveway.
Oh. What an
Please
I told
send
you
us a-
so
That's going to be a
moment.
real I told you
Yeah,
so moment
Please
for
send us a
someone.
picture
Yeah.
tomorrow
Oh my
morning.
gosh.
See who was right. Go ahead, Spike.
T and Conway says if we all band together and do our part in preparing for the storm, it is a guarantee that it will not happen.
That is true a lot of times.
So true.
Let's see here. Mark in Port Town says, any suggestions for skylights on your roof? I mean, I would follow the same blanket or cardboard suggestion.
Something maybe maybe a sheet of plywood or something over
Sure.
top it. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the girls who saved a 6-year-old from an attempted kidnapping, 253 says, Jake, you said it. That little girl is badass. She took charge. I love her saying, just walk away. How cool.
Yeah, it was very cool. Good for those girls.
Donna and Lacey says Laura with the comment of the day. Yeah, do not mess with middle school girls.
Absolutely. 206 says nothing scarier than 3 middle school girls. Love that. God bless them.
Yeah.
Thank you, 206.
And the perp being released unsupervised, Cindy in Falls City says, name the judge. We vote for them.
That's true. The judge's name was, I read a story, Judge Mark Larrañaga. He's King County Superior Court.
That's who released this guy with 24 months of unsupervised.
He's got the unsupervised probation. He credited him with, I think he served 158 days while waiting for his trial to happen. So he credited him with that. But still, this guy feels like a danger to the community.
I couldn't agree with you more. On Bravo's, speaking of danger to the community, on Bravo's Love Hotel, Doug in Mount Vernon says Laura's preference for reality TV gives her a break from the text line. Oh, after 3 hours of the text line a day, reality TV seems like high intellect.
Yeah. Moses in the 509 says, Laura, when you create that Bravo Show text thread, make sure to include Pete Hegseth on it.
It's on Signal, folks. That's on Signal. Speaking of Signal, the group chat 425 says could have, should have, would have, all weak excuses for people that need to be held to the highest degree of responsibility. Own it, fire those responsible, move on, easy. Thank you, 425. Disagree, but thank you.
Benny the tugboat expert says Trump's not going to wiggle out of this one. It's only going to get bigger. I think he'll be forced to fire Hegseth.
Mike in Tacoma says, veteran here, classified information includes troop movements. This was 100% sensitive information.
Glennon Duvall says, yes, everyone makes mistakes. It's how you accept and resolve that sets you apart from the rest, which was my argument. You know, people make mistakes and we can move on from those things. Learn lessons. That's what we want to do.
Yeah.
On speed cameras in school zones, that Vicky says, I got pulled over in Coopville for doing 25 in a school zone. I proudly said I was driving a careful 25, which the sign said. The very kind officer said, it's actually 20 during school hours. Seeing how crestfallen I was because I was so proud of doing the right thing when I actually wasn't, he let me go. So, without fining me, he accomplished his goal. I am always 20 only in every school zone.
That was your point, Jake. That put cops there.
Yeah.
Put cops
Absolutely. That'd be great.
Yep. Even a parked cop car. Have you ever seen them do that?
All
They
the
just
time.
park a cop car somewhere. That will slow some people down.
It works.
Eric in Tacoma says, my mom lives 2 streets away from the cameras. It's no joke. Always an Edgewood cop sitting and lurking. Wow.
And then finally, real quick, I'm going to read 2 of these. On which candy bar you'd want to be buried in as your coffin. Larry in 206 says chocolate-covered payday. That's a good one.
Beautiful.
And Doug in Mount Vernon says milk duds. My life was unremarkable. Oh, okay, Doug. I think you've led a remarkable life, Doug. Thank you very much. Oh, milk duds. That's a joke.
I
like
get
a
it.
dud.
Yeah, right?
Milk duds are delicious, though.
They are.
All right. Thank you guys so much for the text messages. Happy birthday, buddy. Glad you came in here and hung out with us today. We have a lot of great stuff coming up for tomorrow, so tune back in for that. But for right now, we got to go. Bye-bye.
At KIRO Newsradio, our commitment goes beyond delivering the latest headlines.
Authorities say they've busted a violent drug trafficking ring in Seattle.
Mayor Bruce Harrell says this operation should go a long way toward putting a stop to crime in the CID.
We dive deep into the stories that matter, helping you understand the impact on your community and your life.
Even if you do get caught, you're gonna probably get a small little smack on the hands.
You can have your opinions, I can have mine.
KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
What's better than a cool home all summer long? A cool home with hot savings on your new AC. This month only, take 20% off air conditioners, heat pumps, and ductless systems during the Bob's Heating Preseason AC sale. Call the team at Bob's, voted best in the Pacific Northwest. With free estimates and free financing, Bob's makes your AC installation simple and affordable. Hurry, discounts reduced to 15% off in April.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
At Kornfeld Law, we understand that recovering from an injury is one of the most challenging times in your life. The uncertainty, paperwork, the phone calls. I'm personal injury attorney Neil Lindquist, and at my firm, our representation philosophy is simple. You focus on healing, we focus on everything else. We're with you every step of the way. We provide clear direction and handle the insurance companies so you never have to feel uncertain throughout the process. If you've been injured, trust Kornfeld Law and call me for a free in-person consultation. Let's talk about your concerns and how we can help you move forward.
Visit kornfeldlaw.com to schedule a free consultation with Neil. That's Kornfeld with a K, law.com.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Febreze.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch, and all the...
Using a chat app from the president himself.
I think it's a witch hunt. I wasn't involved with it. I wasn't there.
Security contributor Sam Vinograd.
The reason that information is normally classified is because if it's provided in an unclassified setting in advance of the strike, that means that bad actors could get access to it and could disrupt the actual operation.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
My job is to provide updates in real time, general updates in real time, keep everybody informed. That's what I did.
The Atlantic released screenshots of the chat today. CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
In light of what we just read today, there will be more calls for the defense secretary to step down because of the sheer mishandling of it.
Senator Dick Durbin.
I think they intentionally misled Congress into trying to believe that this was some casual conversation. This is a war plan, and American lives are at risk.
Jeffrey Goldberg, the Atlantic editor-in-chief, who was inadvertently inadvertently invited to the chat, spoke with CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
If I'm such a nefarious individual, why am I in Mike Waltz's phone? Why does he have my phone number? Why is he including me in this chat? And what do you expect a reporter to do?
Brian Katulis of the Middle East Institute.
This is part of the problem with politics and policy being run like it's a reality TV show, and with people actually being quite careless, is that we actually look less serious in the world, and these are serious problems.
A federal appeals court today refused to lift an order barring the Trump administration from deporting Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
The Justice Department will no doubt seek an expedited appeal and ruling from the Supreme Court, which was inevitable since this case is one of many that needs resolution on the reach and limits of executive authority.
President Trump has just signed an executive order on new tariffs on foreign-built cars.
And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff.
A measles outbreak in Kansas more than doubled today to 23 cases, and an outbreak in Ohio grew to 10. Kansas health officials say there is a possible link to outbreaks in Texas and New Mexico. More people in the Carolinas were asked to leave their homes today as wildfires spread. The forecast for the rest of the week isn't good for fighting those fires. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Today's sunshine could soon be turning to severe storms. That's one of the stories coming up. But first, let's check on the roads with Nate Connors at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Hey, thanks, Sam. This report brought to us by the Emerald Queen Casino. All right, Linwood to Seattle is already a 35-minute drive, about a 10-minute delay with a bumper-to-bumper backup from Northgate down to the Convention Center. Linwood to Bellevue, just 25 minutes. You do have some crowding, though, between Alderwood and Canyon Park. Seattle to Everett and Bellevue to Everett are both doing all right at 40 minutes. Everett to Marysville, 15-minute commute. Now, North 5 heading into Seattle is bumper-to-bumper, starting at the north end of Boeing Field into downtown, which is pretty typical. South 405 at the West Valley Highway in South Center, a crash blocks the left general purpose lane. Bellevue to South Center, 40 minutes. Seattle to Federal Way already at 50 minutes. A 15-minute delay here with heavy volumes from MLK Junior Way down to State Route 516. Renton to Puyallup on the Valley Highway is going to take you 50 minutes. And Tacoma to Olympia is at 45. The Emerald Queen Casino is the entertainment capital of the Northwest, the best place to watch all your favorite sports, featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Sam Campbell. King County Executive Dow Constantine just delivered his final State of the County address. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch was there and joins us now live. James.
Sam, after serving as county executive for 16 years, Constantine is leaving early as he's been nominated to serve as King County Transit CEO. Constantine says he's proud of what he's accomplished over his tenure, but admits it wasn't always easy.
We faced enormous challenges in the early days of my administration. Not only the profound impacts of the Great Recession, but a structural financial gap and growing demand for services that continues to outpace our resources.
Now, the King County Transit Board is expected to vote on Constantine's nomination sometime tomorrow. Live in Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Thank you, James. Thunderstorms are moving into our region, and forecasts say they could bring with them strong winds and a decent chance of hail. Within the next hour, National Weather Service is expecting to issue a thunderstorm advisory for much of western Washington. Some forecasts are calling for wind gusts of more than 55 miles per hour and hail larger than an inch in diameter. For utility providers, it means a lot of preparation for potential outages. Gerald Tracy with Puget Sound Energy says it's all hands on deck.
Make sure our social team knows what they need to be putting out there to let the customers keep the customers updated on outages. We have our meteorologists, we have our operations, we have gas, electric. It's a crazy amount of people you'll see in these teams meetings.
This incoming storm has Seattle Public Schools canceling all events, including sports, school buildings, closing at 5 tonight. Other districts are taking similar steps. We've got the full list for you at mynorthwest.com. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Forecasts again telling us to expect the first storms to reach the South Sound by about 5 o'clock this evening, just in time for today's commute. Right now, it's about 62 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Sam Campbell, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Better get under cover, Sylvester. There's a storm blowing up, a whopper. To speak in the vernacular of the peasantry. Poor little kid. I hope she gets home all right. Get them horses loose. Where's Hickory? Hickory! Hickory! It's a twister. It's a twister.
Annie M! Annie M! Oh, boy! John Curley Show on now. Diamond Avenue. All right. So you've heard about the big storm coming. So here's what's... If it's 1 inch or more, it can damage your car. If you have comprehensive auto insurance, you should be okay.
Well, good.
You don't need me to go into how hail forms. Anybody care about that?
I'm kind of curious now that you mentioned it.
No, you're just saying that because you're sitting here getting paid.
No, I'm being
Just take a quick poll. Does anybody else care how hail's formed?
I'm curious.
Yeah, I want to get confirmation of what I heard.
Okay, so thunderstorm is going to create an updraft. So it's going to pull the moisture up. So the moisture goes up, gets super cooled. And while it's up there, it moves up and down because the warm air goes inside the clouds. There's moisture up there. So the little bit of moisture goes up, freezes, comes down, collects with other moisture, gets blown back up again, gets more moisture, gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So sometimes, depending on how intense the thunderstorm is and the heating is, the thing can bounce back and forth up inside this cloud, get bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's where you get the giant, softball size hail.
So the storm is literally juggling the hail. And
There you go. All right. We'll accept that. Juggling the hail.
We're learning.
Yes, we are.
Look at us.
All right. Cue it, please, Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, please all stand for the president and CEO of the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce, Joe Fain. Nobody's standing, Joe.
Sure.
Oh, well, I said I wasn't going to do this unless I got the musical run-in, so that's actually pretty darn good stuff right there.
And we'll wait then. It's about 4 more minutes. This is when you're shaking hands. And that is President Fain now entering the room, shaking hands with Joe Wallace, the producer, and now sitting down at the microphone. All right. The mayor of Seattle says, oh, my gosh, we didn't get as much money as we thought we were going to get. I think we're about $47 million behind. We got that jumpstart tax, and we were taxing big businesses, and for some reason we had projected we'd get $400 million. We're behind on that, and we got to raise taxes or something. So, Joe, you sit over there in Bellevue, and you guys, when they scare the golden goose across the I-90 bridge, they come running over, and those golden geese set up shop over there in Bellevue. Do you have some of those numbers? Can you see where some of those people left Seattle and went over to Bellevue?
You can really look on I-90, and you can see every time the Seattle City Council meets that there's another stream of cars and U-Hauls heading over across the bridge. Well, first of all, God bless the musical introduction.
You're welcome.
I do love a good musical introduction.
Thank you.
So, there's a lot of data that flows around, but the best data point out there for the city's jumpstart tax is the action that Amazon took on the heels of the council passing that. And in the immediately following, Bellevue was already going to gain some Amazonians, but the number just exploded. And so you've seen about 20% of Amazon's workforce in Seattle have shifted over to Bellevue since the passage of that jumpstart tax. And that's just one company. There are others, many that never make a headline, that have made similar choices. And my phone was ringing off the hook in the weeks following that passage as folks are wondering, who do we need to connect with for office space? What's the economic environment really like over there? What do we need to know about moving to Bellevue?
Speaking with Joe Fain, the president and CEO of the Bellevue Chamber, I guess the other thing they want is assurances that Bellevue will not go the way of Seattle, that you won't start taxing these corporations in order to balance your budget. What do you tell them when they call? Because they're not going to move over, rent, get a lease, and then all of a sudden, Bellevue goes, we're going to have to throw in this tax.
Well, I'll tell you, there are no assurances in politics, as you well know, but past action is the best indicator of future performance. And what we saw last night out of the Bellevue City Council, I think, was the clearest of clear messages about where they stand in terms of wanting to maintain a pro-jobs, pro-business environment in a unanimous vote by the council just last night. And they put this together very quickly because they will know that the time is of the essence here as the legislative session draws to a close. But they passed unanimously approving a letter that said that they are strongly opposed to the payroll tax that's being proposed and to the targeted business and occupation tax that is being proposed for these big businesses. And the comments of each of the council members from the dais were uncompromising. They were very clear about what those taxes would do to the Bellevue economy.
Give me some examples. So for the people in Olympia, and for people that are just sort of getting up to speed on this, yesterday the folks in Olympia said we're going to close this deficit that we have, and we're going to we're going to start taxing all the cities. They're all going to get hit with the same sort of taxes. The Jumpstart tax, it's worked so well in Seattle, so here it comes, everybody. But for the businesses and the people of Bellevue, how does that affect their bottom line?
Well, first off, the $171,000 a year threshold. So everything above that under this payroll tax would be taxed at 5%. And the argument by the folks that are proposing the tax is that, but this is a tax on the businesses. The employee itself isn't going to pay that, which we all know, all money's green, and businesses don't have an inexhaustible supply to just write another check to government. And so what would happen is, if your best case scenario is, your neighbor's job gets moved to Houston or Vancouver, and the worst case scenario is that your job does. We already know Microsoft's a good example here. They hire a lot of programmers, a lot of developers in and around the Puget Sound area. It is 30% cheaper for them to hire those class of workers in British Columbia, in Canada, in Vancouver.
Or even India.
Amazon.
In India. So $120,000, this is from a couple of years ago, $120,000 Seattle's salary is about $34,000 in India.
And remote work works remotely everywhere. But even here in the United States, Amazon, they saw the writing on the wall with what was happening in Seattle. And so they recognized that there was importance to start moving their workforce and have options in and around the country. Virginia, where Amazon has located what they call H2Q, but they're HQ2, even though there are still more employees in Bellevue than there are in Virginia. But the reality is Virginia will pay $22,000 for every job that Amazon puts there, whereas we're looking to tax them roughly the same just to have the honor of staying here in Washington State. It will kill the golden goose, and that doesn't even talk about the wealth tax proposal, which is equally disastrous for our state.
My doctor has suggested, strongly encouraged, I don't talk about the wealth tax without some medical assistance nearby, so we'll skip that. But Joe, if I know you get paid by the people there, the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce, so if you wanted to share some bits of wisdom for the people there in Seattle, for the mayor and for the others, what would you tell them to do as opposed to continuing to tax?
Well, the first step is to look at the data. It might be boring, it might be depressing, but the mayor put it very well himself when he was releasing his statement about the $47 million deficit and shortfall in the Jumpstart tax revenues. He said that the departure of the jobs that were paying these taxes coincided with the passage of this law, and those jobs just squeezed right across the lake. And so I would strongly encourage folks to follow what the data says. And if the data says that you're going to lose these jobs and you end up losing these jobs, then maybe don't double down on the strategy that's losing these jobs in the first place.
You know what always boils my blood as well is when I hear politicians talk about corporations and the rich paying their quote-unquote fair share. What does that mean, fair share? What does that mean, fair share?
Well, fair share means whatever somebody thinks is a fair share. It's a perfectly good rhetorical device because no one could possibly argue with the argument that people shouldn't pay their fair share. The reality is we do have a problem with income inequality. We do have a problem with the concentration of wealth. This is not something that we get to just say isn't a problem and go about our day. But again, you go back to the data. Do things get better when you institute these policies, or do things get worse? And what you've seen out of every other jurisdiction that has implemented things like the wealth tax, for example, thinking, hey, we're going to really soak it to the rich. Well, Norway's done that, and they lost 80 billionaires and millionaires immediately. It was a boon for Swiss banks because anybody put they had their holdings, they just move it right out of the country. And as a result, they end up having less tax revenue overall, less resources to help the folks that really, truly are in need and need it most. And so, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to argue it. Sure, people should pay their fair share. There's nothing wrong with that. But these folks aren't going to pay anything because they're going to be gone.
And the last part, why are, just sort of you've run into somebody at a cocktail party, what is it that differentiates Bellevue from Seattle when it comes to being a place for businesses? Is it really just generally you're more receptive to the free market, less likely to tax success, and this is just a better place to set up and do business?
Well, I think part of it comes down to it's a bit more apolitical. Seattle does have a real activist streak to it, a lot of colored T-shirts at City Hall and the meetings. Bellevue is a council manager form of government. It's not a strong mayor. So we don't have an elected mayor. We have a mayor that's selected by the council members that are elected. We have a city manager who is selected by that council. It calms things down a little bit. There's a bit more professionalism about the way that the city actually operates. There's a little bit more almost, I'd say, being run like a business. What are the things that we need to get done this week? And there's a little less chasing after the shiny political object. And as a result, and we've worked very hard at the Bellevue Chamber. We're very engaged in the policy at City Hall. We're very engaged in selecting candidates from everything from the Transportation and Planning Commission all the way up to the council. And our litmus test, so to speak, of who we want to bring into these positions are who are the calm and, dare I say, boring members of the community that have good connections, a pro-business capitalist streak to them, but at the same time, we don't need to win all the battles at City Hall. We just need somebody that's willing to listen and use their brain. And so long as we have folks that are in that position, Bellevue will continue to be a good place to do business.
And those are the final words from the boring Joe Fain, President and CEO of the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce. Joseph?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Wow, everybody's standing. Woo! Look at that. You don't even see it, Joe. Yes. All right, get back to work.
Yes, sir.
There you go, Joseph Fain. Joe Fain. God bless America. All right. Oh, historic moment is on this day back in March.
Oh, wait, we got to save that one, right?
Why?
We don't have time to do all that. There's lots of fun stuff involved. You talking about Kingdom?
Yeah.
Yeah, save that. Save that. Come on.
All right. Waiting for the end. My favorite quote talking about fair share, it's Dr. Thomas Sowell. What is your fair share of someone else's work?
50%.
Okay, there you go. Keep that, write that down. Thank you.
By the way, can I read one text related to his conversation?
Yes.
Clip San Paul texted in saying that Amazon had actually built a 42-story high-rise in Bellevue exclusively for those that were moving out of Seattle, and they own the building, own and built it.
Yeah, the Seattle Times said 5,000 employees from Amazon left. I don't know if that's the accurate number, but as Joe said, it's just not Amazon that goes over there.
Right.
That's really simple. You know, the golden goose lays the golden egg, right? There's stories of somebody got the golden goose and was not patient for the egg to be laid. And they said, I got an idea. If we just grab the goose and flip it over and cut into it, we can then open it up and then pull all the eggs out. We don't have to wait, right? But then what you run the risk of is, well, then that goose no longer produces any more eggs. And only if we open up the goose and there's only one egg produced at a time, well, then we've killed the golden goose. You have to be patient. You have to nurse the goose, and you have to make sure that you're taking care of it. So when it lays the golden egg, you utilize the gold that is the egg. But if you just simply don't recognize that no nation, no city has ever taxed its way into prosperity. I'm reading a really great book about Detroit and what was happening in Detroit. Yes, it was hurt by what was happening in Japan when it came to the auto industry. That's true. But then what happened afterwards into the 60s when that government got in there and just got on top of those people, and the rich left, and the last group of people that weren't able to leave the city were just taxed continuously over and over and over again. And they have this gigantic budget deficit because they can't fund. They kept hiring more and more employees. It kept getting bigger and bigger, the number of people working for the city in order to provide services for the people. But then you had to pay the people that were providing the services, and they weren't able to fund the retirement and the pensions. And the thing was a mess. They taxed the businesses out of there. They taxed the people out of there. Seattle's not going to go the way of Detroit, but it's a simple illustration that you just can't tax businesses. They'll leave if they can. And businesses don't pay the tax. Corporate taxes are paid by one of three. Either the shareholders will pay it, or the employees will pay it, or the customer will pay it. It's all passed on. It's the weirdest thing. I didn't vote for Trump. I'm not the biggest fan of Trump, but every time I talk about Trump, if I don't say that he's a Nazi, hundreds and hundreds of you write in telling me, oh, you're nothing more than a Trumper, and why can't you admit the bad stuff? So standing corrected. What did that person write? That I was just, I'm such a Trumper. What did she say?
She basically said that everything that he's doing is bad, and it's awful on so many levels.
Oh, then why don't I say something about? Okay, fine. All right, fine. Nate over there in the Beacon Plumbing traffic does Nate.
All righty. Seattle Sports has this update. Bellevue to Everett is pushing an hour, 55 minutes with heavy volumes through Kirkland and Totem Lake. Seattle to Everett, 45 minutes. You do have building volumes between the U District and Linwood. Everett to Seattle coming the other way is just 40 minutes, 30 of that from Linwood. You're backed up at 85th now, down to I-90. Everett to Bellevue looking great at just a half hour. Once you get to Bellevue, though, South 405 is packed from 520 through Factoria. From there, you're going to thin out before you're in another bumper-to-bumper backup starting at the Valley Highway, where we've got a crash down at the West Valley Highway, taking up your left general purpose lane. And we've got a stalled vehicle, South 5 in Tacoma, just past the State Route 16 interchange, blocking your right lane. Not much of a backup in this area yet. Download the Seattle Sports app to stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
All right, let's face it. Nobody ages gracefully, and you're over the age of 50, let's say. You're starting to accept the aches and pains that you're gaining weight, can't put on muscle, having trouble sleeping, not dealing with stress. That's all part of getting old. Just get used to it. If you say, pshaw to that, pshaw, you know what you need to do? If you don't want to age that way, you don't have to. You go to Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been there since 2009. I can tell you something. The doctors there are amazing. They've been doing this for 25 years. They know the way you're supposed to age. They just simply say, hey, let's make some proactive changes in your life. Let's change a few things, and let's extend your life. Keep you vital and moving along. And you keep the big bad stuff away as long as possible, like the heart disease and diabetes and cancer. You find out more about being proactive with your doctor as opposed to the way medicine works now, which is the doctor fixes the problem after you have the problem. But imagine if you never got the problem, You wouldn't have to fix it. It's as simple as that. It's also as simple as you going to longevitymedicalclinic.com and taking that free health analysis at longevitymedicalclinic.com.
This hour brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electrical.
For decades, KIRO Newsradio has been your go-to source for reliable news.
Traffic got worse in Seattle last year.
Seattle drivers squandered over $1,100 in lost time and productivity just sitting in traffic.
We're here to help guide you through the complexities of today's world, offering insights that allow you to see the bigger picture.
I want to dig into some of the numbers to just show you how much our transportation needs are being ignored and underfunded.
Trust KIRO Newsradio to keep you informed and connected.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Norwegian Cruise Line invites you to experience more in the Caribbean, Alaska, Europe, and beyond. For a limited time, get 50% off all cruises and enjoy NCL's all-new More at Sea cruising package, including unlimited open bar, specialty dining, and more. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Offer ends soon. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Sam Campbell. We may be in the calm before the storm right now. The National Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm watch for much of western Washington from King County down to the Oregon border. Forecasts are calling for wind gusts up to 58 miles per hour and hail possibly larger than 1 inch in diameter in some places. KIRO News Radio meteorologist Ted Beener.
Most of our thunderstorms around here only climb to 25,000 feet. These thunderstorms have the opportunity to climb much higher, which means that those hailstones will be going up and down inside the thunderstorm cloud and collecting more moisture and able to gather and grow in size. So we were talking golf ball size or maybe even larger than that. That is a possibility.
The latest forecasts say storm clouds should reach the South Sound by about 5 p.m., Seattle by 6 or later. King County Executive Dow Constantine delivered his final State of the County address this afternoon. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
After serving as King County Executive for 16 years, Constantine is leaving early as he's been nominated to serve as King County Transit CEO. Constantine says he is proud of what he's accomplished during his tenure, but admits it wasn't always easy.
We faced enormous challenges in the early days of my administration. Not only the profound impacts of the Great Recession, but a structural financial gap and growing demand for services that continues to outpace our resources.
The King County Transit Board is expected to vote on Constantine's nomination sometime Thursday. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
U.S. intelligence officials are downplaying a security breach involving a journalist added to a chat about the Yemen military strikes plan on a messaging app called Signal. Washington Congressman Adam Smith tells Seattle's Morning News this level of incompetence is shocking.
This places service members' lives in danger in addition to jeopardizing the mission, and it is hard to imagine anybody with any experience in these matters at the Pentagon or elsewhere being so stupid as to have done it this way.
The Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg initially only published limited information, but since then, the White House has insisted that the information shared during that group chat was not classified. Now, the Atlantic has published the entire Signal chat. And now let's check in with Nate Connors at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Nate.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Beacon Plumbing has our update. Bellevue to Everett is at 1 hour. You've got heavy volumes through Kirkland and Totem Lake. And now we've got a new crash at Northeast 60th. It's over in your right lane. Seattle to Everett up to 50 minutes. Still building volumes between the U District and Linwood. Everett to Seattle's inched up to a 45-minute drive, 35 of that just from Linwood. You're backed up at 85th still down to I-90. That is a thick backup. Our Lake Bridges all clear. In South Center, southbound 405 at the West Valley Highway. Our earlier collision was just moved out of your way to the left shoulder. Bellevue to South Center has improved already to 35 minutes. Seattle to Federal Way, 50 minutes. Renton to Puyallup on the Valley Highway is also a 50-minute drive. And in Tacoma, South 5 at the State Route 16 interchange, still got this disabled semi blocking your right lane. Again, not much of a backup yet as we're seeing relatively light volumes down there. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking. Call Beacon. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. We are continuing to monitor that approaching storm. It should reach the South Sound by about 5 p.m. today. We will continue monitoring this. We'll have the latest on power outages and school closures at mynorthwest.com. I'm Sam Campbell, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Joe's having an acid trip left over. Are we doing all weather songs we're going to be doing?
For the most part, yeah.
You got a whole list?
I got 5 right now. This is number 5, and I got 4 more. That should cover us for most of the show.
KIRO Radio, don't forget the lines are wide open. If you got a request, a weather song, we want to hear it. We want to hear your weather song. What's your favorite weather song? We know there's hail coming. So if you've got a weather song, please don't forget to let Joe know he's working the lines here. KIRO Radio 97.3 FM. Oh, I thought I hit the post. Coast.
This is the big solo. See, this is why I hate when Andrew takes a day off.
I know, we didn't get all this.
Yeah.
All right. 1-888-973-5476. You ever work with those guys, big pukers?
Yes, absolutely.
Fake names like Jack Diamond, Jabbing in the morning.
David Perry or Smokey Rivers.
Smokey Rivers?
Yeah, Smokey. I worked with a guy named Smokey Rivers. He was my boss. I actually worked for him in 2 cities.
Yeah.
His real name was Fred Flanzer.
And wait, he decided to go with Smokey Rivers instead?
He got into the radio.
Oh, I do, Vicky. John, you can't think Trump is doing good. Not just bad, but awful on so many levels. You're smart. You're influential. Thank you. You know, a lot of people in charge are screwing up. Can't we please have some old conservatives back? People who had sound values, good morals, and decent codes and ethics. You could be influential here. Help. Okay. Vicky, and for those people that are like, oh, you're such a Trumper. I didn't vote for the guy. I think he's got a lot of flaws, but you have to understand where America was and why they voted for him. So I wrote down a few things to hopefully illustrate sort of where the American people were at the time when they voted. Remember, we came out of the COVID. It was 2020. Lock them down, put on masks, takes the vaccine. You won't get it. You did get it. You won't give it to somebody else. You did give it to somebody else. Remember, we're coming out of 2020. We did 4 years of that. Then we see a president that is not there. And then you get Donald Trump in there. Now, here are some crazy historical numbers for you. Are you ready? Donald Trump is the only president in our lifetime who's had a negative job approval rating in his first 100 days in office. He has the largest gap, this is important, Vicky, the largest gap in approval rating in 80 years. 90% of Republicans like his performance. 4% of Democrats approve of what he's doing.
It's not describable.
It isn't. Most registered voters think America is on the right track. More so than any time before 2004. So when the guy, think of it like reordering pizza. Everybody's sitting around, oh, I want this and that and this. Everybody's ordering pizza, and then it's like, okay, you take a vote. Okay, so pepperoni or pineapple. Well, the one person says, let's get pineapple. They explain why there should be pineapple. The vote is taken, and the pizzas arrive, and it's got pepperoni on it. Now, you're upset because you wanted pineapple. You knew what the guy was going to do. He said, I'm going to work with Elon Musk. I'm going to close down the borders. I'm going to bring law and order back. I'm going to do all of these things. And people had the choice, pepperoni or pineapple. They liked what he was talking about. Close the border, shrink government, get rid of the Department of Education. Everything he said he was going to do, he is trying to do. Now, is he doing it artfully? No. Is there a lot of problems? Yeah, because there's 2.3 million people that are in this bureaucracy that vote Democrats, that want their jobs, and they don't want stuff to break it all up. So you have to come in there and just really bust away at the whole thing. He is inartful, often inarticulate. He is easily irascible. He has a tremendous amount of vengeance for the people that have wronged him or he thinks he've wronged him. That's all true. But you also have to take into consideration how Americans, most voters, were feeling after 2020. They saw the riots. They saw the media referring to them as mostly peaceful, as a giant building is burning behind them. They know what the media was telling them, and they know what they were seeing in their real life. And they got into this thing called brokeism. Brokeism are what the people that voted for Trump, and a lot of people, so the majority of Americans, felt the country was on the wrong track and broken. So you needed to get somebody in there to fix all of this. Now, is he the right guy? No, but you got to get somebody to get in there and bust up everything if you are one of these people that sort of follows the brokeism idea. In fact, it was in the 1970s, all these sort of vigilante movies came out. Charles Bronson, 1974, with Death Wish. His wife and his kids get killed. He's away at the time. He comes back. Somebody gives him a revolver, and then he decides he's going to go out on the streets and he's going to, take the law into his own hands.
My name is Paul Kersey. How's my wife?
I'm sorry. She died a few minutes ago, Mr. Kersey.
Any chance of catching these men?
There's a chance, sure.
Just a chance.
I'd be less than honest if I gave you more hope, Mr. Kersey.
This is Paul Kersey. This is the story of a man who decided to clean up the most violent town in the world.
And if this person is listening to my voice, I urge him in the name of law and order to desist from this one-man crusade and turn himself into the police.
Let's see the money, man.
Okay, so he goes around shooting a bunch of people. So this sort of idea of vigilantism, meaning going outside the basic rules and regulations of an institution, that would be considered the institution being elite universities, elite politicians that don't understand middle class, people that have little regard for the sort of center flyover part of the country. They saw America as in decline. They saw 12 million people pour into this country. They saw Black Lives Matter riots happening. They were being told that they're racist. They're being told America's a horrible place. And not that you want somebody to get a gun and go on the streets and kill a bunch of people as a vigilante making the law work, but you go outside the bounds of what is normal, and then you get somebody like Donald Trump. His supporters, his true MAGA people, will stick with him no matter what he does. The rest of the people that voted for him, if we go into recession, bye-bye, right? They don't care about a bunch of other stuff. What they care about is the cost of food. Americans vote with their pocketbooks. That's the case. And when the Democrats are as low as they are in poll ratings now, historically the lowest they've been since 1991, which is they're at 27%. They don't have any plan. They've got nothing. They can't offer anybody anything. And but given a choice between the two, you jumped on board. People jumped on board Trump's boat. Again, he is not exactly the best guy if you want somebody to be, quote unquote, presidential. If you want somebody presidential, you can have somebody like Barack Obama, and then you can look at to see how well Obamacare has done for any single American out there. But if you want somebody presidential, that's not who he is. Is he making big mistakes? I don't think they're big necessarily. I think they can lead to gigantic mistakes like tariffs and other things if he's undisciplined and he doesn't have good people around him. I'll say one last thing on it, Vicky. If he doesn't fire Pete, if he doesn't fire the Secretary of Defense, this will be something that will stay with him. This will be a scar. This is not, a small abrasion. This speaks to the character of the man behind the desk if he doesn't hold someone accountable and fire somebody. You remember during the debates, about 3 minutes of whacking away at old Joe while he was, trying to count his teeth with his tongue. And he kept saying, you don't fire anybody, you never fire anybody, all these, horrible things that happen, you never fired it. Well, you got to fire somebody. Donald Trump needs to step up. I know he loves loyalty, and one of those guys needs to be shown the door. And whether it's Pete or Michael, the other guy, the guy that accidentally got
Walls or something.
Walls.
And we're talking about the signal message.
What about the signal message?
And we're
thing?
going to get to that.
Yeah, I will get to that. I will. But fire somebody because they screwed up and now they're lying about it. Yeah. And he loves loyalty, but you've got to make an example. You have to say, listen, for the sake of this country and for whatever, you're going to be constantly, the media is going to come after you all the time on that. Let one of those guys go. Bye-bye. Get another job somewhere else. All right, there you go. Sorry, Vic, you try to... Did I explain anything? Did I? No?
I think you got a...
I wish a big ball of hail would hit me in the head right now. Here's Nate, the big mummy driving us. Nathan!
All right, John, the Emerald Queen Casino has this update. Bellevue to Everett has spiked to an hour and 15-minute drive. That's a 15-minute delay. You're now crowded starting in South Bellevue into Totem Lake. Another backup building in Alderwood at Northeast 60th and Kirkland. Look out for this crash scene. It's on your right shoulder now. Seattle to Everett, 55 minutes. Solid backup from 520 through Linwood. Everett to Marysville is going to take you 15 minutes with the heaviest backup between the Snohomish River and 529. Linwood to Seattle, 35 minutes. You're packed from Northgate down to I-90. Bellevue to South Center is a 40-minute commute, even with a pretty good backup that starts near Northeast 60th and Kirkland, rolls steady down to the VMAC. We're beginning to recover in South Center, where we recently cleared a collision. And we cleared our disabled semi South 5 at State Route 16 in Tacoma. Federal Way to Tacoma is about 20 minutes. The Emerald Queen Casino is the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports, featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
I'll tell you, I know what it's like. You watch the hair begin to thin, the crown disappears. Next thing you know, that hair loss is robbing you of your identity. That's how I felt before I visited Advanced Hair July 13th, 7 years ago. They've got this simple one-day treatment. They regrew my own natural hair. They do the exact same thing for you. Because as you look in the mirror in the morning or maybe the rearview mirror right now, you see your hair starting to thin. Maybe you're changing your hairstyle a little bit. You can do the comb over? No, you just don't want to be bald. So do what I did. Get in touch with the people there at Advanced Hair. Set up a free consultation, $250 off, 250 free hair graft coming your way at 425-449-8185. You don't want to wait because your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. And Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. They know exactly what they're doing. You get your hair back. So call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185. Check them out online at advancedhair.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. From $252 per person, double occupancy. Save during Clipper Spring Sale at FRSClipper.com.
Cold is leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
If you've been thinking about surgery or even joint replacement, here's something to consider. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've talked to over 100 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and many of them have told me about life-changing results. Their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, and they're back to hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids and the grandkids, and they're doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician. He has over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So, listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game. at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Bucky's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Bucky's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Catch 9-time Grammy winner Christian McBride with Ursa Major, March 27th through 30th, live at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, with rising stars Nicole Glover, Michael King, Eli Pearlman, and Savannah Harris. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
The markets and the economy will change, but you should always know what you can rely on from your financial advisor. I'm John Ramsire with Baird Private Wealth Management in Seattle. With deep planning and investment expertise, Baird's financial advisors have guided individuals and families through changing markets for more than 100 years. And in all that time, our guiding principle has never changed. Our clients come first, always. Discover the Baird difference at rwbaird.com/Seattle.
Riders on the storm. Riders on
Oh, wow.
the storm.
Okay. By the way, this storm, hopefully nobody gets hurt, but it better materialize.
Andrew said we might get a real EAS emergency.
Really?
During our show.
Maybe. It's a possibility. We'll have to see. I will let you know if it comes in so we can get it out there.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's exciting. A real one. Not one of these tests.
The last one I got was for a tornado in Port Orchard. From
We had there was an Amber Alert one yesterday. I'd never heard that before.
Jeez. Should I even go into my frog story?
Absolutely.
So we have a little lake in front of the barn, and last night, I didn't hear them the night before, and then I walked outside. Listen to those frogs, Nick.
I know.
I'm going to walk closer.
Don't disturb them.
It's like heading down there. That's how loud they are. Can't quite get the full feeling of how many are there. So the frogs are looking for a mate. Yeah. Frogs looking for a mate. So the males make the noise. The females don't make a noise unless... Okay. I'm singing Froggy Man According. So the males make the noise, two noises, one to attract a female and the other to defend their little area. So they've got a little area, that's where they want to do all of their spawning. You know, they want to make it, get the little home.
Oh, my.
So they make the noise to scare off other male frogs, and they make a noise as well to attract females. Now, a female will only make a noise if a male grabs her and she's not into him. She'll make kind of a eek, kind of screech like that. The male, if another male comes up and he tries to kind of get into that guy's little area that he's got in the mud, and that one male grabs the other male, that male will make the same eek as the female, and he'll run off. So they're all basically vying for the attention of a female, and they're also fighting to keep their little area where they want to do all their mating secure. So they get their spots, they hold their spots, and if they were to, hop away and go somewhere else, another male might try to come into that little mud area where they are. But they're all there. Now, the reason they do this at night is because there's more moisture for their skin. Plus, it also protects them from predators, because as soon as you walk out there, if I were to walk out and clap, there would be silence, complete silence. Yeah, complete. Nobody's like, shh, don't say anything. But if they were doing that during the day, something go, oh, you're chirping and you're ribbiting, someone come and just grab them. So there they are at night. And this will go on for about 2 weeks. And then you get your tadpoles, and then they'll be hopping all over the place.
And you said this is like the traditional sign of spring. This is the first
day. Last night was the first night. Great. We didn't have much of a winter, unfortunately, in Cle Elum, but the frogs are out there looking for some good times. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. More winter. Does anybody else have any more storm songs they want? Is anybody?
We've got dozens. Yes.
Send a few more over there to Andrew.
Thunderstruck, Andrew. That's
you got to have
That's
Thunderstruck.
Obvious. Yeah.
Easy. That's easy busy right there.
How about dancing in the rain, singing in the rain?
Raining Men.
Raining Men.
Oh boy. Okay. Dancing in the rain.
I meant singing in the rain.
Oh. Come on.
I love the rainy nights.
I love the rainy nights.
There you go. All right, here's Nate in the Big and Pump House. And Nathan.
Big and Plumbing has our report. Bellevue to Everett, an hour, 10-minute drive. Your backup starts in South Bellevue, and from there it's scattered all the way into Alderwood and Northeast 60th and Kirkland. We still have a crash scene on your right shoulder. Seattle to Everett, 55 minutes. Solid now from Mercer through Linwood. We just have a new crash at Northeast 45th in the U District. It's a rollover. It's blocking 2 right lanes, so this backup is about to get real. Linwood to Seattle, 35 minutes. You're packed in Northgate to I-90. Bellevue to South Center, 45 minutes. Your backup starts at Northeast 60th in Kirkland and is steady all the way to the VMAC, and then more slowing in South Center. Renton to Puyallup on the Valley Highways at 50 minutes. And really, we're just looking at building volumes, but very typical backups this afternoon. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking. Call Beacon. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Hey there, I'm Chris Sullivan, traffic reporter for KIRO News Radio. The favorite part about my job is helping you get answers to your traffic questions.
Will this construction ever end?
How do you zipper merge?
Just how close is tailgating?
Now I need your help. What burning questions do you have? What should I be looking into? You can help drive the conversation by going to mynorthwest.com or text choke points to 888-973-5476. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the star of my next Choke Points story. Presented by Carter Subaru.
It's happening. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I had lost my identity. Thankfully, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment turned it all around. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's your own natural hair guaranteed to grow for life. It's why Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. AdvancedHair.com.
What's better than a cool home all summer long? A cool home with hot savings on your new AC. This month only, take 20% off air conditioners, heat pumps, and ductless systems during the Bob's Heating Preseason AC sale. Call the team at Bob's, voted best in the Pacific Northwest. With free estimates and free financing, Bob's makes your AC installation simple and affordable. Hurry, discounts reduced to 15% off in April.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafi, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with zero interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
Bath Center of Seattle's showroom lets you see, touch, and feel products and designs before you remodel. Charlie Harger for Bath Center of Seattle. Whether it's a simple makeover or a full remodel, this company has over 25 years of experience. Enjoy your new bathroom fast, featuring antimicrobial, easy-to-clean surfaces. Save 20 to 40% on materials this month only. Visit their Redmond showroom or luxurybathofseattle.com.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
If you really want to do this correctly, then you get to enjoy every day of retirement like it's a Saturday. And if you don't, it's a Monday for the rest of your life.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth, Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
At Kornfeld Law, we understand that recovering from an injury is one of the most challenging times in your life. The uncertainty,
paperwork, the phone calls. I'm personal injury attorney Neil Lindquist, and at my firm, our representation philosophy is simple. You focus on healing, we focus on everything else. We're with you every step of the way. We provide clear direction and handle the insurance companies so you never have to feel uncertain throughout the process. If you've been injured, trust Kornfeld Law and call me for a free in-person consultation. Let's talk about your concerns and how we can help you move forward.
Visit kornfeldlaw.com to schedule a free consultation with Neil. That's Kornfeld with a K, law.com.
From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
More fallout after new Signal text messages released.
Obviously, someone made a mistake.
Democrats press top Trump officials.
I haven't reviewed the DoD guidance.
Journalist included in the text chain.
All I did was look at my phone.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The Atlantic magazine has released the full transcript of the chat between Trump and military officials regarding strikes on Houthi rebels. Editor-in-Chief Jeffrey Goldberg was inadvertently invited to the chat by President Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz. Asked about the Signal text chain, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says someone made a mistake.
The White House is looking at this entire thing. How did that journalist get on there? Why was this the appropriate? And I think there'll be reforms and changes made, so this was not going to happen again. It can't.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has once again denied he texted a war plan.
The defense secretary told reporters as he was leaving Hawaii,
"Our ongoing campaign against the Houthis has been devastatingly effective,"
and downplayed the extremely detailed description of the strike.
Nobody's texting war plans.
He says the text was titled Team Update and his job was
provide updates in real time. General updates in real time. Keep everybody informed. That's what I did.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
For a second day on Capitol Hill, Trump officials are pressed for more answers. The president calling it...
Look, it's all a witch hunt.
National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard tells Democrat Congressman Jim Himes of Connecticut...
I did not recall the specific details that were included.
Director Gabbard, you've reasserted that there was no classified information. I think we can all agree that that information shouldn't have been out there.
In the text chain, weapons, targets, and attack sequencing were mentioned. The Atlantic's editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg, tells CBS's Ed O'Keefe...
That's actually extremely dangerous to say that American warplanes are launching in 30 minutes to attack Houthi targets in Yemen.
President Trump announces 25% tariffs on all vehicles not built in the U.S. He says it would encourage domestic manufacturing.
You're going to see numbers like you haven't seen, both in terms of employment. Takes a little while. You're going to have great construction numbers initially, and then ultimately you're going to have a lot of people making a lot of cars.
The move could also put a financial squeeze on automakers that depend on global supply chains. The European Union says it deeply regrets the Trump's car tariffs, and Canada's Prime Minister is calling it a direct attack. Stocks fell on Wall Street today. The Dow closed down 133 points. The Nasdaq plunged 373 points. S&P 500 closed down 64. Now this.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
Today's sunshine could be moving out very shortly. We will get to that, but first a look at traffic from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Nate Connors.
Thanks,
Nate.
Sam. Yeah, Home Comfort Alliance has our update. Bellevue to Everett, an hour, 10-minute drive. Your backup starts in South Bellevue, and it's pretty solid into Bothell. And then once you hit Bothell, it's scattered backups into Alderwood. Seattle to Everett just hit 1 hour with a solid backup from downtown now all the way through North Linwood. Again, at 45th, we got a new rollover crash. It's blocking 2 right lanes. This just happened about 10 minutes ago. Linwood to Seattle still at 35 minutes. You're packed in Northgate to I-90. Our Lake Bridges are looking good. Bellevue to South Center is a 40-minute drive. Your backup starts approaching 520 all the way down to the VMAC. You'll catch a nice little break and a little backup still left in South Center from an earlier collision. Renton to Puyallup on the Valley Highway is going to take you 50 minutes. And it's also a 50-minute drive between Tacoma and Olympia. Improve your home comfort with a new heat pump, plus enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioners through March. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Sam Campbell. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch for King, Pierce, Thurston, Lewis, Clark, Cowlitz, and Skamania counties now. The band of storms is rolling north through Washington, and forecasts say it'll hit the South Sound area in about an hour. It's expected to bring with it gusts reaching 58 miles per hour and possibly some large hail. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey hit the streets to see how listeners were preparing for the extreme weather.
For a lot of people like Thomas, he's most concerned about protecting his car from possible tennis ball-sized hail.
Best I can do is parking inside, avoid the hail and everything else.
Others tell me they canceled their outdoor plans and they'll watch from inside the house.
Be safe and just, prepare.
Yeah, I'll stay home.
And for the unhoused, the Salvation Army is deploying their severe weather shelter tonight. Operation Sack Lunch will provide food. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
The National Weather Service says it expects most of the damage to remain King County and south at the moment. Utility providers are expecting some damage. Gerald Tracy with Puget Sound Energy tells us it's all hands on deck for them.
It's a crazy amount of people you'll see in these Teams meetings at 7, 8 p.m. at night while we're trying to work to get that power restored for our customers.
We're tracking any power outages that come from this storm along with school closures. Find it all on mynorthwest.com. King County Executive Dow Constantine delivered the State of the County address today. After 16 years as executive, this was Constantine's final State of the County address as he's expected to take over the helm at Sound Transit. Constantine touted his successes and noted challenges ahead, particularly from the other Washington.
Do not succumb to the cynicism and the threats issuing from the other Washington. We have the industry, the intellect, the character, the values to stand strong.
Several Amtrak routes nationwide have been canceled after the company discovered corrosion on its Horizon rail cars. A total of 70 passenger cars across the country are affected, including 26 cars on the Amtrak Cascades route. Amtrak tells KIRO 7 TV buses will be made available to passengers. They've been secured through March 30th. Passengers will board them at Amtrak stations where trains stop. And this weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. We are in a holding pattern right now. We're monitoring the situation as the storm clouds roll through. Again, 5 p.m. expected to hit the South Sound area, about 6 p.m. hitting Seattle, and we're still waiting to see how bad it might be for Snohomish County, if bad at all. Right now, it's about 62 degrees outside the Carter Subaru Studios. I'm Sam Campbell, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
I was just checking social media. We have viewers complaining already. Just go back to the show. No, we're not going back to the show, folks. This is a dangerous situation, okay? It's nice. Yeah. Think about this. This was your neighborhood. I'm sick and tired of people complaining about this. Our job here is to keep people safe, and that is what we're going to do. Some of you complain that this is all about my ego. Stop. Okay, just stop right now.
Good
it's
retort.
Not.
Oh, yes, that was the weatherman who was, because I think they broke away from, was it
some show?
I think it was Bachelor, was it a Bachelor show?
I don't know. It was some syndicated big show.
Big show.
And it was a tornado or something like that.
Right, and that guy he was not, we're there to save people's lives. Coming out of a dead dog dedication. All right. You're in good hands because Sam used to live in Tornado Alley. Where are you originally from, Sam?
I am originally from the great state of Ohio.
All right, so you know tornadoes. You've heard the thunder. You've heard the...
I lived in Missouri, too, shortly after that tornado hit Joplin.
Right. So there's no tornado. There's a 2% chance. That's it.
It's a very small
Very small.
Yes.
But severe thunderstorms, high winds, gusts up to 50 miles an hour, chance of hail as well. As you said, starting in the South Sound?
Starting the South Sound, the storm clouds are rolling north right now. Right now, the latest models say it's going to hit about Tacoma around 5 and then start rolling north. However, those models are constantly changing, and that's just reality we're going to have to live with.
What's the temperature outside right now? Because that'll give you some idea of how severe the thunderstorms are going to be.
Last I checked, it's 62.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Sam. There we go. By the way, Andrew has decided to embrace the thunderstorm story and playing all bump-in music that is weather-related, and the people responding to hardly anything else I say about Trump or taxes. Hundreds of you texting in weather songs that you want to hear. Why don't we just flip the deck and just do nothing but like music all day?
I'm cool with that.
You don't want to hear from me?
Well, no, I want you to introduce.
Oh, just
music.
introduce it.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of song? What song you got there, Andrew? For a weather song?
I got.
See if I can hit the post.
Sure. Oh, I don't have anything that you can walk up to. It's all primed, ready for bumpers. Sorry.
Oh, man. Find one that I can hit the post on.
Okay.
Hitting the post on this one. Here's the quick background. Jeffrey Goldberg in 2020 did a story in Atlantic Magazine saying that Trump said, I don't need to go there to Normandy to see the because those that died there, they're all suckers and losers. And now this was apparently anonymous sources. Goldberg never wanted to say who it was. Bolton, who was with the president at the time, said, I didn't hear him say that. Other people said, oh, yeah, he said this or whatever. But it was a big deal for Biden talking about Trump has no respect for the military because he knows that Trump has a great deal of support for the military. So this is part of the backstory. Jeffrey Goldberg, writing at The Atlantic, says this about Trump, never confirms who said it. So this is this stink, and this is this intense dislike that Donald Trump has with Jeffrey Goldberg. So Goldberg, on a Saturday while shopping, he looks down his phone and he gets LinkedIn, and there's a bunch of messages flying back and forth. And it's Tulsi Gabbard, it's Pete Hegseth, it's the whole gang. They're all in there, Mike Waltz, and they're sending
Vance is
on there. They're back and forth talking about, okay, we're going to go hit go into Yemen. The F-18s are ready to go. So it breaks. Hegstaff says, oh, I wasn't giving any sort of, that wasn't, secret stuff. Calling the bluff of Jeffrey Goldberg. So, Goldstein. So at this point, Jeffrey's sitting there saying, okay, I've got the screenshots. They're calling my bluff, and I'm going to show it. So this morning, he basically goes, here you go. This is what you guys were talking about. And yes, Signal is okay for certain things, but not top secret things. It is encrypted, but China has been able to break into it. So has Russia. But they're all on there talking about what time the F-18s are going to take off, when the first strike is going to be, where it's going to be. This is obvious. This is war-related information that is not being given out on a secure line. So Mr. Hegstaff's story about it not being anything vital, that now is not true. Mr. Waltz, who says, I don't know how he got his name in there. I never met the guy. That's not true. I mean, there's like, look, face it. You effed up. And you got this guy, unfortunately, on the line, and he got it all. And now all of your lies about it not being war, we weren't really, no secret information, it's all out the window. So now the question is, what happens next, right? You got to do something about this. So, press secretary was asked about whether it's classified information or not. She says,
what is it about what Pete Hegseth wrote that makes you say this is not classified?
Well, it's not just me saying that, Peter. It's the Secretary of Defense himself who is saying this.
Wait, hold on. The guy. Okay. That guy said it. That's not.
And that's Pete Hegseth.
They said what time the F-18s are taking off.
Yes.
This is the time. This is where we're going to hit. This is the first thing. Just think about this. Let's say it wasn't the Houthis. Let's say it was somebody else. Well, if somebody else got this information other than the editor there, Atlantic, what if they were like, oh, okay, they're coming in from here. We know where they're going to strike. You'd have surface-to-air missiles ready to take out an F-18.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, come on. This is a mess.
Put out a very strong statement earlier today listing all of the things that were not included in that message that he sent to the group.
Oh.
And again, this message, there was no classified information transmitted. There were no war plans discussed. Why did the Atlantic downgrade their allegation about war plans to attack plans? They're now playing word games because they know this was sensationalist spin from a reporter who is well known for doing this. We have said all along no war plans were discussed, no classified material was sent. You have the Secretary of Defense saying that. You have the director of the CIA, the director of national intelligence, the
Everybody
FBI director
in the
all testifying to that
Right.
under oath, and they should be trusted with that.
Okay, so you're splitting hairs on war plans, or it's still, you're saying that these F-18s are going to take off. You're saying where they're going to go, what time they're going to go, when the first missile is going to be fired. You want that to be broadcast? Do you really want that? Everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason. You believe in God? I don't know if it's God's will. If you want to believe that, that's fine. Is it destiny, or these things are all sort of lined up? This is all supposed to happen. But how is it this guy gets included in this chain? This is actually good. This is good.
Yes.
This is good, because now we're either going to tighten things up and they won't express these things again. Europe now has a better idea of how the U.S. feels about them. You see what J.D. Vance was saying. You see the disagreement between J.D. Vance and the president when it comes to going in there and striking in order to clear up and to get the Houthis out of that part of the world.
In the shipping lane.
The shipping lanes, right? The 4% of it is being done by the U.S. and the rest is, should we be carrying the water for Europe? This is all good. I'm glad it comes out. All comes out. Now, the most important thing is somebody should get fired.
Can you say definitively that no one will lose their jobs? No one will lose their job at all because of this signal situation. What I can say definitively is what I just spoke to the president about, and he continues to have confidence in his national security team.
Okay, well, whatever. She didn't say anything.
She didn't, but the Politico ran with that and saying, she won't not say that somebody's going to get fired.
Did they do the old, what about Biden? Did they do that?
What I can tell you is that the president, as the commander-in-chief of our United States Armed Forces, and Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is an incredible man and a warfighter himself, take the lives of our American service members with the utmost responsibility, and they would never do anything intentionally.
Okay, I don't care.
She then pivots to, but Biden left so many people
he's not
to
here.
die
I
in
know.
Afghanistan,
That's a
and
mess.
it's
Okay,
just,
fine.
Constantly.
Here it is. What they think is Mike Walls had somebody else on his phone that had the same initials as JG. Someone else that he knows. So he includes JG. I forget who they think it is. In there, he's thinking, that's someone else. But no, it happens to be the journalist. So again, this is like watching a movie, right? Like all of a sudden, that could never happen. But in a movie, this would be a good twist plot. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden, or plot twist, because now all of a sudden, twist plot. That's the name of the new movie.
I thought that's just how you said it.
Yes. So now we'll hopefully have a shakeup out of this.
You said prior to Hegseth getting confirmed that the job
I said
was...
he's not seasoned enough. He doesn't understand. It's the gigantic department, 430-some thousand. I mean, all these
it's too
people.
big of a job for him.
Too big of a job.
Nothing against him. It was just too much responsibility for somebody with so little experience.
Plus respect. There's a lot of guys in there in the Pentagon. They've been in there for 30, 35, 40 years and stuff, and they don't. Some whippersnapper coming in there. It's an all-boys club, and no, I didn't think he was the right guy for the job. I don't know who else they're going to put in there. I forget the others that were supposed to be up for it, but no, I thought he was over his head, and this is just irresponsible. And you get the sense that because they were told by the FBI that it's okay to communicate on this line, right. It's okay, but not top secret stuff. And anybody that does, well, what about Hillary? Okay, yeah, what about yes, exactly, but she's not there. So I hate the...
And people were mad about that, too.
They're mad about that. And Comey gave her a break. So, done. This is it. Move on. Fire one of these people. Fire one of them. Let one of them go. Because if not, it really seems a couple double standards and the buck doesn't stop anywhere.
But wouldn't this have been made so much... It would be such a less of a big story if they just said from the beginning, yes, we made a mistake. We're all a little
always
new
the
here.
case, always the case, right? And they thought, you know what? So Hegseth says, no, I didn't put nothing in there, nothing. Don't worry about it. They were calling the bluff. They wanted the editor from Atlanta. Is it Goldstein or Goldberg? Goldberg. They wanted Mr. Goldberg. They kept thinking, will he come forward? And he must have thought about it the night before. Like, okay, you know what? You calling the bluff on the thing? Here it is. Here are my cards. Here's what you sent me. This, and then they have to back away. Now, but that's not war. That
that's war talk, not
just
planning.
Own it.
Yeah.
Every single one. I don't care who the politician is. I think it would be the most refreshing thing when you get this. Well, I misspoke, or I did this, or blah blah blah. Just own it. People respect it, and let the cards fall where they may. Any mistake you make as a politician, I think people would be absolutely shocked if you said, yeah, I screwed up. You know what? That was a bad move. I really messed that up.
And I learned something.
I'm not going to do that again. But they don't want to do that because then it's always going to be used, this guy knows he was wrong.
I know words. I had the best words.
Right. Bob Smith admits that he was wrong. And he's like, I was wrong. I messed up. Blah, blah.
But it's like saying you're sorry. It goes so much further than people think it will.
Stop adding more crap on top of the pile of other crap. And the president should come on and say, he did this and he did that. And you know what? It's over. I'm going to ask Mike Waltz to step down. He's gone. Find somebody else in there. Not like Waltz has got the greatest pedigree. I mean, he's, yes, Florida congressman. Yes, he endorsed Trump in 2024. Former businessman. Yes, I got all that. But, get somebody else to run the show. Be done with it. Stop letting it drag out. All right. Here's the latest on the weather since people are so concerned. So the storm should start in the South Sound in about 40-some minutes. High winds, thunderstorms included, winds up to 50 miles an hour. Hail also likely. We haven't gotten the official a warning. We don't have thunderstorm watches or warnings. Are we at a watch or a warning right now? Do we know?
I'm not a news person.
We are at a watch.
Just going to Noah's page, just with the local weather. It says severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 9 p.m.
It's a watch.
If the hail is 1 inch or larger, depending also on the wind, it can damage your car. If you have more extensive car coverage, if you have comprehensive coverage, you should be okay when it comes to damage to your car. 1 inch, inch and a half in there. If it's bigger and heavier, depending on the wind as well, you can get some pretty big dents in there and start to chip some of the paint off. So be warned. By the way, if a power line does come down and you're in your car, stay in your car. Do not get out of your car. Hang out. Just wait. Sit there. If there's a power line anywhere nearby, if the water is touching the power line and it's still active and you step out of your car and you are close to that water or any way you're conducting to the energy, bye-bye to you. So, so long. Last part of it is having gone through, and we don't have a tornado. There's no tornado warning in effect. They have a 2% chance. But if you're hearing that, it's only 2%. I was sharing stories with Sam when I was in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois, and one came through, and they said everything's going to be on the teleprompter. Just read the teleprompter. I was like, I'm dyslexic. I didn't tell them that when they hired me. But when I was sitting there and those words were coming up on that teleprompter, I was like, anybody's guess what that word is. Most of the stuff. I'm John Curley in the WCIA Weather Center. The tornado warning is in effect for the following counties. And then all these counties come up with all these letters. Capitalized letter in the front, and a lot of letters. A lot of Native American Effingham and towns I'd never heard of before. And I'm like, I'm going to let that one go.
Pretty much everywhere.
I just let them go. And they're zipping by, and I'm like, Bloomington. Normal. Words that I have seen before. Any other word, I'm like, God bless those people in that county. Because maybe the whole county get wiped off the map, and I'll never have to read it again. There we go. Those poor people. All right, over there, Nate, in the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Nathan.
All right, Global Credit Union has the update. Bellevue to Everett, an hour and 5 minutes. Your backup is thinned out a bit. We're still heavy, though, from 520 up to 522. Seattle to Everett, also an hour 5. We've got a crash still in the U District, North 5 at 45th. It's blocking 2 right lanes. Looks like they've moved the rollover car off the freeway, so hopefully they're in cleanup mode now, and this should open up here shortly. The backup, though, has connected to that South Seattle backup starting near the north end of Boeing Field. Once you punch through this, you're going to clear out just briefly before entering another backup starting in Northgate. Everett to Seattle, 50 minutes. You're packed from 85th down to I-90. Everett to Bellevue looks good, taking just a half hour. Once you hit Bellevue, South 405, you're packed at 520 down to the VMAC. Bellevue to South Center, is going to take you 35 minutes. Seattle to Federal Way, 45 minutes. Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
All right, you're looking for a smart way to make your home comfortable year-round and not break the bank. Well, it's two words, and the first word is heat. The second word is pump. Thank you. Doc Curley here. You want to upgrade to a heat pump, you get two solutions for the efficiency, ultra efficiency, from the comfort people there at Home Comfort Alliance. I'm talking about a heat pump, so heating and cooling, both there combined for you. For efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer, best way to go. They came out to the house in Sammamish like 7 or 8 years ago, put in AC. When I get to the barn, by the barn out in Cle Elum, this thing is huge. I need some way to be able to keep it cool and then also heat it. The guys from Home Comfort come out, they're like, whoa, look at this. They put in a heat pump every single month. My electric bills have gone down. I love how I'm able to stay nice and toasty in the winter and cool in the summer with my heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. My only bone of contention is the fact that now they've got a sale. Why didn't they tell me about this earlier? I'm telling you, 15% off now. 18 months, 0%, same as cash financing. So you can't go wrong with Home Comfort Alliance. That's homecomfortalliance.com.
KIRO News Radio, your home for Seattle's morning news with Charlie Harger.
Accusations Mayor Bruce Harrell allowed a sexist and toxic work environment. Our Luke Ducey spoke to the mayor about it.
Are you prepared to answer any questions about allegations against you from your former deputy mayor concerning sexism in the office?
I'm not going to take that right now because I don't really comment on, former employees.
Seattle's morning news with Charlie Harger.
Weekday mornings 6 to 9.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. From $252 per person, double occupancy. Save during Clipper Spring Sale at FRSClipper.com.
Brian loves the outdoors. And then one day, his knees told him no.
I did have to stop hiking and skiing.
Diagnosis? Arthritis.
I went to my doctor now, and he wanted to replace my hips, and I did not want that to happen.
That's when Brian learned about stem cell therapy and went to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
I researched it. You hear you talking on the radio, and it worked.
How long did it take to work?
Within 3 days, I could do squats. I could walk downstairs.
And just 4 months after that,
I went skiing yesterday at Crystal Mountain. We skied most of the day with no pain whatsoever on my knee.
So, does he recommend this to others?
I've recommended so many people, I just can't remember.
Sounds like he does. So before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with zero interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
Tax season? Not with Bathfitter. They will pay your sales tax on a new tub or shower, plus no interest for 18 months. Hi, this is Ursula Roytine. Bathfitter has been in business 40 years with 40,000 local remodels. They only use their factory-trained installation team, and you always get their price match guarantee. For the most affordable bath in as little as 1 day, it's Bathfitter. And now Bathfitter pays your sales tax, and you pay no interest for 18 months. Call 800-NEW-BATH. 800-NEW-BATH.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at BlueJay.com/start now. That's PLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Ludacris. Back again. Yes, indeed. Ludacris, I'm hotter than the vibe. July 10th, 7 p.m. to Layla Amphitheater. Bad. My chick hood. Get out the way. But how low can you go? Ludacris. Come on, we gon' party tonight. Tickets on sale now at One Club desks at Tulalip and Quill Cedar Creek Casinos. When I move, you move. Ludacris.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Sam Campbell. Storm clouds are moving north along western Washington. National Weather Service has put out a severe thunderstorm watch for King County down to the Oregon border. Forecasts are calling for heavy rain and wind gusts of up to 58 miles an hour, and KIRO News Radio's meteorologist Ted Beener tells us large hail is possible.
Most of our thunderstorms around here only climb to 25,000 feet. These thunderstorms have the opportunity to climb much higher, which means that those hailstones will be going up and down inside the thunderstorm cloud and collecting more moisture and able to gather and grow in size. So we were talking golf ball size or maybe even larger than that. That is a possibility.
That storm front is forecast to reach the South Sound by about 5 p.m., Seattle by about 6. We'll be tracking any power outages and school closures from it at mynorthwest.com. Deputies in Clallam County have arrested 2 people accused of scamming a 71-year-old woman out of $125,000. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has the details.
The woman who lives in Sequim was first contacted by a man claiming to be with the Federal Trade Commission, advising her that she was a suspect in an Amazon fraud case, and to clear it all up, she would need to pay the money back. Clallam County Chief Deputy Amy Bundy says the woman was given very specific instructions.
Going to Walmart to purchase a specific metal lockbox, duct taping the money inside of the lockbox, and then meeting up with an individual to give them the money.
Investigators say the woman did that 3 times before she called police. The 2 suspects charged with theft and extortion. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
There's an effort at Seattle City Hall to make after-hours bars safer. A new proposal would require establishments that stay open after 2 a.m. to maintain up-to-date city permits and licenses, hire 2 security guards, and use video surveillance. This is Councilmember Rob Saka at a hearing this week.
Our city has seen a troubling rise in violence and lawlessness associated with unpermitted, unregulated after-hours nightlife establishments.
A vote to refer the bill to the full council could happen as soon as April 8th. And now let's get a check on traffic from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Nate Connors.
All right, Sam, Beacon Plumbing has our update. Bellevue to Everett is down to a solid hour now. You've got scattered backups between Kirkland and Alderwood. Seattle to Everett, still a little over an hour 5 minutes. We cleared that rollover crash at 45th in the U District. It's over on your right shoulder. So this opens up a couple lanes, but it was there long enough to create a lengthy backup that starts way back at the Michigan curve, and that rolls steady all the way into Linwood. That's a 22-mile backup. Everett to Seattle, 50 minutes. You're packed from 85th down to I-90. Crossing the lake from Bellevue is going to take you a half hour now on both I-90 and 520. 520 is packed, though, across the lake. Bellevue, South 405, you're packed from 520 down to the VMAC where traffic comes to a halt. Bellevue to South Center will take you 35 minutes. It looks like we've got a crash at this scene in the northbound lanes. Northbound 405 backed up to the Valley Highway. Seattle to Federal Way taking you 45 minutes. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking, call Beacon. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Looking at the hourly forecast, looks like scattered thunderstorms are possible in Seattle starting at 6 p.m. Again, we are going to be monitoring this situation throughout the evening. Right now, it's about 62 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Sam Campbell, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
KIRO 7 News in the morning brings you the most urgent headlines, the things you need to know before you head out the door. Just like you need that cup of coffee, they'll help you start your day off on the right foot. Live breaking news, KIRO 7 pinpoint weather, and KIRO 7 real-time traffic to help you avoid those back-to-school backups. Check in with KIRO 7 News in the morning, 4:30 to 7 a.m. only on KIRO 7 TV.
Thank you, Joe. Well said, well read. Bucky's Auto Service Center, 16 locations, been around for 55 years. Take the car to Bucky's Auto Service Centers. Andrew, I think you're on a little bit of troublemaker coming in the room now, right? Yeah.
I know you're no good, but you're stuck in my brain. And I want to know, why does it feel so
Oh, boy. Here she comes. From Linden, Washington School Board. Kushra, thank you for coming on with us. I'm playing the Troublemaker song, and I probably should have told you I was going to do that. But you are like a dog with a bone because you are very concerned about a big vote that is coming up. This is the votes happening between the 9th to the 18th in April. This is where the folks there from the WIAA, these are the people that are involved with all Washington high school organized sports. They're going to be voting on a very, very kind of sensitive subject. Thanks for coming on. Oh, there you are. I didn't realize you were going to be on video. Hello. Let me give a quick, how are you? Look, quick background on this. So February 6, 2025, Tumwater. There's a basketball game. There's a girl who was going to play, but then she realizes the boy on the other team. So she says, I'm not going to play. So she sits out. Then on the 17th of February, the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism files a Title IX complaint against the Tumwater School Board. They say, so the Tumwater School Board passes a resolution. They vote for Amendments 7 and 8. I'll read those. This says that all student athletes, regardless of sex, gender identity, or gender expression, who meet the eligibility criteria are allowed to participate in the boys' open category. I guess that'd be boys and then whatever the open category is. And to maintain fairness and equitable competition, participate in a girls category is limited to students that are female, right? So that's 7 and 8. So it's creating two different categories, right? So an open category, boys, and then boys that think they're girls would race there or compete there, and that girls that are girls are going to compete in this other category. Those are the two amendments, correct?
Yes, John. That's Amendment number 7. Amendment 8 creates 3 categories.
Oh, what's 8?
Boys, girls, and open.
Okay, got it. So what happened is then on the 4th, or the Tumwater Board says, yes, we're going to go with 7 and 8. We're going to create these new categories. This is the way we're going to do this thing. Well, then OSPI sends a letter to the Tumwater School District warning them of the possible legal risk of, and saying, you know, you better not do this. This isn't a good way for you to go. So then does the folks there at OSPI have any legal power to force schools to do what they want them to do?
They cannot force WIAA. Even though, they do have, well, they cannot give, I guess, legal advice to OSPI, to WIAA, because there was a recent letter that was sent to WIAA. WIAA was requesting representation from OSPI through the Attorney General, and OSPI replied that we cannot give you any legal advice. Sorry.
Okay. So the board, I think there's 53 members that are going to be voting. Most of these guys are, and women are, they represented, they're athletic directors, right?
They are, yes.
Okay. So they have this big vote coming up. I assume it's secret.
It shouldn't be, is how it should.
I sense some hesitation.
Well, the thing is, John, the 53 voting members, these are district athletic directors. Ergo, these are public school employees. And WIAA is essentially member-led. And it is mostly public schools that are members of these organizations. So it shouldn't be any secret, but you know what? It's been years that they have operated through this bureaucratic process. And that's what we're trying to change. We're trying to bring some light onto that.
So here we have our 53 members. And as you point out, they are school employees, school district employees. And so one might be a little prejudiced to the fact that they might vote sort of along the same lines as what we see in Washington state schools, this sort of ideology, they have a chance to vote. And they would basically say, we want to set up separate categories. Girls will race against girls, boys against boys, open category, trans athletes can run against other trans athletes. So that would settle the thing. Or they could reject 7 and 8 and then allow boys to compete against girls in athletic competitions. Is that basically what's on the table?
Right, yes. So they're going to vote separately. So both amendments 7 and 8 are on the ballot. It's an online ballot from, like you said, April 9 to 18. And if they vote 7, then that's 2 categories. If they vote 8, then that's 3. And it needs 60% to pass, meaning 32 votes out of the 53 is needed for any amendment to pass. And as far as adoption of that amendment as a rule, that would be within the hands of WIAA itself.
Okay. Can Chris Rakedaw, if it goes the way of creating the different categories, can the superintendent do anything to the WIAA and to the schools? Withhold funds? Does he have any sort of legal club?
He does. And they're giving him more power this legislative session, as we see.
So what can he do? What can the superintendent of schools do if he doesn't like the way this vote goes?
Well, currently we are seeing Graham fighting. Somebody sends a letter, and the other party sends another letter. So far it's right at that stage. But the withholding of fund is the last stage. It's the last resort. So if you don't, let's say Tumwater is in the crosshairs right now. So if they don't resolve it with OSPI, in terms of their school policy, or in case they don't allow a transgender student to play in the sports category that the student wants to, then we'll see what they do, which is usually, like I said, plans to get into alignment with OSPI guidelines, and then the last resort is taking their money away.
Well, okay, so if you're there voting on this thing, let's just, take a position of neutrality on it. If you vote to create 7 and 8, then you possibly could lose funds. I'm going to assume these people are like, it's not worth it, right? I mean, how many are we talking about? 3, 4 girls, 3, 4 boys, whatever. It's not that we don't want to lose the money, right? So let's just put our heads down and not create separate categories. We'll let boys compete against girls, and girls could lose to boys by, considerable amount of time. But in the end, hey, take one for the team. We don't want to lose the money. Is that what they're possibly facing?
Absolutely. And there's a lot of fear mongering of, as we see in that letter, and it's not just a Tumwater school district, honestly, it is the narrative that is within the WIAA representatives, as I've heard, but personally talking to some, and also the school districts that, we are told to not vote for the amendments because they are allegedly against the state law. And again, open categories and this kind of proposal hasn't been, dealt with before in the state of Washington, let alone in the courts. So for OSPI to come in and say that encouraging school administration, the district athletic directors to vote in favor of 7 and 8 amendments would likely violate state law, that's just fear mongering.
So there is no state law that they would be violating?
Well, John, the thing is, there is no state law. So state law is the RCW in our state, and there's no WAC, which is the interpretation of those statutes that explicitly state that schools should allow students to play in the gender identity category that they most identify or express with. There is none. What there is a PDF file, an 84-page PDF file that is entitled OSPI Guidelines on prohibiting discrimination, right, in Washington public schools. And here it is, I'm holding it right here. And the thing is, even in this PDF guidelines, they don't hold the power of law. And right under there in the first page, it says it's been under revision since 2012. And it says that these guidelines will not supersede the WAC which is the interpretation of the non-discrimination law.
I see.
On the contrary, right, these RCWs actually say that schools may segregate sports and facilities based on sex.
Okay.
So how do you argue with that?
I don't know, but I do know that this is an important vote coming up, and I'll say that more information, it's going to be the parents getting to the school boards, getting to the WIAA, and explaining how they feel about this. This will be interesting. But as we get closer to it, let's get you back on again, Kush, because we have to go to the break. We'll find out what's happening, if it's moving in one direction or another. Will you keep monitoring that for us?
No worries.
I figured. Okay. Thank you very much, Kush. From Linden there, Washington, our school board representative. Let's go to Nate, the Beacon Public Traffic. That's Nathan.
All righty. Cornfield Law has the update. In Renton, northbound 405 and northeast 45th. That's where you're going to find this collision, blocking 2 right lanes, leaving just the HOV lane open to all traffic. You're backed up bumper to bumper to the Valley Highway, State Route 167. South Center to Bellevue just spiked to a 50-minute commute. That's a half-hour delay. South 405 is bumper to bumper from 520 in Bellevue to the scene. Bellevue to Renton is at 40 minutes. Bellevue to Everett back up to an hour, 5 minutes. Pretty solid now between Kirkland and Alderwood. Seattle to Everett is down to 55 minutes. Still got a lengthy backup, though, starting at the Michigan Curve all the way into Linwood. That's a 22-mile backup. Everett to Seattle, 50 minutes. Your backup starts in Northgate down to I-90. Crossing the lake from Bellevue is going to take you a half hour across both bridge routes. Renton to Puyallup on the Valley Highway, 45 minutes. And Tacoma to Olympia, also at 45 minutes. Wrongfully injured? Don't let insurance companies take advantage of you. Visit personal injury attorney Neil Lindquist for a free consultation at cornfieldlaw.com. He works hard so you can rest easy. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Boy, the good people there, Longevity Medical Clinic, for 25 years have been proactive. Most of the time when it comes to your health, and you go to the doctor when something is wrong. How about this? How about having a doctor that stops things from going wrong? I'm talking about big stuff like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. And then there's other things as well. Helping you gain muscle, helping you reduce stress, helping you just be able to get better sleep, and maybe, kind of do a little better when it comes to your loved ones. I had to explain that in a sensitive manner. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Longevity Medical Clinic for 25 years has got the best doctors. And here's how it works. You get assigned a doctor, and you will love working with him or her. And you do a blood draw. And 4 times a year, you sit down for an hour. And this doctor, mine's the best, by the way, she goes through every single thing she sees in here because your blood doesn't lie. She can see 16 pages of all the indicators of how you are aging. And we make small incremental changes to stop the big bad stuff. There's so much more to it than that. Go to Longevity Medical Clinic. Check out their free health analysis at longevitymedicalclinic.com.
State officials say there's a $12 billion hole in the budget, and fixing it is an emergency. But just a few years ago, the state had a budget surplus just as large. And only a few months ago, state government added billions more in spending. Tax collections are at record high. Some state officials say tax revenues are below average. Not quite adding up. To see the numbers for yourself and learn more about the state budget, visit budgetbreakdown.org. That's budgetbreakdown.org.
Did you know that over the past 10 years, home values have increased the most during the first quarter of the year? So how much is your home worth right now? Check it out instantly at sellwithwest.com. Sure, there are other apps out there you can use, but most of them are national companies. If you want local expertise, someone who actually knows what's happening with the housing market in your neighborhood, there's no one more local than Wes Jones. If you're even thinking about making a move in 2025, go to sellwithwest.com, sellwithwest.com, and start by using their free home value calculator to see what your home is worth. It might be worth more than you think. You'll get so much more than just a number from Wes Jones. We're talking about recent sales in your neighborhood, the market temperature in your city, side-by-side comparisons of multiple online estimates. You can even calculate how much equity you have, and even a breakdown of how your home's value has changed over time. So here's what you have to do. Go to sellwithwest.com, type in your address, and bam, you'll have instant access to all of this and more. It's fast, easy, it's local. Sellwithwest.com, a better way to sell your home.
Hey, it's me, the foul pull at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pull, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
A big number for the 2-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball. Try to ends up.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd, and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets at mariners.com/promos.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows. And an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try. Risk-free at philo.tv.
I'm Macy House with Baird Global Investment Banking. In today's markets, global financial capabilities aren't worth much without personal attention to your priorities. Baird Banking, Research, and Private Equity professionals are located across 3 continents, sharing more than investment expertise. As employee owners of our firm, we all have a personal stake in your success, here in the Pacific Northwest and around the world. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Seattle.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
Cause that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment.
Dayandnight.net. Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Has the storm started in the South Sound yet?
I don't think it's gotten close to us yet.
No, I know. All right. It's coming.
It's down in Astoria.
Area. How do you pronounce the town again?
Astoria.
That's where they shot the Goonies, right?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Do we really want to do this story? It seems so depressing. Does it have a happy ending? Here, we'll set it up. Here we go. Ready?
Sisters are accused of hatching a plan to kill their mother.
Here we go. All right, how's the...
For not turning on the Wi-Fi. The Harris County Sheriff's Office says the girls ages 14, 15, and 16 chased their mother out of their home with knives. Corley, what are you learning from neighbors?
The neighbors. Let's see. This is typical. Well, they seem really nice kids. They kind of kept to themselves. Didn't really notice anything. Their mom seems very loving. I'm surprised that this happened. Think that's what they said? No. No?
Neighborhood is filled with families, and we talked to several neighbors who said they heard yelling coming from that home where the teens live earlier in the day. Now,
I would hope there be some yelling.
Investigators say the 3 teen sisters were upset their mother turned off the Wi-Fi, so they grabbed kitchen knives and chased their mom throughout the house and into the street, attempting to stab her. The mother was struck with a brick in the process. Deputies...
Where'd the brick come from?
Yeah, I don't know.
Say the grandmother was knocked over while trying to protect the mom. Fortunately, they are both okay. All 3 teens were arrested. The sisters, they were all arrested and charged with aggravated assault.
But the good news is they will have Wi-Fi in prison.
I don't know. I don't know if they will. I edited out.
Why did you give me to that story?
I don't know, but I edited out the part about the actual neighbors. And I didn't know you were going to ask. So the neighbors said that they're so afraid of that particular house that they won't let their kids come out at night, and that these girls are absolute terrors, and they're glad they're going to be doing some time in a youth penitentiary, hopefully.
Wow, 14, 15, 16, chasing around with kitchen knives.
And bricks.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for the...
You're welcome. Stormwatch.
So, yeah, back to Stormwatch. All right, let's go to Nate in the Big and Bumpy Shows it up. Nathan.
All right, this report is brought to us by Seattle Sports. North 405 in Renton at Northeast 44th there near the VMAC. Collision blocks 2 right lanes. That leaves just the HOV lane open to all traffic. The backup is now extended into South Center. South Center to Bellevue, now taking you a solid hour. That's a 40-minute delay. Coming the other way, Bellevue to South Center, 45 minutes. You're solid from 520 to our crash scene. We've got a couple new crashes on I-90 crossing the lake. Westbound 90 approaching the Mount Baker Tunnel. This one blocks your right lane. You're backed up to Island Crest Way. And then eastbound 90 inside the Mercer Tunnel, a collision blocks the HOV lane. Heading into Seattle, South 5 thick from Lake City Way to I-90. Linwood to Seattle is going to take you a half hour. South 5 is packed from the north end of Boeing Field into downtown. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube and click subscribe to get fresh video content daily. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
This is the first time that median earnings in Seattle have hit 6 figures.
San Francisco being number 1 and Seattle being number 2, what do those 2 places have in common with each other? Homelessness crisis. Isn't it something that the places where you're middle of the pack making $100,000 a year, the homeless is more in those places than anywhere in the country? But G is drugs.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Doctors Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, what is K2 Vision RLE? How is refractive lens exchange different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Who is a good candidate for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered Thursday, April 3rd at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. So don't miss this free live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Considering selling your home or downsizing? Visit themadronagroup.com for no obligation counsel. The Madrona Group's team of John L. Scott experts makes it easy, guiding you to best pricing and timing, maximizing your profit with smart technology and unparalleled integrity. 5-star reviews and industry best according to Zillow, Google, Yelp, Facebook, and Redfin. This Saturday, hear the Madrona Group's Jason Fox on KIRO News Radio's Home Matters. Maximize your home sale. Visit themadronagroup.com.
Stay informed and entertained with Jake Skorheim and Spike O'Neill.
There's going to be a lot of audio. We're going to laugh at most of it because if you
have you seen The World lately?
Well, if you did anything else, you'd be crying.
Jake and Spike, weekdays noon to 3 on KIRO News Radio.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well
paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks?
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Norm. Norm, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Spending too much money on insurance, and it just kept on going up higher and higher and higher. And this last time I did the First Mark Challenge.
So they were able to save you some money, Norm?
Oh, yeah, at least $2,000 a year.
What?
At least.
Wow. You ever feel like, man, I wish I would have taken that First Mark Challenge earlier?
Yes. I mean, $2,000 I could have saved a year, over probably 4 or 5 years. Wow.
How would you describe their customer service?
Fantastic. Beyond expectation. Call First Mark. They treat you like a real person, that they have your best interest in mind.
Norm did it. My family did it. You got to do it. And it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you like they did Norm, and how much better your coverage will get to. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Afford More sales event. Save $60 instantly on a wide selection of 4 of our most affordable tires. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way you'll get more from less. Find the right tires for you at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Catch 9-time Grammy winner Christian McBride with Ursa Major, March 27th through 30th, live at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, with rising stars Nicole Glover, Michael King, Eli Pearlman, and Savannah Harris. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Determined to boost manufacturing in the U.S., President Trump announces tariffs on imported vehicles.
And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff.
WWJ's Jeff Gilbert with more.
The goal of the tariffs is to get car makers to build more vehicles in the U.S. S&P Global Mobility analyst Stephanie Brenley says that could happen, but it takes a long time to build an assembly plant.
It will support some investment. But the investment won't necessarily be quick.
The tariffs will add to car makers' expenses that could be passed on to car buyers. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
Canada's Prime Minister calls the tariffs a direct hit. European Union Chief Ursula von der Leyen condemns the announcement and adds that the EU will continue to seek negotiated solutions while safeguarding its economic interests. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the inadvertent addition of a journalist on a text chat discussing attack plans in Yemen was a big mistake. The Atlantic magazine today published more details of the chat, which included exact times of warplane launches and when bombs would drop. Editor-in-Chief Jeffrey Goldberg tells CBS News he was shocked by the security breach he saw occurring before his eyes.
What you have here is the Secretary of Defense discussing in a signal chat, doesn't even know that the editor of the Atlantic is in the signal chat, and is giving out precise timings.
A college student is taken into custody by federal authorities.
An attorney for the student says she is 30-year-old Ramisa Ozturk, who had just left her home outside Boston when she was detained by agents with the Department of Homeland Security. It was caught on someone's home security. As many as 6 people, their faces covered, took her phone away as she was handcuffed. The attorney says Ozturk has a visa allowing her to study in the United States. She is a Turkish national who is a doctoral student at Tufts. Matt Piper, CBS News.
The U.S. Supreme Court rules 7-2 to uphold Biden-era regulations on unregistered firearms made with at-home kits known as ghost guns. CBS's Jan Crawford says Justice Neil Gorsuch wrote the majority opinion.
He just basically traced kind of this explosion in the availability of these gun kits and how police departments are dealing with this increase in crime as a result. And then he kind of went through some specific examples of how easy they are to make a gun out of them and, why they should be considered firearms.
Anti-war protests by Palestinians in Gaza reveal anger at Hamas. Videos that appeared to be authentic showed hundreds of people protesting in a heavily destroyed northern Gaza city. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We've got strong winds, rain, hail, and the small chance for tornadoes headed our way. That's one of the stories coming up. But first, we go over to Nate Connors at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Hey, thanks, Sam. Global Credit Union's got our update. North 405 and Northeast 44th in Renton, a collision blocks 2 right lanes, leaving just the HOV lane open to all traffic. Looks like they're getting ready to clear this, though. But meanwhile, you're backed up bumper to bumper into South Center. South Center to Bellevue is going to take you 1 hour. That's a 40-minute delay. Bellevue to Renton going the other way is going to take you 40 minutes. You're solid from 520 to Northeast 44th, where the crash scene is. We cleared our collision westbound 90 at the Mount Baker Tunnel. You're backed up to North Mercer Way, though. Bellevue to Seattle is going to take you 35 minutes. It's only 15 minutes crossing on 520. Now, eastbound 90 inside the Mercer Tunnel, that HOV lane is blocked from a crash. You're backed up now across the lake. Seattle to Bellevue is going to take you 25 minutes. South 5 heading into Seattle looking okay. Your only backup is from Lake City Way to I-90. Linwood to Seattle's a half hour. Seattle to Everett, 50 minutes. Bellevue to Everett is 1 hour, and Seattle to Federal Way is going to take you 45 minutes. Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good evening. I'm Sam Campbell. We're tracking thunderstorms in our region. King County, all the way down to Oregon's border, has a severe thunderstorm watch right now. Latest reports show the storm clouds just crossing the Columbia River. It's expected to bring strong gusts of wind and possible hail. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey hit the streets this morning to see how listeners were preparing.
For most people, it's the threat of the tennis ball-sized hail.
I'll stay home. Always take precaution. You never can take too much precaution.
Others tell me they've canceled their outdoor plans. The city of Bellevue is recommending people park cars in city parking garages. The Salvation Army is deploying their severe weather shelter tonight. Operation Sack Lunch, providing the food. And if the meteorologists get it wrong...
One of the few jobs you can be 50% wrong and still keep your job, so hey.
Still better to be safe than sorry. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Forecasts say there is a chance, albeit a small one, that rotating cloud formations could spawn a tornado. No power outages yet, but Puget Sound Energy tells us it is all hands on deck throughout the night. We'll be tracking any outages around the sound, and we'll have the details on mynorthwest.com. King County Executive Dow Constantine delivered his final State of the County address this afternoon. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
After serving as King County Executive for 16 years, Constantine is leaving early as he's been nominated to serve as King County Transit CEO. Constantine says he is proud of what he's accomplished during his tenure, but admits it wasn't always easy.
We faced enormous challenges in the early days of my administration. Not only the profound impacts of the Great Recession, but a structural financial gap and growing demand for services that continues to outpace our resources.
The King County Transit Board is expected to vote on Constantine's nomination sometime Thursday. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. As I already said, we are tracking that thunderstorm moving up the coast through western Washington. We'll have more for you throughout the evening. Right now, though, it is 62 degrees outside the Carter Subaru Studios in Seattle. I'm Sam Campbell, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Life is a breeze.
Oh, good, Larry.
Of course, some breezes, as you know, are 110 miles an hour and get promoted up to hurricanes. I just thought I'd pass that along.
All right. You know the story behind that? So Larry King had been on the air for like 12 hours or something for some reason, or like 10 straight hours. And he kept going and going. And Don and Mike, two guys at WJFK Radio, loved that. They found the whole cut. And like at about 1 a.m, Larry's just like talking and making absolutely zero sense. And they used to play it all the time. And then Larry King, who was in Washington, got mad at them and threatened to sue them because, oh, you're taking it out of context and I never said those things. It's like, so it used to play like this is, it was like there were 20 minutes on him. Oh, that's awesome. That's for that sometimes. And Look it up. It's in the book.
You ever do those like 36-hour radio marathon things?
I'm doing one right now. Diving in the news. Just being here. Time sliding.
Look it up in the book.
And look it up in the book. Yeah. Okay, update, because everybody's talking about the weather. It's one of these things, you make a big deal about it, then it's not bad, and then people are like, oh, well, we blew that out of proportion. High winds, I think Sam just told you, high winds, thunderstorms likely, the hail as well included. The storm is supposed to be south sound. Has it hit anywhere yet? Do we know anybody that's seeing it, feeling it? No.
We're getting weather and temperature reports, but nothing extreme yet.
Okay, got it.
Well, Mike,
up. This just in. Hold on. The big weather. Hold on. And it's going to find some sort of sound that is going to make it seem more exciting. And then I'm going to keep talking until he finds that sound. We're going to go to the official update that I believe Joe has on his computer from a listener who has texted in. And now here it comes.
At 4:52 p.m., Mike in Chehalis says, hey, I'm down in Chehalis, and an old lady on a bicycle with a little dog in the basket just blew by. It's definitely brewing.
And that was a report from Mike, who is in Chehalis and can report and verify that a woman on a bicycle with a dog in a basket has blown by. That is the latest from Chehalis. Thank you, Mike. Is there anything else?
Nope.
All right, good. There you go. There's your update. Look it up in the book. It was on this day. How many years ago?
25.
Oh, my God. Am I getting old? Gee whiz. 25 years ago? Mm-hmm. 25 years ago, the Kingdome in Seattle was demolished. The little backstory on that is we didn't finish paying off the bill for the thing until 2015. Blow it up. We're like, hey, we still owe money on that thing. Don't worry about it. The other crazy part of the story is they asked the people, hey, do you want to spend money to build a new stadium? And it barely passed. The package was $300 million. It would come from you. There would be a group of supporters for the Seahawks. Paul Allen was going to be involved in all this, and they're going to build it all up. But they said to the people of Washington, do you want to build it? They said 820,364 said yes. 783,594 said no. It was 5148, somewhere in there. So they went ahead and go ahead, blow the thing up, and we'll put a new stadium in. That was the vote. And then I got a chance to be out. Was I? Oh, I was on a boat. I think it was Argosy. Argosy had they had rented a bunch. They had a bunch of boats out there. You could be on there and watch, keep everybody away. They had all these locations all set up. Gene Anderson, Dennis Bounds introduced me. I got this from Rich Gray, a friend of mine. Had an actual recreation of the Kingdome hat. It looked just like the Kingdome. The night before, I got some gold bond, yes. Right, gold bond. Stuck it in these tubes. I went to the store and I got these tubes, and I put all that powder in this little container. And then the plan was, I couldn't do it. It was going to be on the air. I'd get a kid. It would get below me. He'd get the tube and then blow like that, and then all the powder would come flying out of all the ends of the tube that I had circled around the top of this hat. So we had practiced, and I'd show the kid, just push really hard, and all the it's going to fly out. So they introduced to me, and Gene Anderson, Dennis Bounds sort of saw me as like a loose cannon. Yeah. I don't know what that guy's going to do. So
the folks at Evening Magazine are helping us out today.
No, they're not. Not the folks. Just me. I was the only person there. Doesn't matter.
John Curley is on one of the Argosy boats in Elliott Bay, and I can't wait to see what he has for us.
All right, John.
Oh, yeah.
Dennis, Gene.
Dennis, Gene? Hold on, I'm going through puberty yet.
How are you, my friends? We're doing just fine. We love those T-shirts, Mr. Curley. And
oh, yeah, I made a bunch of T-shirts. I made a bunch of T-shirts. I paid for them with my own money, and then we went around and we sold them. Various bars and different places like that. And then we got all the money together and we gave it to a Boys and Girls Club up in Rainier Valley.
Nice.
It was really cool. Yeah, really neat. Okay.
What a nice hat.
Oh, my
Thank
goodness.
you very much. We're here on the MV Kirkland. This ship was originally a ferry back in 19. What we can expect. Okay, say that again. We're getting some instructions about the trains here. Train traffic. Anderson, you're not listening to me? I'm absolutely listening to you, John, but who believes a man in a crazy hat like that? This is golden. This is gold. All right, you ready? Give us a scoop. Okay, this is basically what we're going to see is the implosion. I'll do it for you now.
How is that you?
In a count of 3. Here we go. They're going to give...
tight underwear on.
Look for the explosion.
Okay, so what happened was I forgot to remove the little tube stopper that I stuck in there. So this poor kid is blowing his eardrums out. He's like... So none of the powder could come flying out. So then we did it again. I think it did it right. Let's see.
Here we go, CDI. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
It was pretty cool to watch him blow it up.
Oh, yeah.
All right, it doesn't work for radio. There goes. What the heck?
Unbelievable.
That's crazy. Oh, my God. Well, why don't you throw it back to me? Hey, Gene. Hi, Dennis. Hey.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
That is absolutely the most unbelievable thing I have ever seen.
That's right. 25 years ago, the Kingdom being blown up.
The most fascinating thing about this is how much your voice has changed. I mean,
that was 25 years ago.
I know, but you were still a grown man. I mean, was it the microphone? Or
I'm going to blame it on the microphone. Just...
Let me give you a better idea of what it'll look like when the dome goes up. Gene, Dennis, do you guys want to see?
That is not you.
I mean, I got smoking cigarettes.
Is that what it is?
No, I'm probably just old age other than longevity.
I hope my voice becomes like yours at some point.
I'm hoping I don't ever go back to that voice again.
No.
How embarrassing. The Kingdom, if you'd ever been to an event there, it was the weirdest building. Andrew, you been to those? No, you never went to a football game or a baseball game?
When did it get blown up?
Well, 25 years ago.
2000.
Yeah, I was 2 or 1 years old.
Oh, my God. Oh, not even bother us. You went to a baseball game there. It had this, the smell of a parking garage? It has that weird, real concrete-y smell like you're in there walking around. That's what the Kingdom is constantly, this weird temperature, a little bit of moisture in the air. Some of the panels would fall off the ceiling. But it was just so strange to be inside for a baseball game. Same thing with a football game. And you talk to a lot of the guys that played for the Seahawks at that time. It was brutal. It was concrete floor, and then they'd roll that AstroTurf over it. I can't imagine it was like falling on top. I don't even know they had a pad or something like that, but it was tough on people's knees. Not exactly the friendliest place to watch any sort of athletic event. And when it came to concerts, it also is just weird. Nobody had any great love for the Kingdom. And when it got blown up, everyone was very excited about what they were going to build. And then you end up with, now, what is it, CenturyLink Field?
Lumen.
Lumen, whatever, yeah. Okay.
Did they have the troughs at the Kingdom?
Oh, yeah.
In the bathrooms?
Yeah, those are good. Yeah.
Those are fun.
What's wrong?
No, I have memories of the troughs at Dodger Stadium and being very intimidated by them as a very young child.
Was there ice in there?
Well, maybe.
Yeah, let's pour the ice in there.
Why? I never understood that.
It's like something to aim at?
I guess.
Something proud of your body temperature. I remember one time I was at the Puyallup Fair covering the Puyallup Fair, probably more than 25 years ago. Hey, here at the fair! And I went into the men's room, and they have like a place where I couldn't tell if it was where you washed your hands or went to the bathroom, which is not a good place to be. And it was a big circular thing. That had to be where you washed your hands.
I would imagine.
Now that I think back on it. Whoops. Whoopsie.
Not what you used it for?
No. It's like I was in a hurry. Hey, where's the men's room? Oh, boy. Is this where you go to the bathroom? Yikes. All right, where's the rest of the show?
I don't know.
All right. Anyway, sorry, Kingdom. See you later. Well, here we go. Here's some good news for everybody. All right, 60% of certified financial officers are saying, yes, we're going to have a recession in the second half of 2025. 15% say it will hit in 2026. Consumer confidence at this point is at a 12-year low. That's not a good sign. And when it comes to chances of it being a moderate a recession. About 90% say that there will be a moderate recession. Some say it will be mild, but either way, they all agree there will be some sort of a recession. So I look back. So 12 years ago, go back 2013, unemployment back then was 7.4%. Oh boy. And the high numbers, the GDP for the year was 3.4, not too bad. The year before was at 4.6, but consumer confidence was lower then. I guess because of the unemployment numbers, and that was generally how people were feeling about the economy. And then it was in 2012, Obama lost 67 seats in the House. People were not very happy with him and what he was up to, so they wanted to make a shift, but people were not confident about the economy. And now, as they take the pulse of the consumer, where 66% of all of our economics is driven by you and me spending money, if you're not confident, you will hold back. You will hold off. And once you start to tighten things up, everything starts to tighten up. So the good news about the recession, yes, there is good news. It pushes the excess out of the market. It squishes things down and makes people actually buy on real earnings, real price earnings. So it pushes excess out. It sort of cleans things up a little bit so that things can grow. Think of it a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to have a recession. We do have them about every 7 years. So it looks like it will hit, if it's short and get back on our feet again. And then it might not have the effect that the Democrats are hoping, especially for 2026 in the House. So do you sense it? Do you feel it? You changed any of your behavior in any way? No? No. Still spending money wildly.
Still spending money.
Out of control.
Let's go.
What did you budget for your trip to Costa Rica?
I didn't budget anything. I just
very
went.
responsible.
Yeah, no, it was kind of a last minute thing. So we bought tickets, we rented a place. It was also a wedding, and we're seeing some friends we hadn't seen in almost 20 years. So we just we splurged. You
didn't care?
No.
Most people spend more time planning a 2-week vacation than they do their retirement. They put more time into thinking, okay, where we're going to go, what are we going to spend the money on, and we're going to spend for restaurants, what are you going to do when we're there, what activities. They'll focus more on that than they do their retirement, which I think is sad but true. And then the other part of it is there's the after effect of the vacation, where you plan on, you think it's going to be so great, oh my gosh, we're going to do this and do this and do this, and then by the time you get there, if you put a lot of planning into it and you actually go and do it, it never meets the level of expectations that you're hoping for. And then you come back and you're like, oh, that sucked.
Yeah, I didn't have that problem.
That's because you didn't plan anything.
That's right.
This is one way to avoid it.
That's right.
Oh, we do. No, I don't play that. Play this and that. No. Anything else? Other than, where's the storm at this point? Do we have a storm update?
Can you do a Squeaky John storm update?
Need a storm update? Andrew, I need some storm breaking news because Andrew, Joe's going to take a look to see if we have any text messages coming up regarding the storm.
Okay.
Let's go over to Joe, who has the latest when it comes to the storm update. Or Joe, do you have it?
Wait, I have one.
Ocean Shores, Aberdeen getting hammered.
Oh.
And as far as the I-5 corridor goes, we're approaching Centralia.
It's still warm and sunny in Puyallup.
Let's go back to Nate. He seems to have more of a sense of authority and urgency.
And that monster is growing out in the ocean. It's a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, a lot of wind, and a lot of rain.
That's the way you hype it. There you go.
Good job.
There you go. All right, a little bit of hyperbole. Thank you, Nate. Appreciate that. Joe, you failed miserably on your little thing. Yeah. All right, fine, Daddy.
Fine.
By the way, we will do this day in history, although yesterday was supposed to be the person's big day. We missed it because we were taking care of other things when I called my buddy Dean to get him on the phone. So we'll celebrate that day from yesterday today. Also, the other day we missed was Equal Pay Day, which has been the greatest fallacy, lie, and myth that has been taught to our kids for years. Here it is very, very quickly. The number is not... Oh, I don't have time. Okay, never mind. You're off the hook.
Wah, wah. Sorry, John. We don't have time for that.
All All right, fine. Let's go over there to Nate in the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Nathan.
All righty. AAA has this report. In Renton, we cleared that collision north 405 and northeast 44th, opening up 2 lanes, but it left you with a bumper-to-bumper backup all the way back to I-5 in South Center to Bellevue, 55 minutes, a 35-minute delay. South Center to Seattle is only 20 minutes if you can swing that route. Your usual backup starts there at the north end of Boeing Field. Bellevue to Renton, 35 minutes. You're solid from 520 to the VMAC. We cleared our crash eastbound 90 inside the Mercer Tunnel, but it created a backup all the way to I-5 in Seattle. Seattle to Bellevue is going to take you 25 minutes. Linwood to Seattle, also a 25-minute drive, and really you've got a brief backup. It's all that's left is about northeast 50th down to I-90. Seattle to Everett, 50 minutes. Bellevue to Everett is 1 hour, and Seattle to Federal Way still hovering at a 45-minute drive. If snow on the road is your issue, then AAA Washington is your solution. To become a member, visit AAAWashington.com. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
All right, if you're over the age of 50, you don't want to wear glasses or contacts anymore, I've got some great advice from personal experience. You want to find out about RLE, Refractive Lens Exchange, and the best place to go for that is K2 Vision. K2 Vision, RLE. Here's the deal. Dr. Kopstein, Dr. King have done more than 100,000 of these procedures. You go in there, you sit down, they explain to you how it works, and then they put this thing in front of your eyes. And as Dr. Kopstein said to me, listen, not everybody's a good candidate. If this is not going to be perfect for you, I'll tell you to come back in 5, 10, or 15 years. I say, please, I don't want to wear glasses anymore. Hopefully it's perfect. He takes a look and he goes, you know what? You got a little cataract in your right eye. We can take care of that. And this is going to work really well for you. I get it done. 5 minutes in one eye, 5 on the other. Come back 2 days later. They test my eyes. I got 20/20 vision. I don't wear glasses anymore. No more contacts. No more readers. Nothing. I can see with 20/20 vision. I'm 63 years old. You want to find out more? There is a great big webinar happening. You can ask all sorts of questions. It's going to be on April 3rd at noon. That's April 3rd at noon. The webinar at K2 Vision. Here's how you sign up. K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Choke points on Seattle's morning news.
Stanwood has indeed installed 14 new cameras. They are on the main roads in and out of the city, but they are not speed cameras or red light cameras. They are part of what's called the flock safety system. And this flock system reads every license plate of every car that passes under them. Stanwood installed the cameras to make up for having a small department. It's a way to use technology to make the community safer.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, presented by Carter Subaru.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows. And an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you. Guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with zero interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Plumbing emergency? Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good evening. I'm Sam Campbell. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch for King County down to the Oregon border. Chief Meteorologist Morgan Palmer at KIRO 7 TV is tracking developments as the front moves up western Washington.
There is what we call a bit of a cap over the atmosphere right now. You can think of it as a lid on a pot on the stove, keeping these thunderstorms from growing higher in the sky. That's going to be eroded away or broken a bit more as we go through the evening. So I expect more storm activity closer to our big storm out in the Pacific Ocean that's prompting all of this thunderstorm activity and the threat, some active weather with a lot of lightning.
Chance of hail expected to fall off as the storm rolls into Snohomish, Skagit, and Whatcom counties. SeaTac Airport says that staff are strapping down equipment on the airfield and they are working with the FAA. They're advising travelers right now to check your airlines if you've got a flight. At JBLM, the military is taking steps to protect some of its planes. Deteriorating weather conditions could mean that delays or cancellations spike for commercial flights, but right now, at last check, 119 delays today, only one cancellation. We're also tracking high winds and possible power outages. You can find the latest on mynorthwest.com. A Texas man on a flight from Chicago to Seattle last Tuesday has been charged with abusive sexual contact. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has the details.
The Department of Justice says 54-year-old Charian Abraham repeatedly and illegally touched the 22-year-old woman who was sitting next to him. Abraham was questioned after arriving at SeaTac and arrested a few days later. Investigators say there have been similar in-flight complaints about Abraham in 2023 and 2024. If found guilty, he faces 2 years in prison. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Washington State Congressman Adam Smith is demanding answers from the Trump administration over a leak of sensitive war plans shared in a group chat that included a journalist. Smith spoke with Seattle's Morning News.
This is a huge, huge violation of the rules of how you're supposed to run the Pentagon, and just points to a level of incompetence that is truly shocking. I mean, sharing this on a Signal app I mean, I think at this point we all know what Signal is.
Trump defended his national security advisor, Mike Waltz, who started the Signal chat, and the officials who participated in it, saying there was no need for Waltz to apologize. And with that, let's check on the roads from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Nate Connors.
Thanks, Sam. Beacon Plumbing's got our update. Avoid traveling northbound on 405 if you can. South Center to Bellevue is a 45-minute drive. That's a big improvement from a half hour ago. You've got a hefty backup, though, from South Center to Northeast 44th, where we recently cleared a crash. Bellevue to Linwood is another half hour. You're slow from mid-Bellevue to Canyon Park. Really tough through Kirkland still. Bellevue to Renton going the other way, 35 minutes. You're solid at 520, and that continues down to the VMAC before you catch a break. Renton to Puyallup on the Valley Highway, you're looking good. It's just a half-hour drive to make that drive the entire stretch. Linwood to Seattle, 25 minutes. You got a brief backup building in Linwood now, and then again from about Northeast 50th in the U District to I-90. Not a bad commute here. Seattle to Everett, 55 minutes, though. You're solid from the U District all the way through Linwood. Crossing the lake from Bellevue is going to take you a half hour on both 520 and I-90. And Tacoma to Olympia is improving down to a 40-minute drive. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking, call Beacon. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Checking out the radar right now. Looks like we've got some clouds brewing just south of Snoqualmie. The majority of this storm system not expected to hit Seattle until about 6:30, though. Right now, it's 62 degrees in Seattle. I'm Sam Campbell, KIRO Newsradio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Oh, yeah. Look at Nate's excited. It's all the weather songs. I never had a chance to hit my post on one of them.
We can hit the post here if you. I can give you one here.
All right. How long do I have?
Just about a little under 10 seconds.
Okay. All right.
Ready?
Yeah.
KIRO Radio, 97.3. You listen to Joe Wallace, John Curley, coming at you with Blinded by the Light.
Hooked up like a deuce, another roller in the night. Blinded by the light.
As we were kids, we used to think it was recollect like a douche, another roller in the night.
Yeah,
and my mom was like, don't say that. Don't say that. I'm like, that's the lyric, Mom.
Yep.
All right, spin the wheel, team. Time for the Wilcox Family Farm Eggs recipe wheel. That's where we, one of our lucky contestants, that would be either Joe or Nate or myself or Andrew, get a chance to express our favorite Wilcox Family Farm Eggs recipe. It lands on you, Andrew.
I take the egg and I put it on the ground. I stomp on it. That's all you do to it.
All right. Thank you. There is your Wilcox Family Farm Eggs recipe.
That was messy.
For the day.
Very messy.
Is it hard boiled? It's just raw.
Just raw.
Thank you. There you go.
Fine.
Keep that. And that serves how many? One?
About one. Maybe one and a half.
All right. And you don't have to do any dishes.
This is, as you can see, a very special day. A party's on the agenda in the home of Bill and Helen Millard.
Oh, the Millards.
And the owner of business is to eat and eat and eat.
But my business doesn't begin until the party ends.
Oh.
Take a look.
Oh, she's going to the bathroom?
There was a time when the prospect of washing a stack of dishes like this would send cold chills up my back.
Uh-huh.
But those days are gone forever.
Why?
Ever since I got this.
Oh.
My Frigidaire automatic dishwasher.
Uh-huh.
That, Mrs. Millard. So smart to own an automatic dishwasher.
Yes.
And smarter still for insisting on a Frigidaire dishwasher.
Ah.
Built right in under the counter.
Yeah.
You get the best when you buy Frigidaire. Built and backed by General Motors.
Very nice. Now, on this day in history, you know what? Mrs. Millard, I don't believe that's her real name, can thank Josephine Cochran. Yes, it was Josephine Cochran who actually invented the dishwasher. Here's why she did it.
She married a guy, William Cochran, who was about 9 years older than she was. She was 19 when she got married. And hey, we got some money. And she's there enjoying dinner parties and things like that. And the staff, she had about 2 or 3 people that were working for her. Well, they were in the kitchen doing the dishes. So they're in there doing the dishes, and Josephine's entertaining in the other room. And, you know, it was a lot of...
Oh, no.
It wasn't that bad. They were just chipping her favorite china. She would then like chips like that. Well, one day the staff has off. She's giving them a break for the day. So she goes in there to do the dishes, Josephine Cochran does, and she's like, wow, it's really actually quite easy to chip this china. Now I see. I'm not going to get so upset with them. There must be an easier way. There's got to be an easier way. So she sets out to actually develop a dishwasher. Now, another one had already been developed, but she set her mind to it, and hers be done with water pressure. She came up with the idea of having water spray down on top of the dishes. It took her a long time because nobody thought she'd be able to do it. Just as she's about to have this thing patented, her husband dies because she thought they had a whole bunch of money, but then when they finally go and have the will read, she only had $1,500. This Cochran guy didn't have anything, not a pot to pee in. So she didn't have as much capital that she thought she needed, but she was determined to get her first patent, which she did in 1885. And she said, I'm going to sell these things for $75 to $100. Well, she couldn't sell them to any homes, no private homes, because everyone was like, just let the wife do it or let the servant do it. Let them do the dishes. I don't need the inconvenience. It's not inconvenience to me. So what Josephine decided to do was go to hotels. As a woman walking through the hotel lobby by herself, unaccompanied by a man, was quite shocking for everybody. And she walked right up there to the guy that was running the hotel, who was responsible for the restaurants and everything, and sold her first dishwasher. Got her first order for $800. And that was the beginning of her big career as Josephine Cochran on this very day. Did she die or did she invent it on this day? What did she do?
She got a patent on this day.
On this day. She got the patent.
1886.
There you go. Way to go, Josephine Cochran. So she came up with the invention and she made it all work. And it all happened because she didn't like the fact that her servants were chipping her fine china. There we go. All right. What's the latest on the storm? Storm update, Andrew. Make it seem like it's a bigger deal than it actually is. Here's the storm update. Let's go now live to Nate, who is in the storm center forecast area.
Big
just
rain.
15 feet away from me. We are separated by a piece of glass. Nate is in the other room in front of a window. Nate, what do you have on the latest there in the storm forecast area?
This wicked storm is cooking, man. It's now in Eatonville, heading to Centralia. It's going to be in Olympia probably here in the next half hour or so. It just went over Moclips. You know where Moclips is at?
Oh, I do.
Heavy rain out there, a lot of wind, and a lot of lightning.
Thank you, Nate, for the latest on the storm. Keep it here. Nate will have more from the winter storm forecast tornado, thunderstorm, hail area. Thank you, Nate. And now to Joe.
We've got a report that the wind is starting to blow in Montesano from Cody in Montesano.
Sano.
Montesano.
Let's try it again. And now let's go to Joe.
This just in from Cody in Montesano. We've got wind blowing in Montesano.
Any damage? Any wind damage?
No, but I do have a tip. A pro tip, a hail pro tip from Jeff in the 253. He says, if you have no cover for your car, put a sleeping bag over the windshield and secure it with the wipers.
And that is the latest. Keeping your car safe, it's important. We'll have more on that later on. What I like to do, just personally, I like to lay down on top of the car.
Ooh.
I'll stretch out my body. If I sense it's going to be the hood area or the roof, I'll just try to splay out as much as I possibly can. I lay on my stomach primarily, and when that starts to take a lot of hail balls, then I'll roll over onto my stomach. I can normally stay there for about 2 to 3 minutes, then I'll roll back over. I'll rotate back and forth like a giant piece of meat on a spit.
Any face protection?
No face protection.
Okay, good.
No face protection. There's the latest on all of that.
Raw dog in the hailstorm.
There you go. The latest on the fact that it is coming, winds gusts up to 50 miles an hour and hail. Did you see anything, Nick, while you were driving over? No, nothing. Okay, good. Good dandy. All right. That's it for us. Do you have one? Can I do one more song? All right.
Nice.
Which one is it? How long do I have? Wait.
I didn't check.
Oh, wait.
You got to go by feel.
Well, back it up. That's Eddie Money, right?
Eddie Rabbit.
What did I say?
Eddie Money.
Eddie Rabbit. KIRO Radio 97.3 FM. Joe Wallace over there. I'm John Curley here. I don't know that. I didn't know the song as well. Never mind. All right, don't forget you can write to us at mynorthwest.com. Forget that. Come on into the text line 1-888-973-5476. Teeny tiny lady in the pickle jar will choose letter of the day. Great honor bestowed upon you and your family. Now here's Eddie Rabbit. Nate, here we go.
All right, Beacon Plumbing has our update. South Center to Bellevue is slowly improving. We're down to 40 minutes now. Scattered backups from South Center up to Northeast 44th, where we cleared an earlier crash. Bellevue to Linwood is another half-hour drive. You're slow from mid-Bellevue to Canyon Park. Bellevue to Renton coming the other way is down to a half hour. You got a hefty backup, though, from 520 down to the VMAC. Renton to Puyallup on the Valley Highway is pretty much all clear now. We can check this one off the list. Linwood to Seattle, 25 minutes. You got a minor backup in Linwood, and then pretty much a minor backup heading into Seattle, starting near 50th in the U District down to I-90. Seattle to Everett pushing an hour with a solid backup from the U District into Linwood. Crossing the lake from Bellevue is a half hour on both I-90 and 520. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking, call Beacon. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
Joining us right now is retired 4-star General Barry McCaffrey.
The big problem is they were using a commercially encrypted system to discuss pending war plans. They didn't want to be held prisoner to the Official Records Act, so they were going to a private chat room. But they were putting the lives of U.S. Navy and Air Force pilots at risk.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Hey, I want to tell you a sellwithwes.com success story. Wes Jones knows how important your home sale can be for your future plans. So when he got a call from Susan in Federal Way, he was eager to step up and help her sell her home of 25 years.
Her house was her biggest asset, and this home sale was super meaningful for her. So she's like, I know that I'm leaving money on the table in the condition that it's in. Like, what can we do?
I told him up front that I did not have the time or finances to do what needed to be done. And he immediately jumped in with, well, I do.
He told her about their Listing Boost concierge service.
We identified probably 4 or 5 major things.
It just was all so fast. They did everything.
I'm a son of a builder, and I've done a lot of flips over the years. So this is work that we actually like to do. We are seeking this out.
And I would just tell anybody, here's his phone number, give him a call. He'll take care of it.
So if you're in the market to sell your home, do what Susan did. Check out Wes Jones and his team at sellwithwes.com. Sell with Wes, a better way to sell your home.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Apparently, I have the ankles of a 70-year-old person instead of a 45-year-old person.
This is Carrie,
and her love for gymnastics and dance was starting to take a toll on her body.
There's a group of us that actually did adult gymnastics. I'm sure that wasn't good for my body either.
So, of course, she sought treatment for those rapidly aging ankles.
I started seeing a new podiatrist. Even those treatments weren't working.
And that's when someone close to her recommended Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
It was my therapist that told me about Dr. Wagner. I did not know there was such a thing as stem cells. I started researching. I thought it was super fascinating.
And how has the treatment worked so far?
I used my crutches to leave the office. After that, I never used my crutches again.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, knee, or old ankles, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
If I won the lottery, I would get stem cells from Dr. Wagner on every joint in my body.
Welcome to the Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to the team at Puget Sound Express, more and more migrating gray whales are making their way into the Salish Sea. However, it has been Big's orcas that have been stealing the show on recent trips. On Friday, the T-46 pod joined other families in hunting a sea lion in particularly dramatic fashion near Port Townsend. Passengers were able to see a wide variety of surface behaviors as killer whales pursued and celebrated their hunt. Breaching, tail slapping, fin slapping. All of it left observers marveling at these incredible apex predators. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed gray whale tours departing from Edmonds and Port Townsend to see these gentle giants. And although grays are the focus of the tours, Big's orcas are also in the area. Puget Sound Express tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. They guarantee you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Safety first comes with available financing at Bucky's Complete Auto. For oil changes, brakes, tune-ups, wiper blades, and factory maintenance, check the Bucky's near you at buckys.com.
The John Curley Show mailbag is brought to you by Pendergast Law.
Love Neil.
Yeah?
Yep.
Still have problems whenever I hear Neil Young. Like sang, was like, comes a time when you're changing, comes a time when you settle down. We sang that at the Archbishop Carroll talent show, and oof, you can't sing that song to the boys' side. Oh my God.
A lot of gender neutral.
A lot
song.
of guys screaming and stuff. Yeah, a lot of whether you do the cough, the
yeah,
you cough and then yell out
Yep.
some type of sexual activity.
I get it.
All right, here comes the mailman now. Comes a time when you're young.
I'm the mailman, as you can see. I'm the mailman, don't nobody mess with me. I'm the mailman.
Good job, Hudson.
I'm the mailman. Bring the mail to your door.
We'll get to live today. First, take care of all the rest. Here we go, Joe.
Hee-haw Aaron writes, I have stumbled upon a trick to get the frogs to croak once again after they stop in your presence.
Oh.
Take a recording of them croaking on your phone, then play it back to them at full blast. They will start back up. It's kind of fun, especially after an eighth of a gummy. Hee-haw.
Why? Sassy?
Sassy.
At 425. Great. Thanks, John. Now I'm hungry for pizza. Okay.
Yeah, I had to ask her what.
Oh, that was about, pizza, pepperoni.
Right,
I got
exactly.
it. Okay.
Paul in Sammamish says, John, thank
Yes.
you so much for the education on mating habits of
Okay,
frogs.
I know you're being cynical.
Fascinating stuff.
Yes.
In the UK, if someone has frogs in their pond, it means their elevator doesn't go all the way to the top.
Infrogtainment. Christopher and Mount Terrace, Mount Lake Terrace says, it's not a traffic report until John yells, Nathan. Okay, thank you.
Doug in Mount Vernon says, spin the wheel of weather disasters.
Again, I don't want anybody to be hurt by the storm. Obviously, we power out. That's okay, whatever. But this thing better materialize because we have hyped the hell out of it.
Yes, we have.
The hell out of it. We played songs. Andrew had different weather songs.
We have tips.
We went to Nate. You learned how to pronounce Montesano.
Yes, and how to protect my windshield.
Truck driver Phil in Idaho. I've listened to KIRO Lineup every Wednesday when I'm in Seattle for the last 5 years. Doing a good job, John Curley. I used to love listening to Dory. Well, thank you, truck driver Phil in Idaho.
Clip San Paul says tornadoes touched down twice on Tacoma's east side back in early June '97.
Thank you, Paul, for the history and weather combined. Andrew K. says, as a 7-year-old kid, the trauma of going into the bathroom at the Kingdome with the pee troughs being at neck level was insane.
Yep, I feel that. Same at Dodger Stadium. Barbara in the 425 says, I have a chunk of the Kingdome on my porch.
253. Hey, you wanted a weather song? John should laugh at this one. 1997, Amelie Stewart called Knock on Wood. Even the lightning sounded like the lightning sound effect. Do you know that one?
Nope. Probably should have pulled it up. But
yeah, way to produce the show. Hey, sorry about that, 253.
Oh.
Is this it? Oh, yeah.
First hit
wood.
I got. Oh, yeah. All right, sweet. Thank you, Andrew.
Why is it a weather song?
I don't know. Oh, thunder and lightning.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
I'm going to skip the other song one since we don't have it ready. Trump 2.0, 206 says, you still make a lot of sense even if you didn't vote for Trump, John. You know this area is full of Trump haters.
Oh, boy, yeah. Steve O says, I think Trump should have gotten rather than rule by executive order.
Wait, let me do this one.
Okay.
Steve O says, I think Trump should govern rather than rule by executive order.
Yes.
As a moderate Republican and a veteran, I abhor how the administration is playing fast and loose with security protocols with American citizens' rights. Their treatment of people exercising free speech who have visas is unacceptable and unconstitutional.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, here. I agree with you. Good job, Steve-O. Now, for other people not dyslexic, reading the next letter show.
Do we get...
Yeah, get a dyslexic guy to be on the radio.
Yeah,
That'll work out.
I try to give you the short ones.
I can tell. Go ahead.
Where's Teeny?
Oh, Teeny. Teeny, where the letter...
And now it is
Thank
time
you.
for the letter of the day.
Follow protocol around
Yes,
here.
really.
David from Tecompton. John,
Yes.
when you described Biden's problem speaking as him counting his teeth with his tongue, I was doing the same thing just minutes before while driving.
No.
I've always been a fan of the show, but now I feel a spiritual connection. Hello, my brother from another father and mother. I now have a local celebrity in the family, and I'm ready for future doors to open.
All because of counting your teeth with your tongue.
Yeah. How about
Okay,
that?
well, good. Thank you, David from Tecompton. All right. Well, listen, hopefully everybody's safe. We got another hour here before the big storm hits. Nate's got all the details for you.
That's all she wrote. Didn't write no more.
Ooh. And now here's Eddie Rabbit with Love the Rainy Nights. Here's Nate.
All right, the Emerald Queen Casino, South Center to Bellevue is down to a half hour. You're in scattered backups from South Center to the VMAC. Eastbound 18 remains jam-packed from the airport over to I-5. Bellevue to Renton is a half-hour drive. You're solid still from 520 down to the VMAC. You're just barely moving through Bellevue right now. Linwood to Seattle, 25 minutes. Got a minor backup in Linwood, and then another brief backup starting near Northeast 50th in the U District down to I-90. Seattle to Everett, 45 minutes. Got a solid backup, though, from the U District into Linwood. Bellevue to Everett, 40 minutes. Scattered backups between Kirkland and Canyon Park. And Seattle to Federal Way down to 35 minutes. You're crowded from about Inner Urban Avenue to State Route 516. Everywhere else is starting to thin out pretty quickly. The Emerald Queen Casino is the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports, featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. And for a limited time, qualified patients can get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication. Again, that's 206-529-1111. Terms and conditions apply. Must medically qualify.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo.
Your best source for local news.
Newly released police video shows the arrest of a 17-year-old.
KIRO Newsradio.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then... you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
At Kia of Everett, we make the process of buying your new Kia as exciting as driving it home. The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio.